A widely known paladin, nothing can break him. For many, he seems invincible. Unfortunately, these are just words that were not confirmed in reality. He was overtaken by death from the clutches of a monster. An experienced swordsman, seasoned by battles, he survived many battles in his life and always remained alive. But this time he did not last long. Next in line is a young girl who opened the door with difficulty. It is contraindicated for her to fight the boss. She intended to defeat her enemy with magic of terribly destructive power. Victory was breathing down her back. But no, like many others, she was unable to finish what she started. Her life is now in the wrong hands. With one powerful blow, the lord of this tower cut it in half. One of the next toys, as the last boss of the tower called them, turned out to be a young swordsman. The atrocity with which he was killed cannot even fit into the frame. So days after days passed by the last boss of the tower, Blood Death, pleas for mercy in anticipation of the next toys. Victor, that was the boss's name, was sad when his toys broke. His whole life was only within the four walls of the last level of the dungeon. He had no entertainment other than murder. How he wanted to finally have some fun, at least once in his life. At that very second, distracting Victor from his sad thoughts, a new adventurer appears. I didn't even have to hope for his victory. A typical Victor's toy, unable to even scratch him. But this time the toy was able to interest him. The hero brought with him an adventurer's tool, a smartphone. You can use it to take selfies, however. This is not its only function. A lot of selfies were taken, because where there is one photo, there is always another one. The hero talked a lot about the capabilities of the instrument. Here you can even listen to music. But all this was not done from a pure heart, but for the sake of distracting attention, so to speak, to defeat the enemy by cunning. But Victor has absolutely no time for beautiful fights. He finally has something he has never seen before. Thanks to the new toy, he noticed that after each hero he defeated, he accumulated a whole mountain of things. Here you could find everything from a wallet to a damn cute pink bunny. You can even find photos of wives and husbands who will never see their heroes again. An hour of listening to relaxing, beautiful classical music. Where would we be without it? There is even a snake in this magical miracle device, which is good news. Heavy steps are heard, which means it's time for a new toy. You need to greet him accordingly. Waiting on the throne, no one has canceled the tradition. The next hero turned out to be a tall guy, in a raincoat, with gray hair and a gaze. Victor, as befits a true tower boss, immediately entered into a fight with him. Only this time, everything was a little different and a little more difficult than usual. This hero was truly strong, and his speed could only be envied. Victor even had to use his sealed powers to avoid death. Forbidden magic is Victor's strong point. He uses it masterfully, not giving the enemy a chance to rest. He finally began to enjoy fighting, before his opponents could not stand it for even a minute. Victor fought furiously. A faint grin could be seen on his face, but one missed blow changed everything. Victor was defeated. For the first time in so many years, the last boss of the tower was killed by a hero. The peculiarity of towers with monsters is that they themselves collapse after defeating the last boss. Victor's tower was no exception. When the dust of the destroyed tower finally settled, people began to examine the ruins in order to find everything that had survived. Imagine their surprise when they pulled out a naked guy from under the rubble. The unknown white-haired hero blew up the boss of the Abyss Tower, Victor, so he thought. But Victor turned out to be intact. With one jerk, he tore out the hero's heart, receiving for this the opportunity to become human. It was Victor who turned out to be that strange, completely naked young man. It's incomprehensible to the mind. He himself was delighted with what was happening. He realized that now he would not be bored, because in that very phone he saw so many interesting things that exist in the human world. Previously, the situation of the heroes. Hunters wanted to leave the best. No one needed them. Their value increased 100-fold when people realized that if the towers were not cleared for a very long time, then monsters began to emerge from them and wreak death and destruction. Each tower had both regular bosses and the final boss, whose killing destroyed the tower forever, which meant that the issue of security was forever resolved. Our new Victor answered everyone that it was he who killed the last boss, but everyone considered him an imposter. Let's be transported to a mine, deep, dark, and in some places even very scary. Quite a lot of people worked here, from young to old, but the family had to be fed. Before starting work, each newcomer was explained the safety precautions, otherwise there is no other way here. It's impossible to live here without heroes either. You never know what kind of monsters are still left, and discipline must be maintained. As for the situation, everything is calm so far. Friendly conversations about their own things, work. Only our Victor felt somewhat uneasy surrounded by people. He could not come to terms with the idea that just recently all he had done was kill them, one by one. The time has come to distribute salaries as befits tradition. They were given out in envelopes, and only Victor was not given his salary, taking it under the pretext that he himself knew where all his money was going. Everyone was very interested in where he transfers all his salary. One guy even decided to ask about it directly, for which he immediately received a scolding from his colleague, reminding him that when Mr. Jewel, as he introduced himself, wanted to tell everyone, he would do so. And all his money went to one charlatan, thanks to whom he was able to get a job. She forced him, as payment for treatment. This woman was domineering by nature, and in the literal sense of the word, she pressed people into the ground out of despair. But this is all just lyrics. The only problem is that the work will not do itself. There were also people who always bullied Victor. They always didn't like something about him. They threw stones at him for some time, to which he did not react at all. But at one point he couldn't stand it and decided to fight back against his offenders, thereby putting them in their place. Those who simply wanted to wave with him began to appear. Each time Victor emerged victorious, after which everyone wanted to be friends with him. Thus he was able to gather a gang of outcasts with himself at the head. As mentioned earlier, there could be monsters in the mine. One of them attacked the workers. At that very second he was annihilated on the spot. These were the same hunters who guarded the defenseless miners. They helped the worker get to his feet, double-checked that no one was hurt and everyone was alive. Our main character was lost in thought that he did not want to become such a pitiful person, but like the hero who almost defeated him. One guy distracted Victor by openly declaring that he was much stronger than the hunters. Others supported this idea, because hunters are stronger only because they have awakened some kind of powers. Another cheeky guy said that hunters live well. There is enough money from the sale of trophies. Victor was asked what his dreams were. They did not receive an answer from him. Victor simply called them humorous. Everyone took it as a competition and began to try their best to cheer up our hero. Victor was able to impress everyone by making a pompous speech about how he had a real name, but now he doesn't use it. Suddenly, the whole environment around became copper red. It was an explosion, a real one, something unimaginable and unexpected here. Our hero was sad again. His toys, people to whom he had just begun to get used to, began to break again. The newcomer who came to work turned out to be an imposter with dark intentions. To say that the heroes were stunned is to say nothing. Even I did not expect such a plot twist. One of them, a guy, was immediately unlucky. He was seriously hurt. The girl immediately attacked the offender, because when her loved ones suffer, she cannot help but fight for them. The only problem was that real swordsmen, heroes should never put their feelings into a blow, because this way they become less attentive. Due to excessive feelings, the swordswoman lost control, which is unacceptable, and therefore they managed to catch her and tie her up. In response to all her pleas for mercy, the evil tongues of the bandits did nothing but laugh. Now our Victor comes onto the scene. He can't stand it anymore. Every step he took was filled with confidence in his actions and strength. Victor cut down his opponents one by one, sparing no one, cutting them down with his own weapon. The leader of the bandits nervously smoked on the sidelines, thinking about what could be done with this annoying man. The main characters were not going to give up. With his very appearance, he caused panic among the looters. The leader decided to raise morale by reminding his gang that he was only a man, which means it would not be difficult to kill him. The bandits decided to act in their classic immoral style. They all attacked at once. Victor blew the brains out of one of them, in the literal sense of the word. He intercepted the hand of another attacker an instant before touching the intended target. With another deft movement, he cut off his head, harshly, but he could not do otherwise. A second later, the leader decided to show himself in all his glory, getting into a fight with the guy who killed his entire gang. The leader's sword turned out to be no ordinary one. It turned into a sword made of scales connected to each other by a strong thread. Victor, of course, was strong, but even he could not dodge all the blows. Our hero discovered interesting abilities. For example, he can take someone else's weapon without losing strength. Others cannot do this. And also when he bleeds, he receives an increase in his abilities by 15%. This helped him carry out a counterattack. This blow reached its target, but the next one was already blocked. Victor's speed and coordination were at a high level, quite enough to deal with all of them. Victor began to chop down the bandit, taking away limbs for each one they killed from his toys. The marauder begged for mercy, but as expected, it did not help him. Victor cut off his last leg in honor of the red-haired guy who asked about his dream. The last control blow was because he angered Victor. The last thoughts before the death of this robber were about Victor's strength. He could not understand who he had run into. Already a moment before the fatal blow, death is already knocking on the door. The leader even began to laugh nervously. Due to Victor being injured, he activated the dash perk, which in turn activated bloodlust. Of the survivors, only the swordswoman remained, with whom the bandits did not have time to do anything. Victor was ready to kill her. The voices in his head told him that he was created to kill people. The voices repeated this over and over and over again. Killing was the only thing our hero thought about. Fortunately, at that moment, unknown people came in search of survivors, and it was them that Victor switched to. Because 2 carcasses of meat are better than 1. Only something inexplicable stopped him. Something told him that his life was so difficult to save, so it couldn't let him die like that. To the surprise of everyone, Victor simply passed out. He was pierced through by the same swordsman who nearly killed him in the tower. It was just a nightmare, a very realistic nightmare. Victor woke up not in a mine, but in some strange place. It was very light here. This room turned out to be an interrogation room. An unknown person behind dark glass began to tell him about his imposter, and that they were aware that he had neither a past nor documents. He also does not have hunter registration, and in strength he surpasses many of them. Victor did not like this. An unknown smiling man with glasses entered the main character's room. This dork looked like the same hero from the tower, after whose death his life was divided into before and after. Victor attacked him, apparently hoping to tear him apart and torture him. However, the unknown turned out to be stronger and more cunning than him. He told Victor that they were working for an organization called Raj, a secret organization that searches for and catches criminal hunters. The bandit that Victor killed was wanted in connection with the sale of human organs. The operative thanked him for freeing them from work, but now 5 murders with particular cruelty hang on Victor. He also realized that Victor was not just a person, but a very experienced killer, which is strange, because he is not listed anywhere and is not a member of any guilds. Apparently, they will now liquidate Victor, since he is very dangerous to society. Now we are transported to the central office of the Hunters Administration. At the moment, it was a normal workday, a simple work atmosphere. For example, a newcomer receives his hunter's license. This still green hunter turned out to be our Victor. As it turned out, that man decided to make Victor his toy, so that he would help him in his work, and he was forbidden to kill him. Victor came to register his status as a hunter. They asked him for documents that he never had. He is a former monster. This issue was thought out. They would make fake documents for Victor and tweak the database here and there. Also, all hunters have pseudonyms. Victor was no exception. To spite everyone, he decided to stand out and take his real name, by which he was known as the main boss of the tower. Victor, he wanted to become so strong that people would tremble from his name alone. Fast forward to the future, Victor is fighting huge, overgrown wolf monsters. One of them mutates into something more serious and powerful, hoping to kill the insolent one. Suddenly, Victor raises his hand, shouting loudly for the monster to stop. But he, on the other hand, was somewhat surprised and put into a stupor. The main character raises his hand up, asking his demonic power to come out. He fails, after which the monster attacks the unarmed hero. But Victor is not one of the ordinary people, or rather, he is not even one. He incapacitated the monster with just his fist. Our hero began to realize that only part of his former strength had returned to him. The fact is that there in the mine he completed a hidden quest. Namely, he felt a desire to avenge another person, and as a reward for completion, he received the power that he himself desired. The only problem is that then he wanted the power to defeat those marauders, no more, no less. Victor decided that he would strive for strength, which means that every day he would become stronger and stronger. Our hero's boss was not very happy about Victor taking the pseudonym of the creepy monster from the tower. This attracts unnecessary attention. He, as expected, could not answer this. But bad luck. The investigation into the Tower of the Abyss has been completed. Now everyone will know that Victor is just an imposter. In fact, the last boss was killed by the hunter Steve. But unfortunately, he himself died. Then Victor is sent on his first official mission, to the island of Park, where he saw the sea in person for the first time. He ran towards it headlong because it was real, wet. Such a monster had never happened in his life. Hercules is the name of the partner assigned to Victor. He did not trust him, because he was behaving somehow suspiciously. In response to his distrust, the boss only replied that for such work they need an employee who is quite immoral and ruthless. Victor is perfect for him. Our hero noticed a couple who were communicating very nicely with each other. Victor was surprised that the guy had blue eyes. He had never seen such toys before. Hercules immediately took him away from the people, reminding him that he should not attract unnecessary attention and should not disgrace his country at all. Let's fast forward to the headquarters, where hunters receive career guidance, bureaucracy. We can't do without it now. Victor questions Hercules about why you can't just kill monsters, to which he replies about the rule of old-fashioned conservatives who don't want to change the rules. Hercules hands over Victor's new documents and also gives him his personal smartphone. According to official papers, his name is now Alex Gordon, but for us he will forever remain the boss of the Abyss Tower, Victor. Hercules sent Victor to headquarters, saying that he himself would figure out what to do next. All the newcomers, including our hero, were seated in the audience, where the leader of their career guidance began to give a lecture. The Earth turned out to be round, because the leader turned out to be the same annoying guy who tied Victor up. He introduced himself as Friedrich Nelson. There was simply a lot of food here and something for every taste. Victor really liked it. Our hero began to question Friedrich about why he was here if he worked in the Horn. Friedrich replied that he was working undercover, In ordinary life, he was a manager working with hunters. Victor was not impressed by his duplicity. Next, the manager drew our hero's attention to the fact that people have been whispering about him for a long time. Everyone knows him as an imposter, and even one who dared to take such a nickname. The main manager was called. Apparently there is work for him. Since Victor was left alone, he couldn't think of anything better than going out to eat. Friedrich was questioned about the new unit of hunters, to which he replied about the normality of the new group. Everyone at the table complains that the imposter will get them into trouble. The manager reassures them, because everything is solvable and Victor can get a good percentage. Suddenly, A-rank hunters, damn strong guys, came to the headquarters. Today they appeared here to undergo retraining. At this time, Victor wanted to enjoy the food that he had previously only seen through a smartphone. Bliss was almost in his hands. As soon as he decided to touch the beauty, his meal was interrupted by drinking a glass of water. The water was poured on him by none other than Leon, a rank hunter, and it will come back to haunt him. His colleague was a little taken aback by this action. He apologized to Victor for his friend's behavior, but after all, the true boss of the Abyss Tower killed many of their comrades. It's no wonder that he would be treated like this. Our hero did not tolerate such an attitude towards himself, taking revenge on the offender by throwing a portion of food on his head. Everyone was shocked by this act. The manager experienced this worst of all because Victor is under his wing, which means he will get it too. Leon began to threaten Victor, saying that he was lashing out, and it seemed that his face had not been cleaned for a long time. Our hero calmly began to explain that because he was called that way, the monster would not be resurrected. It was just a nickname. Victor asks that if they are so worried about the deaths of their comrades, then why didn't they go to that tower themselves? Next, he shares his guesses that they are simply weak in reality, so they simply sat at home. Leon did not like all this, and therefore he preferred to resolve the issue by force. A moment before the blow, Victor had only two questions in his head, namely to defend himself or to dodge. His thoughts, as well as Leon's blow, were stopped by someone strong enough to do so. The fight was stopped by the younger brother of Rain, the same hunter who almost killed Victor. His name was Griffin. He is the youngest A-rank hunter. Leon was angry that Victor would not be able to get what he deserved here, since fighting was prohibited at headquarters. Friedrich got involved here. After all, Victor is precisely his problem. He tried to calm everyone down, saying there was no need to start fights here. People were watching and there was no need to attract attention to himself at all. He apologized for Victor. Then the training of new hunters began. The introductory program on the topic of the system will be led by Julia Ocean. Then boring explanations of everything and everyone began. Victor did not like it. Victor recalls that after this incident, Friedrich told him to hit him, since it was he who hired him, and he was to blame for everything. Victor agreed, but Friedrich made it clear to him that this would not give anything. He needed to become stronger so that no one would dare treat him like that. At the moment, he is 100 times weaker than any A-rank hunter. The manager also showed that the investigation was completed, and Victor was officially recognized as an imposter since he did not clear the Abyss Tower. Victor began to notice sidelong glances from the workers. Apparently, they also learned about the end of the investigation. But no one dared to tell him directly that he was an imposter, and that's understandable. Victor found out that there was a special arena where sparring could be done calmly, and most importantly, legally. The battle had already taken place here, or rather it was already ending, since one of the participants was already on his shoulder. Leon turned out to be the winner, which is not surprising because compared to his opponent, he weighs twice as much. The judge said that this was already the 9th victory in a row. For a beautiful figure, the 10th poor fellow is needed. Leon offered to fight Griffin, to which he agreed. There was only one rule of the fight. You need to rip off the blue bandage from your opponent's hand. All skills are prohibited. Newbies, especially girls, are simply delighted with Griffin's appearance and strength. Griffin, it turns out, is a very fast and agile opponent. It is his speed and agility that allows him to defeat Leon with lightning speed. It was announced to everyone that Griffin was the winner. Leon's streak of victories stopped at 9. But the blonde one did not dare to stop there. He wanted to arrange a new fight. His gaze fell on Victor, who was an imposter in the eyes of others. Even though Victor is only a newbie, the manager thought it was a great idea. He argued this by saying that this way you can show the difference between beginners and professionals, so everyone will have something to pick up and learn. In one easy movement, Griffin grabs Victor's arm and knocks him over with all his might. The next blow hits the block, not without pain, of course. However, Victor began to like the fight. He became interested in swinging with a strong one. But to the surprise of everyone, Griffin decided to stop the fight, since he saw no point in continuing. Only Victor's inner monster did not agree with such matters and attacked Griffin. But the white-haired man immediately launched a counterattack, sending Victor flying. The force of the impact was so great that our hero flew outside the headquarters through the window. He landed in the pool in the next building. Everything would have been fine, but Victor doesn't know how to swim. A girl with golden hair followed him to save him. Only she apparently forgot that saving drowning people is the job of the drowning people themselves. Victor began to drag her to the bottom, trying to escape. Victor woke up, regaining consciousness. He began to try to analyze the situation. That girl lay unconscious next to him. What was surprising was that she was a foreigner. His attention was caught by two girls who were not very pleased with his appearance. There was another woman here. She turned out to be a representative of the Ark Guild, the huntress Echidna. Friedrich had already arrived and began asking about the wounded and injured, and at that time some girl was collecting something in the pool. She collected the golden strands of hair that Victor had torn out in the water for his savior. They immediately blamed our hero for all the troubles. It turned out that this is not just hair, but titanic work, and in general it will not cost them cheap. The manager immediately began to apologize for the inconvenience caused and began to negotiate the price of resolving the conflict. Echidna immediately billed Victor for $12,000. Then she began to threaten Victor that if he did not compensate the entire amount, then he would not be able to further develop as a hunter. She also gave me the opportunity to pay in installments. After working with my body, Victor experienced the effect of déjà vu. Here he turned on all his thinking skills, shifting the blame from himself to Friedrich, because it was he who could not prevent the consequences of the fight with Griffin. He was also here, and he also came under attack. It was he who launched Victor into flight. Victor confirmed this point of view, however. Echidna wanted to receive compensation. She is very obsessed with money. This is where the manager steps in, offering them exclusive rights to the tower. Apparently, no one expected such a proposal. This right allows the guild to have a monopoly over one of the towers, endlessly receiving resources from it. The tower collapses only when the main boss is killed. And also everyone who is not a member of the guild must give back part of the resources received in the tower and in no case can kill the boss. The manager offered them this right for a year. The tower had not been cleared for 6 months, which means there are a lot of resources there. Echidna liked the proposal, but she took time to think. After consulting with her family, she nevertheless agrees with the proposed proposal. The manager was happy, because this immediately removed the problem of cleaning the tower and resolved the conflict. When Goldilocks finally woke up, all matters had already been decided. Before the girls left, that beauty with golden hair winked at Victor. The manager, as usual, continued to apologize to the ladies. Victor was surprised by the fact that hunters can be obsessed with money. There are all sorts of hunters. At that moment, Griffin pulled out the blue bandage from our hero's hand, which was still on his arm. Griffin was surprised that he tore off his bandage so easily. Victor didn't even notice him. Although at the headquarters, he somehow tore off his bandage before leaving for the flight. Our hero told him that he was simply too sweeping in his movements, so he was able to rip off the bandage. Griffin says that only a hunter with extensive combat experience could notice such a small detail, which means Victor is hiding something. Then our hero began to ask why Griffin chose him for sparring. He replied that he just wanted to vent his anger. But Victor did not agree with his words. For some reason, he thought that Griffin was taking out his anger on him, since a monster with that name killed his brother, and it was he who wanted to do this, and not the boss. It is not surprising that these words surprised the white-haired man because it sounds very wild. However, Griffin also decided to ask a question that haunts him. He felt from Victor the aura of a monster, which can be felt either in a dungeon or in a tower. A person cannot admit it. Here they are, unresolved issues for two, a confrontation between hidden skeletons in the closet. Victor was amused by the words that he was a monster under the mask of a man. He liked such an interesting toy in the face of a white-haired man. Then he indirectly admitted that he really is a monster, looking at the reaction of Griffin, who, in theory, should immediately finish off the monster, but is not going to do this. This is how a relationship began, tied to death. In the end, only one of them should remain alive. Victor hopes that Griffin will become stronger by that day, otherwise he will die by his hand. Let's fast forward to the next day, somewhere in a busy area. Here, Friedrich prepared a surprise for Victor. A house as a reward for successfully completing the orientation training. The house, to be honest, did not look so. Here and there were cracks of various sizes on the walls. The manager expected angry comments in his direction about the home. He was ready for them. But to his surprise, Victor was happy with everything. He didn't consider all these problems with the house to be significant, which means he could live. Friedrich asked our hero if he had managed to do something weird during this period of time. The answer was negative. However, Victor could not shake the feeling that someone was watching him, but he could not find the observer. After inspecting the house, Friedrich told our hero about his new task, to infiltrate a group of newcomers and expose his mentor. For some reason, his charges often disappear forever, and this is very strange. Victor realized that his task was to find dirt on this mentor as well as find out who he was working for and catch him. Friedrich brought him back to Earth from heaven because Victor B is of the same rank as the mentor, and the mentor's employer, accordingly, is of an even higher rank and is definitely too tough for our hero. The mentor introduced himself as Quartz said that he was also a hunter, but at the request of his wife, he became a mentor for a stable life and salary. Victor was haunted by the fact that he was a hunter who would hunt another hunter. Friedrich explained to him that his task is to collect information, so he will learn new things, and he also needs to get close to Quartz so that he will somehow give himself away. Victor understood the task, but he didn't know how to get closer to him. Being a monster, he had never done this. Then the whole group was brought to the D rank gate to practice, but everyone in the group only received an F rank. This surprised everyone somewhat, because this was a higher rank for them, and in general, as if it was not according to the rules. However, Victor reminded everyone that this point was explained in class, and this is completely legal. Our hero will use only fists as weapons. The whole group apparently did not like Victor. They know that he is an imposter, and also an arrogant one, since he walks with his bare hands. He had already seen these people. They were one of those who discussed him behind his back. After passing through the portal, everyone began to chop and kill monsters, which is what they came here for. The guy almost got stabbed in the back as he swung his sword left and right. This is exactly what Quartz noticed, in his opinion, that muscular guy lacks agility. The robber, as he noticed, lacks endurance and perseverance, because daggers cannot kill monsters with one blow. The magician lacks accuracy, and of course he does not lack the power of spells. The mentor understands that everyone is missing something, but Victor has nothing to add. He skillfully dodged enemy attacks. He didn't even need to block. He defeated monsters by cunning. He exposed other monsters to their attacks. He also masterfully used his legs as a destructive force, but with his own hands he did not disdain to press the monster's muzzle into the floor. Quartz considers him persistent. That's what he calls especially gifted hunters. Victor, in his opinion, is good at everything. The rest are also great, but they are really exhausted. Sweat is dripping from everyone's forehead. Victor alone found it too easy and simple, and therefore boring. The guys decided to clear the dungeon completely. To do this, they need to call the boss of the dungeon. And there are two ways to do this. For the first, you need to kill all the monsters. For the second, you need to pile up a lot of corpses so that the boss of the dungeon comes to the smell of blood, and that's exactly what the hunters did. Suddenly, the ground began to shake underfoot, and pebbles of various sizes began to fall from the walls. A monster burst out of the ground, the size of which greatly frightened the three heroes. Newcomers. This huge monster turned out to be the boss of this dungeon, a giant deathworm. Victor, without hesitation, kicked the hero, the swordsman, which in this situation is strange. He did this in order to take away his weapon. You can't go after such a worm with your bare hands. The mentor tried to stop him, because even a child knows that it is impossible to use the weapon of another hunter. Because of this, the strength is multiplied by 0. But it was not to be. Victor was already preparing to strike the monster, and his strength did not decrease due to the skill of the weapon master. With just one blow, he almost cut the boss in half. He hit so hard. His teammates were surprised by his talents, to say the least. Quartz was in even more shock than his wards, because Victor was ahead of them. The mentor could not believe his eyes. An ordinary beginner destroyed the boss with one blow. It was incomprehensible to the mind. Apparently, our hero has a fan for the first time, and what a fan. Quartz is delighted with Victor's success. People like him are very rare to meet. That is why the decision on him has already been decided. He can't teach Victor anything new, so he no longer needs a mentor. Victor needed to get closer to Quartz and not move away from him. Friedrich would definitely not be happy. Quartz divided the crystals that were obtained when clearing the dungeon among all hunters. They can be exchanged for money in the department. Victor needs to get closer to his mentor, so he began to make excuses in every possible way that he was not yet ready to go on a free voyage. He still needed to be taught, and so on. Quartz said goodbye to our hero because he had nothing more to teach him. So Victor was left alone. He failed miserably in his mission to get closer to Quartz. However, the lessons were not in vain. Now he has his own devoted fan. Friedrich knew that the task would be a failure. It was not worth giving such a difficult task for a beginner, so he gave another one. He needed to deal with a hunter of not such a high level. His rank was C. Victor had to choose the punishment himself. He acted as all branches of government. There is a very interesting way of getting rid of corpses. You need to put the body in a dungeon and then clear it, because after that they are automatically destroyed, which is what our hero did. Now you can relax, but Victor was haunted by the fact that he could not outsmart that guy and find out what crime he had committed. Quartz, as usual, is working. This time he and the guys will be clearing out a Class D dungeon. This is exactly what Victor saw. He decided not to abandon his task, but still complete it. According to the principles of hunting, first you need to get to know your prey, its habits, and customs. Therefore, our hero followed the quartz in order to find out all its ins and outs, but he was unable to find out anything unusual. The situation was aggravated by the fact that ours has long had a craving for blood. All he can think about is how to cut off Quartz's arm or leg. Suddenly something happened. The target of the observation took off somewhere and ran as fast as he could. He ran to his wife, Juno. She forgot to take her phone before going to the store. Quartz is very worried about her. The mentor loves his wife very much, just like the most exemplary husband. At least that's what it seems at first glance. After a couple of minutes of hugging, they walked along the path to the house, while chatting about something else. Finally, Victor managed to find a pressure point on his target, the prey almost in the mouth of the beast. Fast forward to Hercules. By this time he was just finishing his task. All that remained was to get rid of the corpses. Suddenly he received a message from Victor asking him how to arrange an accident. Let's go back to Quartz. Something happened in his life, namely with Juno, an accident. Before our eyes, Juno bandages Victor. There is not a scratch on her. Our hero pretended to be surprised by the arrival of Quartz. For everyone, Victor was not familiar with the life of his mentor. He turned out to be a good actor. It turns out that Juno was almost run over by a car. Victor saved her, but he himself was slightly scratched. He refused the hospital, so the rescued woman had no choice but to invite him home to patch her up. Victor decided to look around, reach for the family photo of Quartz and Juno, but the owner stopped his hand. He shouldn't touch other people's things. Quartz decided to ask Victor about the details of the incident, but their conversation was interrupted by Juno, inviting everyone to the table. Our hero liked the offer. He devoured the food like his iPhone was running out of juice in the cold. Suddenly, Victor turned his attention to Juno. Something haunted her gaze. She moved away from the table to bring more side dish, but Victor couldn't help but think about his observations. His gaze was very aloof and empty. Quartz distracted him from his thoughts with his questions about how his work was going. In the middle of their conversation, there was the sound of a plate kissing the floor tenderly and passionately. Juno broke one large plate. Quartz immediately asked if she was hurt. Fortunately, there were no injuries. Victor, immediately after the incident, began his speech about how the mentor was a very, very caring husband. He also said that Quartz had already lost his wife. How he was able to understand this remains a mystery. He got off topic by talking about the fake car that didn't hit them. However, our hero has already understood a lot about Quartz's wife. She is not an ordinary girl. She has been dead for a long time, both in body and soul. What makes her move like a living thing is unknown. Quartz and Juno have always been together, inseparable. Since childhood, they knew that they would be together. At school, they did not move further than a meter from each other, fending off possible suitors from themselves. No one even doubted that they would eventually get married. They breathed each other so much. Quartz loved her so much that he chose a quiet and safe job instead of being a hunter. Victor also heard that working as a mentor is not as easy as it might seem. Not everyone can do it. Quartz even then gave Juno a teleportation device so that in a moment of danger she would teleport to a safe place. Let's fast forward to the past, when the so-called shaking of the gates passed, the moment when monsters entered the human world. Juno remembered the teleportation device and was ready to use it. According to her, she still used it, but whether that was actually the case is not certain. In fact, she saw another girl being chased by a monster and decided to help her. But, unfortunately, Juno was unlucky. She tripped over a pebble and hit the asphalt hard. When she fell, almost all her things fell out of her purse, and among the trinkets that flew out was a teleporter. Another girl immediately snatched it, and saying that she also wanted to live, she used it without remorse. So she committed betrayal, because the girl just wanted to help her, and she responded to this help by leaving her to certain death, stealing the last ray of hope. So, poor and unfortunate Juno was left alone with a terrible monster, unfortunately. This is the end for her. Quartz apparently remembered what really happened. In order to move away from sad thoughts, he began searching for the car. He found out that the car was rented, found out the address where the driver lived, and headed there. He walked into a very empty apartment and was surprised by what he saw there. Opposite him at the window, Juno stood completely detached, expressing no emotion. Victor was right there. He figured that Quartz would want to find the driver who almost hit his wife, so this was a great way to lure him out. He doesn't know exactly what crime his mentor committed. He couldn't find any clue. But at the same time, he knows for sure what Quartz received in return. A dead wife, who somehow continued to look like a living one. She became so stupid and helpless when she realized she was dead. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, Victor threw her over the window with one wave of his hand, sending her down to the ground. Victor, in response to Quartz's cries, simply asked him that it was impossible to simply resurrect her again, as he had done once. The mentor was not ready to endure all this, so he decided to fight, defending the honor of his already definitely dead wife. Victor was not against it. He himself was thirsty for battle, so they fought in a life-and-death battle. He skillfully dodged and blocked blows. He had not spent any energy on attacks yet, preparing to counterattack in time. Suddenly, we are transported to the moment when Quartz discovered that his beloved was dead, to the past. He realized that someone had taken away her teleport. Since she was here, he decided to destroy the one who did it and committed the murder. Quartz believed that they should be together all their lives, even despite death, to the evil of everyone and everything, for love should live forever. But he made a very big mistake. The mentor became lost in thought during the battle, for which he was immediately punished with a serious blow. Victor immediately told him about his mistake. He was very dissatisfied that the battle did not justify itself, so he will not limit himself to one severed hand. Quartz didn't want to report to him, he just wanted to be with his beloved. Victor didn't really like the fact that he was justifying his actions. Such things were completely unsuitable for him. He doesn't know what exactly Quartz did. He just needs to carry out the punishment. He couldn't care less about the rest. His task is as simple as to kill the troublemaker. Victor was distracted by a message that there was a monster nearby and needed to be destroyed. Quartz received the same message. This monster turned out to be the mutated Juno. She turned into something heterogeneous and damn terrible looking. The monster was very hungry as he kept repeating this. Victor immediately began to chop him down, because conversations with monsters should be short. But there were some wounds, so the berserker skill was activated, increasing strength. Victor no longer saw Juno as a person, because only the remnants of a monster remained in her. And hunters need to kill all monsters, which is exactly what he was doing now. Our hero did not understand what terrible magic Quartz used to resurrect his wife. But she is no longer she, so Juno must be eliminated as a monster. Victor fought very, very fiercely. He cannot lose to some kind of monster. He became very angry, so much so that he cut off Juno's head. However, the monster was not ready to give up. He had to trample him into the ground with the sole of his boots. A simple earthly truth, namely that everything has its price. Victor, due to his berserker skill, needs to quench his thirst for blood. Only Quartz was alive, so our hero, as planned, was preparing to kill him. Only he fell a moment before the impact. The system window reported danger and blocked Victor's movements. Just a little more, and the human shell would have collapsed due to excessive use of skills. Quartz decided to take the situation into his remaining hand and deal with Victor. He needed to kill the source of all his problems, because if not for him, then all this would not have happened. Quartz would have lived peacefully with his beloved. Only now, Friedrich, who appeared out of nowhere, stopped him, knocking out the weapon with his foot. Cool, I don't argue. With the same foot, he sent Quartz flying. Doubly cool. The manager said there was now enough evidence that the mentor committed crimes. It turned out, of course, somewhat chaotic, but Victor managed it. Friedrich will do the rest. The main character realized that if he were stronger, he would have killed Quartz long ago. Friedrich realized that Victor could not move due to the fact that he was exhausted in the battle, and he kept muttering about his severed hand. A few hours later, the manager discusses this with Hercules, but he simply gave Victor a sedative and sent him off in an ambulance. What was surprising was that hunters nearby received a system notification about the monster. Something like this had never happened before. Friedrich tried to ask Quartz about the magic that resurrects the dead, but he remained silent. And when asked about who was behind all this, he also received only silence. He goes on to say that the mentor's wards, novice hunters, often went missing. He believes that Quartz exchanged information about his wards for the likeness of Juno's life. Hercules noticed that the brakes suddenly failed, and the car became uncontrollable. Suddenly, Quartz began to become covered with a black, incomprehensible mess. It was strange. It turned out to be the same monster that crawled out of Juno's body. Due to a brake failure, an accident nevertheless occurred, and the car overturned. Monster Quartz turned into a red cat and simply ran away from the incident. Victor woke up but could not breathe freely. Something prevented him from doing so. On it lay a huge cat, white as morning snow. Victor still knew little about this world. This was the second cat he had met in his life. The earth is round. Direct evidence of this is that Victor's doctor turned out to be the same charlatan, because of whom he had to plow in the mine. From her large and deep eyes, one could understand that she was glad to see our hero. Our hero suddenly remembered something not very pleasant, namely the moment when this extortionist literally pressed him to the floor with a demand to pay tribute. Victor, after 30 seconds of being in a state of shock, screamed like a bear in the forest. The charlatan, apparently frightened of reprisals against herself, jumped away along with the cat Sasha. It turns out that the place where Victor was put, namely hospital number 302, completely belongs to this girl. She noticed that Victor's body became stronger. She felt it, oddly enough, with her leg. Suddenly, the charlatan began to say that they were alone here. No one would hear them, and in general, no one would bother them here. Meanwhile, let's go to the reception desk, where Friedrich wanted to get permission to visit Victor, when suddenly he heard screams. The picture that he saw cannot be described otherwise in a few words. A whole poem needs to be written here. As it turned out, Friedrich and that doctor knew each other long before Victor appeared in their lives. The manager said that Quartz was dead, and specifically killed by whoever was behind it. After the accident, they saw only the remains of the mentor's body. He was gnawed by a monster similar to the one that crawled out of Juno. Victor was infuriated by the fact that he was not the one who killed him, so he asked to be given the opportunity to track down this wizard who was behind the murder of Quartz. Friedrich suggested that this unknown person could be a hunter of the highest rank. Victor was not yet ready to fight such a monster. The manager really didn't like the tone with which our hero spoke, so he grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him towards him. He repeated that this goal was still too tough for Victor until he went further than B rank. Our hero left with the maximum pathos that can be depicted. Only the fanfare is missing. He showed something before leaving, apparently the direction in which he went. Friedrich was saddened by the incident. But the charlatan, when asked about extorting money from Victor, turned on the fool. Friedrich immediately began calling the police. This is a fact of extortion, and even by the proper person. The doctor said that she had no choice. They brought him to her completely covered in blood, and they gave her the decision to live or die. She recognized him as a celebrity. The government wanted to make him a hero hunter, but their plan failed. Since it turned out to be unnecessary, it was simply thrown away in this condition as a consumable. Victor's condition was so dire that it was a miracle that he was breathing at all. To recover, the patient must have at least some strength to get out. But at that moment, a strange thing happened. A red system menu appeared in front of her, and not the blue one like all people, which threatened her with death if she did not cure Victor. Kim, that was the name of the charlatan, did everything possible to save our hero. But the threatening red menu haunted her, and in order to find out more about her ward, she decided to extort money from him. After this, there were some changes. Hercules now needs to not only keep an eye on Victor, but also protect him while he is on vacation to recover. Our hero had never seen the earrings, so he asked his security guard about them. However, I remembered that I had seen them once, so the question disappeared by itself. In order not to waste his rest time, Victor decided to fill his belly while there was time. He photographed all the food so that there would be a memory of this delicious event. Also on the street, he came to the conclusion that he needed to try all human entertainment. Our hero decided to start with baseball. It's a popular sport. It should be interesting. Then books got in his way. He especially liked Dostoevsky. Another point to mark in your entertainment diary was the cinema. Only it was not simple, but with actors to feel new sensations. Our hero liked this format, but it wasn't the actors that scared him. It was he who scared the actors. Next on the list was karaoke, human dances, and playing musical instruments. He listened to human singing, clear and soft, but no human entertainment satisfied him. As he thought about how hard it was to fall from a mighty monster to an ordinary person, a system menu appeared before his eyes, asking if he was sad. All this time, he felt like something was wrong with him. Our hero often felt that someone from the outside was watching him, arranging events to make him bored. Now he began to shout at the unknown god. In his opinion, he was only pretending that he wanted to help. This something at the moment wanted to break some code. A hacker, probably. At this time, Victor was already tired of the human skin. He was not interested in it. Then the unknown hacked the Earth's protocol, and unlike more than 1,000,000 attempts, this time it worked. Victor felt a strange feeling as if the color saturation slider had been turned down to minimum. All the people around him have become dim. The sound is muffled. Before his eyes, there appeared a group of people with eyes the color of blood. At their head, apparently, was this girl with a strange hairstyle and a fluffy dress. It turned out that she tried millions of times to put the power of a monster into a human body, but each time the object died. Victor, one chance in millions. The problem was that the monster's full strength was being torn apart by a weak human body. So the girl decided to take a different path, namely to limit it, which she did when our hero called her in the tower. Victor realized that the goddess was in front of him, so he immediately began asking questions about what tore him apart these millions of times. He was killed by powerful creatures, which he cannot defeat with his current strength. He must become stronger. The goddess said that he could become stronger if he follows his desires, and also rewrote his skills. Now they are stronger. Suddenly all life returned to normal. All people came to life. The sound returned to its previous level. Friedrich showed a small sample that he would like to give to Kim for research. It turned out to be a sample of the body of the monster that Victor killed. The analysis was completed, and our hero's indicators were also examined. His strength increased tenfold. The hunter's strength is expressed by a numerical indicator, as well as by rank, from F to ES. There are two main ways to increase numerical characteristics. The first of them is by killing monsters. The second is independent training, but there is a third, which no one knows about yet. But let's return to our trio, who were calmly discussing something. Friedrich greeted everyone, but he greeted our hero in a special way. Victor responded to Friedrich's greeting in an absolutely similar way, so to speak. The score was 1-1. Kim looked at these eccentrics with contempt. By God, they behave like kids in a sandbox. She decided to use her skill to identify Victor. As it turned out, his performance was above average. Victor treated the doctor the same as before, like a charlatan. Friedrich started a conversation that he, as a leader, knows a lot about all the hunters who are registered with the government. Victor realized that he was just a puppet in the hands of God, but at the same time he would also benefit, because he would be able to kill his killer. The lady cannot create or destroy anything. Her ability is limited to theft, which is how she stole Victor's body to make him human. Victor went to headquarters to receive an assignment because Friedrich does not yet know anything about Quartz's employer. But as soon as he finds out, he will definitely tell him. The problem is that according to his papers, he is rank F, so he cannot get a difficult task. Only one job was found, but for it, he pretended to be a member of the guild. The task turned out to be a labyrinth tower, to which the art guild had exclusive rights, but they decided from today onwards they decided to protect it. There will be a reward of 90% of everyone's earnings for everyone, but only members of the art guild will kill the boss. Our hero was already here. His fan was also there. He didn't like it. Also, the goddess had been pestering him all this time, so he angrily waved his hand, breaking the armor of the hunter behind him. The guy was shocked by everything that was happening around him. Victor had already accumulated quite a small bill, however. This did not particularly bother him. He was identified as a volunteer from the rank of F. The guy with the broken armor took advantage of this information, trying to hurt our hero. Victor did not become a patient. He immediately began to show his Leo, because no one dares to laugh at him. The guy still couldn't calm down, yelling that his armor was broken. It cost a lot of money, and other cries of the doomed. They tried to kick Victor out of here, but this event is for everyone, so they can't do that. Then we are told that the labyrinth tower consists of 3 doors, after clearing the rooms, behind which a passage to the boss will open. Each of the rooms has a very different approach to passing. Somewhere you need to kill all the monsters. Somewhere you need to first go through a puzzle. Tactical and logical thinking skills will come in handy here. And somewhere there is a room with traps that you will have to carefully bypass. Otherwise, you will blame yourself. People in the hall immediately began asking where they should go. They were told that the rooms were changed randomly. This happens every day. It's a labyrinth tower. Victor was surprised that everyone began to be called according to the list, while our hero was a member of the guild. Only the name was interesting, namely the Pig Saint. Victor was enrolled in it in advance. It's a fake guild with only 3 people. Kim liked the name. Friedrich doesn't answer the phone all day because he knows that Victor is somewhat unimpressed with this situation. Once again, the injured swordsman took advantage of the situation to play a joke. Victor was not happy with the state of affairs, but he was not going to give up. After the briefing, the first group entered a dark room. It was decided to use light magic as lighting. Everyone immediately guessed that this was a room of traps. Victor was told to just follow them and not stand out too much. No one wanted to save him later. It's like he needs a babysitter. By God, he's the former boss of the Abyss Tower. He doesn't care. Suddenly, one girl from the group ran forward, despite the fact that there were traps everywhere. With one movement, she activated the first trap, which is not surprising. There is no need to run like that. Bouncing off the resulting hole in the tiled floor, it hit the second one. She was barely hit by the resulting lightning, but you still need to walk in places carefully. She thought that a rank A Reaper was following her, but it was our hero. He was even able to overtake her, as if suddenly a Ford had overtaken a Ferrari. The fact is that he has the ability to see all the tactics of passing levels below legendary ones. This will help him survive. Having noticed the enemy, he decided to try this function because that is what it was created for. The man who had been shot down had a grimace of surprise. Not only was this rank F volunteer still alive, but he was also ahead of everyone else. Victor was able to clear an entire floor single-handedly. A normal group would have taken quite a long time to do this. The swordsman couldn't believe his eyes. He was ready to flow out through his gap and fall into the ground. After the 4th floor was cleared, the 5th also could not resist and gave up without much difficulty. That guy's nerves were getting thinner and thinner. A little more and his brain would get better. A flurry of arrows flew at Victor, just like in that song. And this time I would also like them to fly past him. Fortunately, his abilities save him from the fate of being pierced, suggesting the right path. He even catches one of the arrows with his hand. Skill, as they say, cannot be wasted. And then he launches it at a huge monster in armor. The arrow is already close. The distance from the eyes is now about 30 centimeters, no more. It is logical that she has become even closer. Here the risk of getting into the eye is maximum. The monster can become a Fury cosplayer. But not everything is so simple. The monster cuts the arrow in 2. His role in Marvel is now closed to him. Suddenly, someone ties the monster with chains, and he does it from behind, skillfully avoiding the giant's field of vision. It was Victor. His ability suggested that the monster's weak point was the neck. Our hero was preparing for the next attack, but the monster had not yet been destroyed. Victor will not leave until he finishes what he started. That's our hero. Some people liked this spectacle. Others had already gotten used to it. And some people certainly didn't like it because it's an enviable sin, so don't do it. Everyone began to catch up with Victor. Since he is too strong for F rank, he needs to periodically update information about himself, because he broke the armor made from the boss of the Sanctuary Tower. Another guy decided to calm everyone down, inviting the one who had been punched to show himself on the next floor. One of the girls became interested in the armor. It turns out that you can't buy such armor openly, so it's either a fake or an illegal purchase. Her piercing gaze exposes even the most complete liar. This girl is not a weakling in herself. She is not one of those who will sit in the rear, waiting for everything to be done for her. She is quite capable of dealing with a high-ranking monster alone. So they cleared floor after floor because the team is strong, their pants are full of determination, and Victor is still great. Half the floors with traps were literally just skimmed over. Fortunately, there were no fat hunters in the ranks. In this way, floors after floors passed. There were quite a few of them, but they did not pose any serious difficulties. 3 bottles a day to feel great. There are still a lot of floors, so you need to fully recharge your energy. The next floor was a little more interesting, so we will focus our attention on it. There was a monster swordsman riding a dragon here, an interesting case indeed. The pseudo-hero, aka the Broken One, finally decided to show himself in all his glory. But that was not the case. Victor is faster, stronger, more agile, more active, and in general, he is the son of his mother's friend compared to him. This was the penultimate 49th floor. Further on, the passage conditions changed somewhat. That girl suggested that due to the nature of this tower, the boss would have half the strength of the final boss. The battle would be interesting. Having rested a little, our winners went on to adventure in life. An exciting touch to the door, because behind it the unknown awaits them. Since the farce began, everyone was told that they could leave at any time, no one would hold them. Although the representative of the Ark Guild did not bear responsibility for the lives, she did not want to see the death of her comrades. Everyone will get the spoils, as was discussed before entering the tower. Everyone agreed to go. The decision was left only to the beaten aka Mr. Pagan and his henchman Saul. The assistant insisted on returning back, because further on it would be even more dangerous. However, Pagan could not lose to this vile Victor, so he also moved on. After the debate, everyone moved on. In the dark room, they again had to use magical light. Here everyone saw huge chess pieces. A sea of concrete went into them. Pagan suggested that these could be gargoyles, which should soon wake up. But then it dawned on him that this was chess after all, thank God. As soon as he uttered his words, a large hand moved the figure with such force that a gust of wind almost threw everyone away. This big something said that it was now the next player's turn. Saul said that his master is good at chess. This is his opportunity to show himself. Pagan couldn't come up with anything better than to stand where there are no figures. But he stood up incorrectly. A huge figure was already above his head. However, Saul rushed to him, saving his master, but unfortunately he paid for his life with his own. Everyone was in a state of shock. No one expected his death to be like this. The giant's words that it was your turn were addressed not to them, but to another giant. Now the heroes are flies on the battlefield. Now Victor likes that a real bloody tower has begun. There is blood on the chessboard. Otherwise, unfortunately, it's impossible in the towers. Here death is always breathing in your back. Pagan could not understand that Saul was gone forever and would never be returned. And again, moments before death, he is rescued again. Fortunately, this time without casualties. It becomes more difficult to dodge, because the speed of movement of the figures increases. Here's the bad luck. There is a figure above the girl. She will soon be flattened. Fortunately, their team has a magician who has teleportation magic, thereby saving her. The tactics for clearing this room are simple in theory. You just need to survive until the 2 giants finish the game, after which you will need to grab the boss, and that's it. However, there is a much simpler one, and most importantly, with this method the probability of survival of the whole group increases many times over. You just need to destroy all the pieces before the end of the game, because you don't have to wait for destruction, but create it. As usual, Victor plays by his own rules, even in chess, and he naturally likes this, so he can have a lot of fun. Our hero's tactics instantly inspired the rest of the hunters, the law of the crowd. They also set about destroying the figures in a variety of ways. Figure after figure, turning into small fragments of their former sophistication, was destroyed. The young girl used her thin, but at the same time very strong threads for destruction, with the help of which she easily smashed the figures against each other. Victor used his hatchets on chains as weapons, and they coped with their task with a bang. Our hero fought violently, leaving no hope for the figures to remain intact. With just his feet, Victor turned stone figures into dust. There was already a little bit left on the board. They were so angry. Victor was waiting for the true boss of the level to appear, and he got it. Suddenly, giant roots began to emerge from the ground. They surrounded our hero, apparently preparing to close in at one point to catch their target. Only Victor is not a simpleton, so he easily dodged, including from the huge hand that almost flattened him. The first huge palm was followed by a second, but even then our hero was able to skillfully escape from the attack. Victor felt that the heart of these roots was outside the board. He found it and threw his axe on the chain. The monster was annoyed that some little man was disturbing his peace. There is a battle going on in the tower, but for now let's move to the Echidna's headquarters. They just wanted to interview her. The editor-in-chief said that only the most positive information will be published. Then Echidna received a call from the Shining one of the representatives of her guild. She contacted her to inform her that Victor was participating in clearing the tower, Echidna immediately remembered the same guy who just recently fell from the sky into her pool and made a lot of noise. The fact is that Victor has become much stronger than he was at the time of their last meeting. According to the Shining One, he now has plenty of power, and very soon he will be able to achieve great success. Its development in such a short period is unthinkable. It is even impossible. The power of his throws was like that of a monster, which is not surprising, because quite recently he was one. The monster blocks his blows, but everything has long been in vain. Last time, the goddess increased the characteristics of our hero. Now, instead of being violent, he has adrenaline, which increases his strength by 1/3. In addition to this, Victor activated the target skill, and increased his defense and attack even more. Echidna suddenly started saying that he couldn't see Valkyrie, the girl whose hair he had pulled out, and besides, it was very strange that a man of such strength couldn't swim. Victor decided to use the skill stolen from Raven. He decided to do this in the same way as the true owner of this power did. He gained enormous power, resembling a flame in its appearance. Our hero released a fiery flash that followed the chain straight to its target. Everything around was enveloped in blood-red fire, burning everything in its path. Everyone didn't even have anything to say. They honestly didn't expect this from him. Victor simply laughed, enjoying the realization of how strong he was. To the girl, his behavior reminded him of a small child who saw fire for the first time in his life. She was always surprised by battle fanatics. They seemed very, very strange to her. One of them, in her opinion, was our hero. But what's strange is that the swordsman could use magic. She didn't know anyone like him. Only Raven, the greatest young hunter, could use this. Suddenly, the floor began to shake under their feet. Everyone began to panic a little, which was not surprising in this situation. Suddenly, the hunters noticed the exit and immediately headed towards it, seconds counting. Peyton, aka the boy Mr. Broken Chest Armor, ran after them, but the floor under his foot began to crack due to the heavy weight of his shining armor. As a result, Peyton was unable to get out and fell into the abyss, still holding the only thing left of the salt, his hand. But their unity did not last long. In the end, he swayed slightly and accidentally dropped her into the abyss. Suddenly, Victor rushed after the man, using the chains as insurance so as not to fly after this loser. Our hero barely had time to grab him by the hand, and Peyton probably already thought that his song was over. At the same time, Victor was holding onto the chain, which he secured with his weapon, so it was not in vain that he did it. At the same time, the Shining One reported to Echidna that she was worried about Valkyrie, because she had not left the Labyrinth Tower for a long time. The Chimera knew that the Valkyrie was very strong, so it was surprising to her that she had not yet shown up. Let's return to the tower. Here Victor said that Peyton will not last in the next battle, because he has no desire to fight. Realizing his uselessness, Peyton unclenches his palm because he is no longer capable of anything. Suddenly, Victor began to feel how the air on this floor was changing, as if someone was moving or sneezing heavily. An object was heading towards him at a very high speed. It would have been enough to flatten our hero. It turned out to be Valkyrie. She saved Peyton at that second in which he let go of our hero's hand. There was no suicide. She said that Victor was a very bad person. He was ready to send a man to his death. She would remember this to him. Fast forward to another time and place, and now a reporter is asking the most cliché question you can ask a famous person. The question was about Valkyrie's ideal guy. The interviewee answers that the ideal guy for her is a sociable man. She begins to think about Victor, about how he looks, how he carries himself, how nicely he communicates. As it turned out, even then at their first meeting in the pool, she fell in love with him at first sight. She was able to easily get him out of the water alone. For a while, she just sat next to him and admired how beautiful he looked. After a while, her friends ran up to her in order to find out how she was feeling and generally find out what had happened. Then she was suddenly overcome by a sudden attack of anemia, which she had suffered from since childhood and could not get rid of it. According to her plan, she could fool Victor, but everything was ruined by Echidna's intervention and she really just fell asleep. She was distracted from her memories by saying that it was high time to move on in search of adventure. Valkyrie fell very much in love because she only thinks about Victor, but he in turn did not even recognize her. She is surprised that he did not remember her, but at the same time she liked it, in a word. Girls. The people around her, through the prism of her worldview, seemed especially impressive to her, because she had found such a wonderful groom. But then Valkyrie finally came to her senses and introduced herself in full, but did not tell her her date of birth and zodiac sign. Since the Art Guild will deal with the boss, everyone does not need to prepare for battle. But anything can happen, so everyone needs to be prepared to defend themselves. All groups were intact, except for the one where Sol died. After roll call, they began to open the gates. The doors looked damn heavy and cumbersome, but to the surprise of the opener, they turned out to be hollow inside, which means they are heavy only at first glance. A bright light began to leak through the open gates, and the whirlwind of air, which emanated, apparently due to the temperature difference, was capable of knocking over an unprepared person. It would seem that the usual passage of the floors of the tower and then clearing them is all ordinary, but the boss seemed somewhat unusual. In the dark corner of the opened room was the throne on which Commander Krarin sat. He asked in human language who would be his opponent for the next 3 seconds, during which he would become the winner. When the monster asked the guy and the girl, they trembled at the question like rabbits before slaughter. But when he asked Victor, he didn't bat an eyelid. The desire to kill was visible in his gaze. The monster decided to attack first, dividing the people into separate groups. Divide and conquer, as they say. A clot of dark energy was directed by the monster's sword towards our beautiful Victor. It was expected that our hero would stand up and parry this blow, but this time Valkyrie protected him. So she wanted to attract his attention so that he would finally fall for her. The monster noticed her ardor and speed, but he had not yet chosen an opponent. Valkyrie used her special skill to protect Vandis, the goddess of love. While the ability is active, allies receive a barrier from all types of damage. Valkyrie directly told the boss that he would fight with her first. The first stage of the ability is an increase in characteristics by 1/3 for 300 seconds. The monster accepted the challenge because he had nowhere to go. Valkyrie was very serious. Victor simply watched, because this girl is of the highest rank. The monster is definitely tough for her. She will quickly deal with it. Valkyrie was able to hit the monster with her mighty spear, killing it with one blow. It turned out to be too easy for her, which was strange for this monster because this is a boss, not an ordinary monster. However, the creature around itself began to emit a bright blue light, while lifting itself off the ground a couple of centimeters. Everyone was surprised by such unpleasant news because they did not expect that the boss would have something like a second phase. The boss could be a fake or just a bait before the main battle. Karen was apparently raised by his beloved, who could not understand why they could not be left alone. So the real boss appeared, without any secret transformations and the like. Magic circles appeared above the heroes, which did not bode well with their appearance. The situation became more and more tense with each passing second. The priestess suddenly ran somewhere past Victor. She did it with all her might, not sparing her legs. She was moving towards the portal, which was strange because everyone else was running away from them, hoping to avoid the boss's attack. In the end, she was teleported after she reached out with her hand to the magical blue mug. Exactly the same portal appeared above Victor, preparing to send our hero to hell. Valkyrie did not have time to save him, and he, like the priestess, disappeared, going to an unknown place. Let us now move into space to the priestess. She surprisingly did not die, but was even very much alive. She found herself in a strange place, reminiscent of something like a courtyard inside a castle. Having looked around better, the priestess discovered a passage further to some kind of temple. This is exactly what she expected, because the priestess spent a lot of money to find out about this place. Her delight was stopped by the fact that she completely accidentally stepped on Victor lying next to her. He was not hired to be a soft rug for women's feet, so he immediately told the priestess to get off him. Their fuss woke up Peyton, who was also there, apparently due to being in a portal. He didn't understand where he was, what he was doing here, or what was going on here. They ended up in the Labyrinth Temple, which can only be reached when the real boss appears. Victor suggested that the priestess had her own skeletons in her closet, which she was in no hurry to show to her comrades. But she didn't come here for treasures. She has a slightly different purpose for being here. The temple itself, its history, and everything that was depicted and engraved on it were of value. Here you can learn about monsters, their culture, how they lived and developed over many centuries. It seemed to Victor that all this information was useless and could not bring practical benefit. However, this did not bother the priestess at all, because archaeologists have always been and will be on their own special wavelength. Our hero believes that monsters have no culture, only one attitude: to kill a person. The priestess says that monsters simply protect their home from people, just as people protect their world from monsters. On one of the walls there was a story about the kingdom of Bellatrix, ruled by Queen Lysel. She possessed the most powerful spells that the world had ever seen, and she turned out to be the true boss of the Labyrinth Tower. The story goes on to say that word of the queen's power spread to the neighboring envious kingdoms, and they declared war. Because of this, the queen's elder brother Karen completely devoted himself to black magic in order to find the strength to protect his kingdom. The first magician of the kingdom gave his body to the spirit of the tree as payment for his powerful magic. Liesel could not look at the bloodshed. She only wanted a peaceful sky above her head. And then she created a fortress that was impossible to approach, a labyrinth tower. Peyton stopped the reading of the priestess with his screams. He still cannot recover from the loss of salt and therefore is slowly going crazy. She asked not to destroy anything here because no one can know all the consequences in advance. Our magnificent Victor watched this and was in bewilderment. All these games somewhat surprised him. Suddenly, everyone at once felt a change in the magical background in the temple. Someone or something was about to awaken.
It was Lae'zel. After her appearance, a new goal appeared for the survivors. They urgently need to destroy her.
The pierced man plunged into himself, thinking that since childhood everything had been his fault. So now it is because of him that the boss of the Labyrinth Tower is beginning to awaken at the moment. All this was somewhat unexpected. Everyone planned to deal with it a little later. Victor began to feel Priestess starting to panic a little more than he and Peyton combined. She planned to escape as soon as she finished exploring the temple, but apparently that was not fate. She cannot use the teleporter due to being in the Maze Tower boss room. Liesl began to slowly prepare her magic circles in order to use them to destroy the troublemakers in her temple. Victor considered the boss limited. He just broke a wall. And there was so much pathos for this. He suddenly realized that no god or goddess would destroy with his own hands or in any way damage the temple that was erected in his honor. Victor began to talk about the pettiness of the gods, namely that they are such because they are bored and simply cannot do anything else. The goddess, the same one who breathed the soul of Victor, the boss of the Abyss Tower, into the human body, was a little surprised by his words, because it was, among other things, a stone thrown in her direction. Liesl, unexpectedly for everyone, began to cast some strange spell that she should not have had. Everything around was illuminated with a blue light. After the light came the heat of the flame. Everything around was engulfed by it, as if we were not in a tower but in hell. Fortunately, Victor was lucky. He wasn't even caught, which was surprising because the light was not small. But the girl in his arms was much less lucky. She was covered in blood and showed no signs of life at all. Suddenly, a man behind our hero asked if he regretted what had just happened. This memory reproduces what Victor regrets most in his life. He personally killed a person dear to him, but he did not want it, and in his opinion, he did not do it. An unknown girl in a sacred robe said that she understood poor Victor. She, too, had lost many loved ones through her own fault. She turned out to be Liesl. She told our hero that she could bring him back so that he could fix everything. Then Victor asked what would happen if he didn't want to change anything, in case he was already happy with everything. Liesl did not expect such a question. According to her plan, Victor should have wanted to go back in time in order to roll back time, and thereby put him in a time loop. After realizing that the reality around was not entirely real, the unreal reality around began to crack and collapse. The real world outside began to quickly break through the dome of artificiality and simulation. Victor immediately realized that it was an illusion. He shouldn't have been chosen as a target. Such snot doesn't touch him. And besides, these were not his memories. Because he was previously the boss of the Abyss Tower, he never regretted the people he killed. His body was stolen by the goddess, so these were the memories of the former owner. That is why this performance with the invocation of feelings of regret did not affect our hero. In addition, the proposal for Victor to start all over again is a very, very boring trick for him. He would never need a second chance to win a battle. Now the priestess suddenly appeared before our eyes, who, with all her might, was about to hit someone with cabbage soup. The victim of abuse turned out to be unfortunate Victor, who did nothing bad to this girl at all. So he was able to finally come to his senses and understand that the situation around him had changed a little. The girl had a strong will, since she was the first to wake up, but she could not wake up the broken one. Even using different potions of different levels brought absolutely no effect. However, she has not yet tried the forbidden technique, and I do not recommend that she use it at all. Male solidarity. Victor, despite all his disgust for Mr. Broken Breastplate, also thinks that this should not be done. The priestess asked Victor to hit the pierced man. Since he could not do this due to his own convictions, Victor naturally refused. The girl insisted that only one blow was needed, but our hero still insisted on a different method. Then the priestess decided to do everything with her own hands, but Victoria, the defender of male dignity, turned out to be stronger. Victor shared the idea that only a magician can remove the spell. All that remains is to wait until Peyton gets out himself. The girl is seriously worried that Peyton will no longer be able to come to his senses, since he has been in this state for a very long time. The expression on his face was somewhat frightened. His pupils were smaller, and traces of many slaps were visible on his face. Meanwhile, inside his consciousness, he felt himself in some kind of space that vaguely resembled space. Like him, this place was very empty. There was almost no light, only some kind of airiness and Peyton. Suddenly, behind the back of the only inhabitant of this wasteland, running people appeared, their appearance reminiscent of doctors in a clinic. Then Peyton began to hear voices, apparently from those doctors, saying that they were infinitely sorry that they could not save the mother. But the boy survived. The surviving boy was much weaker than his then-famous sisters. This constantly hurt him, so much so that he always hid somewhere in the attic, tucking his little knees. Saul, who was also the secretary, finally found him. He told the boy that his father had been waiting for him for a long time to talk about something. The boy, aka Peyton, considered himself absolutely useless and worthless, because he failed any tests that were given to him. The boy did not understand why his mother died because of such mediocrity as him, Saul reassured him that he would find something at which he was as good as his sisters. Fast forward a year, the boy grew up. Then he first learned about the great hunter Raven, his peer. It was at that moment when he realized that, in essence, he was no different from him. Peyton began to strive for strength in order to somehow show himself. Now we are returning with him to the moment when he found himself on the chessboard in the Labyrinth Tower. It was because of him that Secretary Soul died. Because he had to protect Peyton, even at the cost of his life. Peyton was literally strangling himself because everyone around him was dying. From the very beginning, he did not need to be born because everyone around him dies due to his fault. It was at this moment that a familiar figure appeared behind the boy in the face of Lizel. The queen began to say that they were alike because of her existence. All her subjects were killed. Then she began to offer her help. She could send him back so that he could correct his mistake. He will be able to be born again to correct all the mistakes he made during his worthless life. Peyton's real body was taken into some kind of protective sphere. A whirlwind appeared around him. Our heroes do not understand what is happening to him. Then there was a surge of dark energy, which Victor and Priestess had to dodge. Something dark appeared in the center of this hurricane. Something alive, its shape reminiscent of a demon in armor. Looking a little more closely, we can see that this thing was dark in color, with blue streaks of energy that pulsated and glowed. The monster entered the attack phase. Its first target was the Priestess, who was still unconscious. Here, Victor decided to bind the enemy with his chains, thereby saving the girl from carrying out an attack on herself. Our hero decided not only to tie up the monster, but in addition to this, to carry out a counterattack. The Priestess was surprised by the fact that during the fight, Victor laughed throughout it. Victor wondered if he could defeat the monster using only his current powers. Dodging is of course good, but you get tired so quickly, so he decided to strengthen his abilities with magic for now. Here the Priestess sharply declared that they would be able to defeat the enemy only when they finally began to act together. Victor put away his weapon and decided to test his new ability. The first condition for using the ability is to be on the top floor of the tower. The second was not being able to defeat the boss, and the third was what Victor whispered in the Priestess's ear. The Priestess did not like something about the condition of the ability. She began to deny it. Otherwise, Victor will simply kill the monster that is Peyton. Apparently, the third condition for the ability is to be on the verge of death. The Priestess really didn't like what Victor told her. It all seemed extremely immoral to her. The girl, without thinking twice, shouted that our hero was a real freak, after which she cut him open with her weapon. After such a blow, Victor fell to the floor. This was immediately noticed by the monster with whom the massacre was now taking place. He decided to take the opportunity and easily kill the hero. But a moment before the impact, Victor used an ability that reverses time. After that, he was surrounded by a bloody dark aura which threw the monster and Priestess away from Victor. Inside this sphere, Victor's human body was being transformed into something of a different form. A few seconds later, the sphere exploded, emitting a lot of dense energy. Immediately after the rebirth, Victor knocked out the Priestess so that she would not see anything and spoil her perception. Victor was reborn in the body of the demon god. His new body will remain with him until he clears the Labyrinth Tower completely. Victor has regained his true powers, but his previous abilities are not yet available. Our hero was able to easily bind the monster with his new reinforced chains that came with his new temporary body. Victor realized that a different force was needed here and tried, as he did with the wolves, to release it. However, as then, nothing happened, which was very annoying and unpleasant in this case. Then Victor began to use the almighty power of shouting on his subordinates, specifically shouting for some lazy person to finally start working. Then something like a fly responded to his call, because it is better to do for this demon what he asks than to fall under his wrath. This was the former boss of the Abyss Tower, who was at the top before the well-known Victor appeared there. The name of this strange multi-legged creature, similar to a huge tsetse fly, is Beelzebub the Great. Everyone knew that Victor was the boss of the Abyss Tower. It was he who was waiting for his toys to finally have fun, because he was bored. However, before this, the boss of the tower was Beelzebub, an extremely lucky creature with a golden spoon in his mouth. Everything was like this until Victor climbed to the top of the tower. Before this, our hero was the lowest monster on the first floor. A sword suddenly began to fall out of his bag, which he immediately caught. According to him, this is not the first time this has happened. Many minutes were spent in order to return each dropped sword back to the bag. In response to Beelzebub's words about his pity, Victor gave him a choice. The choice had absolutely nothing to do with the chair and mom. The choice was what weapon Beelzebub was going to die from today. Victor won this battle, but Beelzebub convinced him not to kill him, otherwise the tower would collapse, and in difficult times he promised to help Victor. Beelzebub had very strong magic that could remove spells. A huge demonic hand of Beelzebub appeared from the magic circle. This megafly was preparing to somehow remove the spell from Peyton. He should be able to do it, because he is a magician of the highest level. At this time, the queen wanted to rewind time to restore the temple. The magic was almost cast, it seemed like nothing could stop it. However, the reality around was already ready to go into oblivion because Beelzebub turned out to be a more powerful magician. Then stones from the destroyed magical surface began to fall from the ceiling. Thanking Beelzebub, Victor prepared to destroy the one that had brought him quite a few problems. He launched a kick attack with all his strength, thereby sending Lae'zel to the opposite side of this place. The time has come for the real fight, for our hero is finally able to inch closer to his true strength. Lae'zel was surprised by Victor's new strength. In her opinion, he was an absolutely hopeless hunter who was unable to defeat her. She wanted to know how our hero could become so strong in such a short period of time. But Victor didn't tell her anything, because they were not that close yet. After he finished his speech, Victor immediately attacked the girl. The queen began to cast magic circles in the hope of somehow stopping this hurricane in the person of Victor. However, this did not bother our hero at all. On the contrary, it became much more interesting for him, because a real fight is such when, and only when, both opponents give their best. Even a direct hit on him did not cause much damage, as evidenced by the grin on the protagonist's face. Then Lae'zel cast a quadruple spell, but this didn't help her much either. After the girl's unsuccessful attacks, Victor decided to show her what real killing magic is. He also told Lae'zel that if she continues to use her weak abilities, then our hero will have no need to fight with all his might. Victor simply wants to have a little fun, so you shouldn't upset him with your weakness. And so far, he's not having much fun because he easily bypasses Lae'zel. Victor swung his mighty fist, hoping to crush Lae'zel's skull. His attack hits exactly where he originally planned. As befits a monster, his blow was simply incredible strength and power. Lae'zel is almost exhausted, and Victor wants more entertainment. After a couple of seconds, Lae'zel began to transform into something different and stronger. This was the release of true strength. Victor is finally satisfied because now he will have a good fight. Our hero began to pronounce the magic words of Beelzebub's call. An interesting battle is planned. Victor asked him to give him his weapon, which he left in Beelzebub's space, but he refused the request because when the tower was destroyed, all the weapons were destroyed. Victor received a hit on his hat and a monster appeared behind the queen's back. It was a huge magical dragon, harnessed to metal chains, and it looked menacing. Victor had to dodge the attacks of this dragon, and Beelzebub could not help, since the cooldown time had not yet passed. Because of this, Victor was left alone against two opponents. The situation was so-so. Victor needed a weapon, but his usual one broke due to the new power. He needed all his strength just to have a little fun, then he told Lae'zel. After these words, Victor was placed in a strange space, similar to a tear in the night sky. Then Lae'zel began to say that for her, power, unlike Victor, is not just a toy. Strength is needed for great things and not for childishness. That's exactly what the girl thought. Many dragons appeared and began charging their plasma charges. The queen was infuriated by the way our hero treated power. From her point of view, it was not appropriate to regard power that way. Throughout her speech, the huge dragons were preparing to release heated charges of magical plasma, and after the girl commanded to attack, they did just that. Lae'zel, with shouts of praise for her country, prepared for victory. But Victor was not going to give up at all. This was not in his signature style at all. He decided that this could not continue, so he began to annihilate the dragons by dissecting them. Lae'zel could not have expected such a turn of events, because for her, Victor was already included in the list of losers. Victor gained his strength when he was killed thousands of times by the same person. Now he can kill everyone, just as they killed him, dismembering his opponents, over and over again, delivering even more deadly blows. Victor took a long time to achieve this. He personally reached the top of the Abyss Tower through his own efforts. No one dares to evaluate the powers Victor has acquired. Our hero pierced Lae'zel's chest right through, and in doing so he tore out the glowing stone inside the girl. To reach the highest level of the tower, simple determination is not enough. You need to overcome many difficulties. In order for number 18 to move on, he must kill the unnumbered gatekeeper, Victor. This conversation was conducted by other gatekeepers. One of them wanted to fight Victor. He also said that the advantage of normal monsters over the boss is the ability to be resurrected. Constantly dying, the monster will improve until it can defeat it, after which the numbered monster will take the name Victor. That conversation took place a long time ago, and now let's fast forward to Victor today. Our hero was able to defeat the boss of the Labyrinth Tower, Lae'zel, although it was not easy, but he managed to do it. Despite the victory, there was one thing that still wouldn't let Victor go. He couldn't understand how, with his power, someone could constantly be his killer in past attempts to make him human. Then suddenly, out of the blue, Victor out loud suggests that someone should have fun. The proposal was sent to the queen, who somehow lived without a core. So strong was her desire to protect the kingdom. Victor told her that her whole life is not real, no kingdom exists, and she is just a monster of the tower. While realizing this fact, messages about a fatal system error began to appear. Suddenly, Lae'zel began to be filled with white, blinding light. After this, Unexpectedly for Victor, he found himself in the temple again. Here he noticed some strange guy who, for some reason, was in a praying position. Victor suddenly remembered that this guy was with him at the party. Meanwhile, the tower began to be considered completely cleared of monsters. It was already an impenetrable evening outside. Only lights illuminated the space. It was the teleportation magic that the girl used. It was an emergency exit that opened after Lae'zel's death, from which Valkyrie and her retinue emerged. They all received a strange message about the tower being cleared and portals opened. Suddenly, another portal opened near them, which also turned out to be an evacuation portal. Victor came out from there with that strange guy, punched, and a priestess. Fast forward some time, people are arguing about the quality of medicine. That girl turned out to be Peyton's sister, whose arm was amputated. Metra dissuaded their father from coming here. Apparently, he should not be disturbed now. Peyton said that all that was left of the Force was his hand. He died because of him. He said that the secretary tried to dissuade him from going further, but he did not listen and ended up losing his arm. But now he doesn't care about the lost hand. He wonders where the hunter is who saved him. Now let's switch to Friedrich, who was looking at something with a dumb expression on his face. He was attracted by the appetite and thirst with which he consumed food by the two cheeks. It was Victor, intact but at the same time very hungry. He was in the VIP ward. He was examined and placed here. He explained this with his mouth full. He also added that the people of Royal Gold brought him here as the savior of their heir. Friedrich found Victor, since he was listed in the federal system as having cleared the tower. Hot on his heels, he met him in this hospital. Friedrich asked a clarifying question whether Victor really cleared the tower. He did not believe him. Victor said that he could prove it without leaving the hospital. When he killed the boss, he tore the lifestone from Lae'zel's chest. But Friedrich does not consider this complete proof, because he could simply steal it. There are other ways, but he didn't have time to finish. They were interrupted. Victor saw a very interesting person, however, very unpleasant to his eye. This was the same swindler with whom Victor had known for a long time. Until recently, this person trampled on the main character because Victor failed the task. He considered him a complete non-entity and a useless hunter. Now he favors him and is glad that he knows such a wonderful person. But it was not for real. He greeted Victor as if he were Mr. Crook. To say that Victor didn't like it is to say nothing. This man is a very two-faced and arrogant dork. His hands are reaching for a shovel. Then he began to joke that Victor got a job as a janitor in the government in order to somehow work. Friedrich did not tolerate these statements. I fully support him. Then another one from the government came in and was surprised by what was happening. This dog said that there is no point in fighting here because they will destroy the entire hospital. Friedrich put him in his place, saying that he shouldn't talk about what he doesn't know, and also asked why exactly he came. Jack's task, that's his name, is to check the accuracy of the information that it was Victor who cleared the tower. Our hero was ready for this. He was even pleased to prove to this state dog that he was the winner. He showed Jack the magical lifestone of the Labyrinth Tower boss Lae'zel as proof of the cleanup. Our hero thought that this is exactly why the bosses needed it, so that no one would have any questions. Victor, one might say, poked Jack's nose into the bowl like a dog. He was very surprised by all this, because he had no faith in Victor. He considered him to be waste material long ago. Jack asked how such a loser could doubt that his judgment was wrong. Victor, in turn, retorted that the only loser here was Jack himself. The guard dog could not have expected such a punch in his direction. He was not used to this. Then a retinue from Peyton and his sisters came to them. They came to them on some issue. The elder sister, as it turned out, was also the head of a very rich and influential company. The state dog took advantage of this, starting to make some proposal to her. Then Peyton joined the conversation. He wanted to find out what kind of unfamiliar face was now standing in front of him. Jack greeted him in his own manner, asking how he was, what he was doing, why he was doing it, and other pop-loving questions. Peyton said that he was clearing out the maze tower, and Victor saved him. At the same time, he indicated that Jack was somehow not kind to his savior. He would not tolerate this. Peyton said that it was not worth doing business with this employee, since he was not astute enough to recognize a real hunter. It was the search for unawakened hunters that my sister wanted to do, but now she will refuse. One of the sisters gently hinted to Jack that he was very much in the way here and that he was not expected here at all. Another consoled him and said that there was no need to be too sad, since he was not the only one they had done this to. After all, the meaning of their family motto is precisely that the enemy of my savior is my enemy. At first, Jack didn't realize what he had just been told, because he had never been spoken to like that before. Then it finally dawned on him that he was absolutely out of place here and would soon have to leave. Victor finally dealt with this two-faced dog, because everyone will get what they deserve. After all this mess, Jack was taken back to the department. His mood was so-so. In his opinion, he should not tolerate insults from some loser Victor. He couldn't understand how our hero rose to a completely new level so quickly. He asked Jean to dig deeper about Victor. Something in his biography must not add up. Jack feels that some good dirt can be found on him. Let's return to the hospital. Here Peyton thanked Victor for saving him from the clutches of death. His savior did not expect this, since in the tower the hostility between them was at the highest level. Peyton adds that he was unfair to Victor and in general behaved obscenely. In fact, our hero wanted to leave him to the mercy of fate, but the stars did not align. The sisters decided to leave Victor alone with Peyton so that they could discuss everything. But at the same time, they weren't going to just leave, they took Friedrich with them. Jack's contract will apparently go to the manager. The doors slammed shut. Victor and Peyton were left alone. An awkward minute of silence began. Everyone had something to say, but no one dared to start first. And yet our hero was the first to start the conversation. He was so simple. He admitted that he didn't really want to save him, all because of a girl named Priestess. Thanks to her persistence and desire, she wanted to save everyone. And in addition, she made a deal with Victor, so he saved Peyton. He, in turn, was also frank and admitted that if he died, he would not care. Peyton would have been even better off if he had not been rescued from the maze tower. Then Victor began to boil, just like a kettle with a whistle, which has been signaling for about 5 minutes that it's time to take it off the heat. He doesn't understand why everyone in the tower is worried not only about saving their lives, but also about saving others. Victor realized that they had come to him not only with an apology, but for something else. Peyton is here to offer his savior a reward worthy of him. To begin with, Victor asked if he could eat all the food that was on the table. The former victim replied that this was all for him, which means he could do whatever he wanted with the food. As for the armor, Peyton also said not to bother, since in the end, it really turned out to be fake. Then Victor unexpectedly asked the Major about the amount of money. As usual, according to the classics of the genre, let's move to another place and another time. Here the guy begins to realize that his strength is not enough to defeat the boss. All his thoughts were about his partner, whom he now misses. Friedrich appears out of nowhere and says not to worry. There is a system for selecting partners between hunters based on level and skills. There is also a weapon rental system in order to try all types and find your special type of weapon. There are still a lot of important goodies, just trust the central management of hunters. This commercial was produced with the support of the central government. Victor didn't like the advertisement and still doesn't like it, perhaps because he has a peculiar acquaintance there. Friedrich heard our hero's indignation and said that in fact he tried. He said that initially only that young guy was filmed, but he had problems with acting. Another worker heard his indignation, and a series of uncomfortable situations ensued. It was Deputy Han. She was very happy to see our Victor. Victor recognized her. She was then in management with Friedrich at the same table. Then she began to tell me that the entire internet was buzzing about our hero. But the internet still calls him a fraudster. The hypocrisy is obvious. It turns out that Victor asked Peyton to have an article written about him on the internet. Specifically, put pressure on the media with money so that they refute false information about him. Peyton said that he himself would be happy to do this. But in addition, Victor asked to conceal the fact that it was he who cleared the labyrinth tower. There are those who are hunting him, so he should not stand out. Friedrich said that society had taken the bait, and now all that was left was to wait. For all of Victor's adventures, it is not Friedrich who will be reprimanded, but his department, so he can be so carefree. He also instructed Khan to look after our hero, and with these words he left to go about his business. The manager cannot understand why Friedrich is so worried about Victor. It seems like there is something special about him that only the manager could notice. Then they went according to a strictly formulated plan because something special was waiting for Victor. They were able to reach the heavy doors that blocked their path further. A man was walking towards them on the other side of the door. Khan wanted to introduce Victor to his tester before testing. Then the same guy jumped out at them. He was slightly brutal and wild. The first thing he chose as a target was our hero, since he was big and tasty. The man was filled with hatred, which he was ready to easily splash out on anyone nearby. But as it turned out, he was just slightly mistaken and became very interested in his work. So much so that from the outside he looked like a madman. He simply caught a fly that was interfering with his research. It chased him around the entire complex, and as a result simply flew away to freedom. Victor was at that moment as calm as possible in the face of seeming danger. Our hero simply stepped aside slightly when the man was literally 30 centimeters away. Friedrich told the tester about Victor so that he would know what he would be dealing with. The tester introduced himself as Sok. He will conduct a test to determine the hunter's rank. The test takes place in 3 stages. You can refuse in the middle of the process. The first stage, you need to touch the sphere of the desired color. If you touch another, a penalty of 1 point. Victor answered the question about color blindness in the negative. He does not suffer from this. The first stage of testing has begun, testing the hunter's agility. This also includes tests for speed of movement and speed of maneuvers. This test also examines Victor's dynamic visual acuity and reflexes. This stage is not as simple as it might seem at first glance. It measures the test subject's physical abilities, which will ultimately influence the rank assigned. Then came the second stage called the Hellish Parade, where you need to destroy as many virtual monsters as possible in 300 seconds. The monsters here will be from small to large, so this will require a lot of speed and dexterity. The pain will be real, despite the fact that this is all just a simulation of a real battle. To do this, accordingly, you need to give it your all, investing well in every movement. That is why Victor cut down his enemies precisely and with one blow, so that everyone would get a portion of Luli. The speed of his maneuvers was amazing, and the ease with which he turned monsters into a bloody pulp was amazing. Next comes the third stage. There will be a boss battle. It will be quite interesting. This test determines the destructive power of the subject. In case of danger, the test will be forcibly stopped. Victor had already met such a monster and lost then, but not this time. He was ready to fight to the last. It was his style. Never give up. Han did not expect what was now happening before her eyes. The battle was like nothing else. It was super fast and interesting. Our hero's movements were honed to perfection. He had enough time and attempts to achieve this level of development. The blows were lightning fast and out of the roof. Hollywood screenwriters silently envy him. Victor also skillfully dodged the monster's jerks, leaving not the slightest drop of hope that he would be wounded. Khan was very worried about our hero, because the simulation is a simulation, but the wounds and injuries will be real. The tester said that if Victor burns the boss like that, it will take a very long time to recover. And it seems to him that somewhere he has already seen a similar style that our hero is now using. In his memory, the well-known and powerful Raven once fought like this. Juice realized that this guy is not as simple as he seems because he survived where Raven died. After the test, Victor was hurriedly sent home. When he approached the house, he received a call from Friedrich. He said that it would take some time to build a rank, but for now, you could use the Labyrinth Tower token, which Victor didn't know about. After using it, he magically created a micro-explosion, and then our hero was given a reward. The reward is an increase in all skills by 1 level. Our hero realized that only the one who cleared the tower could receive this reward, so the Arc Guild itself wanted to kill the boss. Victor discovered something interesting when he found out what happened to his time reversal skill. Friedrich said that he would give him such tasks more often. Suddenly, groans and screams were heard from the receiver as if they were starting to kill some animal. The phone fell out of Victor's hands. Fortunately, it wasn't an iPhone, so it didn't break. He fell to the ground, felt nauseous, and felt like he was about to vomit. Suddenly, a blue flower of heavenly beauty appeared before his eyes. He was held by some girl with delicate hands, definitely an angel. Victor's courtyard shone with a bright light, as if he had his own little one. Our hero slowly began to let go. He began to come to his senses. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice that he had heard before. Before Victor's eyes, there was some strange boy, who was also completely naked. Our hero felt someone painfully familiar in him, as if he had been hand in hand with him for many years, but for some time he had to part. This boy turned out to be the same Beelzebub, the demon fly, the former boss of the Abyss Tower. Suddenly, he screamed like a victim after realizing that he was now a pathetic little man. Victor bought him some clothes while he was recovering. Beelzebub recalled how beautiful he looked by his standards when he was a monster. He immediately began to blame Victor for all the troubles, because someone must be to blame. Beelzebub was pushed out of Victor's body by the energy that he absorbed from the token, and he took on human form due to the fact that he was in the human world. Also due to Victor's weakening, Beelzebub is also weakening, which means he is still in his power. It turns out that Victor can do whatever he wants with him, and it was not he who decided, but the system. Beelzebub naturally did not like this, because no one wants to be a vassal of a master. Then our hero remembered how at a crucial moment his subject did not help him and decided to get even. Beelzebub took off running as he imagined what would be waiting for him now. It was strange for him that Victor remembered that situation so clearly. Our hero shouted at Beelzebub because you shouldn't anger your master. There were other people nearby. They heard everything. Fortunately, they were not going to call anyone. Unexpectedly for our hero, they did not pass by, but on the contrary, they came specifically to Victor in order to ask him to go with them to resolve some issue. As it turned out, they wanted him to be able to repair the scooter. Victor immediately started talking about who they were, why he should fix it, and why he should do it. Granny began to press on the pity that she was already old. No one could help her. If only someone would come and help her. Victor does not fall for such a canard. He has a slightly different mentality. Her words could not convince him to stay. He is absolutely indifferent to people's problems, because he himself is not really one. Then the system menu came out, where it was said that it was better to help the grandmother. Immediately, the text was replaced by the task of helping the grandmother in case of refusal, death. So the goddess decided to instill in our hero love and sensitivity to people. Victor began to say that all people are enemies for him. Then she began to slowly hurt him, and he came to his senses, daring to repair the scooter. Let's move to another place, to the cat on the landing. It was a cute red cat who was sitting quietly and peacefully and did not bother anyone, when suddenly something scared him away. It was a car passing by with its headlights on, since it was already late. We couldn't go anywhere without them now. Someone very important was walking around these slums wearing expensive shoes. He and his companion began to discuss the insignificance of the lives of the local people. They decided to kick everyone out of here. They can do it quickly if everything goes according to plan. These are all plans, but for now let's return to our beloved protagonist who succumbed to pressure and began to help his neighbors. Still, human tools are still alien to him. He is not yet used to working with them without injury. Now our hero helps every grandmother in these slums. We can say that a friendly neighbor has appeared here. One of the elderly representatives gave Victor a task, namely to save a kitten in a tree. Thanks to the skills that our hero gained during his battles, he was able to get a kitten from a tall tree without any problems, a task worthy of the greatest hunter. The cat turned out to be a very cute black and white bundle of joy, which Victor safely saved. After this, the main character could not be ignored. He was immediately harnessed to the next lesson. So time passed, the season changed, 20 years passed, our hero acquired 300 cats, got himself an imaginary girlfriend, and soon died alone. It was a story about kind little Victor, the terror of the slums and the great seducer of elderly women. Victor listened to the story about himself while he continued to paint the wall. Then I decided to supplement what the narrator said with a couple of bumps on his forehead to complement the plot. Our hero still continues to diligently help everyone and everything. From his facial expression, we can see that he is very pleased with his situation. Meanwhile, Beelzebub was quietly reading books. He liked the way people wrote. He even began to understand why Victor wanted to become human. Beelzebub adapted very quickly, being in the body of a child. He took advantage of this so as not to work. Victor could not complete the task of receiving love from his neighbors. He did not know how to do it. He was able to fix the scooter, and they gave it to him as a gift after that. Victor even returned hot water to his neighbors, and of course, to himself too. Our hero was loudly arguing with the goddess when a woman quietly approached him from behind and began a story about how a young man lived in this house before Victor. Every time she passed by his house, she saw mountains of alcohol bottles, but he never left the house. Therefore, under the pretext of helping, she forced him to work. Over time, he began to look more and more human, stopped drinking, and then moved out altogether, thanking him for everything, and also asked to look after the next resident of this house. Then it finally dawned on Victor why he was always stressed out with all kinds of work. Fortunately, the food calmed his ardor a little. He really liked the local village food. Suddenly, Grandma noticed something that stopped her from eating the delicious food. She saw a school-age girl walking towards her. It turned out to be her granddaughter. She is smart enough to study well and always ranks first in grades. Let's fast forward to the office of a suspicious guy who was playing with a snake. Cobalt, that's his name, asked to gather his guys to remove some interference. They decided to come to one of the houses in order to collect debts, clean up the mess, hit on the owners, or whatever the bandits were doing there. At this time, the cheerful sound of a working hammer was heard in a slightly different place. This is Victor who, with his own efforts, repaired the shed, which he had long wanted to be subordinated to. Before this, our hero pulled out all the weeds and installed the water supply. Now he was wondering if he should get himself a good guard dog. In addition, Victor repaired the legs of the porch. Now you can walk on it without the danger of collapsing it. After examining what he had done usefully today, our hero climbed onto the roof of the shed to lie down for a while. He saw something surprising for himself, namely the clear sky, which, being in the tower of the abyss, he could not see. Then the thought began to come to his mind that the area was not as bad as it might seem at first glance. He decided to find out where Beelzebub had been hanging around all this time, when his thoughts were interrupted by a message from the government. Victor decided to read the message immediately and not wait until the last minute. This letter announced that Victor's rank assessment had finally been assigned. It turned out exactly as he, in principle, expected. And of course, we will not know about this rank, since our hero has unfinished business. Before our eyes, we can see how a girl smokes. Smoking kills. It was Susie, that excellent student, and she was caught red-handed by her grandmother. She said she was finishing off her leftovers and wouldn't do that again. Her grandmother is worried about her because she still has to go to university later. Susie flatly refused to go there because she didn't want her grandmother to get into debt again, because her father died because of debts. Then some shady guys intervened in their conversation and shouted loudly in their direction. These were the same Cobalt boys, whose task was to expel all the residents from here voluntarily and forcibly. They knew Grandma's song, and they came to collect the debt, although the day of payment had not yet arrived. My grandmother had no money, so she was offered to sell her house. Then Susie joined in, saying that then they would have nowhere to live. Then they decided to offer to work for her, because she has a good figure and face. Then she grabbed one of them by the head because you shouldn't talk to a girl like that. But she was pushed into the wall opposite. The blow looked quite serious. At this time, Beelzebub was reading a new book, which he was able to borrow from Susie. Someone came to Grandma, and he immediately sensed something was wrong after all. He's the greatest magician of the Abyss Tower. He cannot help but feel this way. Two not very pleasant-looking men came to the poor old lady. The dog burst into barking, trying to fly at them and tear them apart with his fangs. The woman tried to calm her down, but it was in vain, because he feels evil. At that time, someone was working with his tool in a small field. Victor shouted, saying, "What are you doing here, Herods? Who are you anyway, and what do you need?" Victor finally became more humane. He fell in love with human lives and decided to stand up for them. But in fact, he was just infuriated by the fact that these louts stained the wall that he had just painted, and he told them so. The thickest of the bandits immediately attacked our hero. The fist was already near its target. It seemed that Victor simply lost sight of this attack. However, he saw everything. Everything went according to plan, because a second before touching our hero dodged, after which he performed an uppercut, after which this mountain of muscles flew away and ordered him not to return to the ground. A moment later, Victor was already near the second ill-wisher, and was with him as such. The second one told all this to Cobalt, because the first one had not yet arrived to meet them. The scarred one, as it turned out, used to be a hunter, but gave up. He said that the guy, judging by the description, was definitely a hunter. The boy couldn't understand what he was doing there. Cobalt gave him the task of finding out who this guy is and what he is worth. Fast forward to Victor, who finds himself at an impromptu gathering of slum dwellers. Everyone complained that they caused a lot of trouble. The grannies discussed what damage each had suffered and how much work they would need to do to make up for all the losses. There are rumors that they want to develop this area, which means they want to drive all the old people out of here. Victor walked away, thinking about this whole situation and how he could resolve it all. Susie distracted him from his thoughts and asked him to drive those people away. Otherwise, they would drive them out of the house, and they had nowhere to go. As a reward, she offered all the money she had, and as soon as she could earn it, she would give more. Then Victor said that he did not need the money. He wanted to deal with it himself, since it was inappropriate to create unrest in his area. He decided to change his image a little, because he wants to go punch people in the face without attracting attention to himself. Behind our hero flew a small insect, its appearance reminiscent of a cockchafer. It was not simple. Beelzebub made it with the help of his magic. This bug will take Victor straight to the lair of terrorist bandits. Now our hunter Victor finally goes out to hunt the bandits. But then, unexpectedly for everyone, Hercules appeared out of nowhere and stopped the main character. He says that it is impossible to kill outside of a mission, to which Victor says that he is only torturing them, thereby getting the go-ahead for his activities. Immediately after this conversation, Hercules informed the boss, namely Friedrich, that Victor had left the slums. After Hercules finished the conversation, Victor was already quite far away from him, as he was running as fast as he could. Fast forward to the guy he was handing over money for some scam. Having received the money, he said that everything would be ready and was about to leave. But he stopped because something strange and incomprehensible was happening. Someone started a fight here by grabbing one of the guards by the head with one hand. After that, the one who grabbed him pressed the guard into the floor. As it turned out, it was our wonderful hero. Victor immediately grabbed a small knife, which with 100% certainty would soon end up on someone. Our hero put this knife to the hand of the same guard whom he knocked to the ground. Everyone present was shocked because Victor cut off the guard's hand. The guards were waiting for his further actions, since they themselves did not dare to initiate any movements out of fear. Then he simply invited the next poor guy to chop off his hand. After Victor's last words, the painted guy screamed for the guards to grab him. Immediately, a crowd of guards with batons swooped down on Victor alone. Everyone decided to hit at once and from all sides, so as to be sure to at least hit him. But this didn't help them much, since Victor turned out to be much stronger and more agile than all of them combined. There were only 2 people left in front of Victor who had not yet been dealt a blow. The colored one decided to fight back on his own. However, he apparently did not know who he was going after and lost his hand as punishment. Then Victor threw the bag over the head of the only survivor. He gave him the task of collecting all the hands scattered on the floor into a bag, without losing sight of a single one. There was a lot of work to do. We would have to work a lot, since there was a whole forest of hands here. This guy was somewhat perplexed by everything that was happening. He was scared to death of Victor, which is not surprising, because only a real crazy person could do something like this. After collecting all the hands, Victor said that one more hand was missing. Let's fast forward some time to a serious-looking man who was guarding the passage to his master's office. Now we see a phone ringing, probably worth a couple of thousand in some currency. It was we who found ourselves in Cobalt's office. Someone called him, but only hissing was heard on the receiver. Then he looked up and saw a 100-kilogram carcass. He was surprised because he really flew as he had been told. This dork finally came into contact with the earth, which he was damn happy about. Then at that moment, Victor comes into the office and puts the bag on the table, saying that this is a puzzle and needs to be put together without getting your hands mixed up. Our hero also added that you shouldn't enter his territory, to which Cobalt laughed. He said that a person was assigned to Victor's house and found out that he lived with a child. Then he began to hint that there was no point in angering him, otherwise the boy would be in trouble. Our hero's further reaction was somewhat unusual and unpredictable for Cobalt. He laughed and said that this boy never gave up on anyone. Meanwhile, a magical ceremony was taking place in Victor's house, or something like it. Beelzebub surrounded himself with beams of magic that cut through the flesh of the bandits who approached him like butter. Since this is all very difficult to explain to such idiots, he simply said that these are lasers. He forced all the bandits to be in the most uncomfortable position possible. Otherwise, he would cut them up. According to the boy, it's not very effective to use magic like that. But since they decided to get into this area, they certainly won't be in trouble. Beelzebub subtly hinted to the bandits that they should not distract him from reading with noise. Otherwise, they would weigh half as much. Cobalt decided to call one of those bandits, but he couldn't get through. Then the guys decided to fight with knives to find out who was the strongest. Cobalt immediately realized that he had encountered a fairly strong opponent. Suddenly, in the middle of the battle, he received a message about Victor's rank, before which he had made a request. Immediately after reading the message, Cobalt surrendered to Victor, saying that he did not want to fight anymore. The expression on Victor's face is indescribable. He had just begun to taste it when his entertainment was immediately interrupted. However, Cobalt didn't look the best at portraying the most stupid and innocent pug that you can do. He started talking about how he would not touch this area again, and Victor had already taken revenge for his tricks by cutting off his hands. However, Victor decided that not all the harvest of hands had yet been harvested. Cobalt, while in the hospital, told his interlocutor that he was no longer able to work at this facility, because there was a rank A hunter there. The peculiarity of such hunters is that the government is watching them, since they are potential ES. Ranks and such people should not cross the road. That's why Cobalt canceled the deal with his boss so easily. The surprising thing was that before Victor appeared in his office, they called him and informed him of his arrival. Besides, it was from this number that the message about our hero's rank came. The sender of this message was none other than Friedrich, Victor's manager. Granny was surprised by his arrival because she had not seen him here for a long time. He asked about Victor, and Grandma said that he was very hardworking and always ready to help. So in the future, our hero completed the task of gaining the love of his neighbors. True, the task was without reward except for a big human thank you. Now let's move to another place, to the tower, where the man asked to wait, bleeding at the same time. He agreed with another hunter to share the reward of the tower, but received a knife in the back. That hunter decided to arrange an accident so as not to be considered a murderer in the eyes of others. He raised his hand up with his left index finger extended towards the sky. After that, a huge monster appeared behind him, its appearance vaguely reminiscent of a huge dog. The mega dog attacked the helpless poor guy. His screams poured out in waves throughout the tower. Blood spattered everywhere. The walls were washed with red liquid life. Fast forward to our favorite hero, who was surprised that double the cost of renting equipment was now the norm. But it was a joke. The girl just wanted our hero to stop breaking equipment so often. After this conversation, Victor decided to sell the magic stone that he received while clearing the labyrinth tower by killing Liesel. Then he was informed that it was better to sell the hunters at an auction because it was more profitable there. Then Victor gave the stone to be put up at auction. Our hero asked how much the magic stone of the boss of the Abyss Tower, Victor, would cost. He decided that such a rare stone must be very expensive, since he was a legendary level boss. He was told that this stone was sold at a price much lower than the Liesel stone. It was explained to him that magic stones are valued because of their magical capacity. Victor's stone has a minimum capacity since it is a physical boss. Beelzebub told him that he had no talent for magic. His maximum was magic chains. That is why equipment created from magic stones is highly susceptible to the influence of magic. The magic stone is a vital substance owned by the demon, which, surprisingly, no one has been able to find the magic stone of Victor, the boss of the Abyss Tower. Our hero began to cleanse his inventory of all slag, selling it right there on the spot. He wandered through the menu of his vast inventory, looking for every little thing he could sell, when I suddenly discovered that I had a sword carried by Raven, which was blocked and lost. Suddenly, a small ball came under our hero's feet. A beautiful-looking dog immediately came running after him, standing just below the hip. She was a husky with heterochromia, which is relatively common in dogs of this breed. Apparently, that guy didn't follow her, so she ended up at Victor's feet. The girl began to be indignant at the guy for not keeping track of her. Then the guy simply apologized, and then took the dog to the park for a walk. Victor did not understand anything what just happened before his eyes. Fast forward to Kim, who began to reveal that this was no ordinary dog. The hunting dog is a phenomenon that has spread throughout the world due to door breaking. This, one might say, is the awakening of animals, just like representatives of humanity. No one knows exactly how this happened, but according to many, the power of love for animals was transformed into a desire to protect them. That's what that doctor said. Victor loudly hit the table with his palm. He didn't like something. He said that he was leaving the guild in which he, Friedrich, and Kim were members, because the name of this gathering was as disgusting as possible. Immediately, Kim gave him an envelope with money that he had sent her. So she decided to make amends, thereby showing that she was not a completely unscrupulous person. Therefore, it is better to let Victor remain in the guild. Besides, this is necessary for clearing the towers. Here our hero decided to insist on his own when their acquaintance came to them. Hercules is still looking after him. He brought a task, hunting a group of hunters working together. One of them lures another hunter to clear the tower, after which he kills him, taking the reward. In theory, their rank is A, but no one has updated information about them for a long time. Victor had almost just seen these exact hunters. They, one might say, escaped from his open hands. He knew about this task before, and immediately put them down. Let's move to the beautiful Hotel the Heaven, which we previously knew at night thanks to its lighting. It looks simply amazing. Here we can see that the cute girl in the black dress saw something not very happy. She was in an extremely irritable state, and the expression on her face did not indicate anything good. There was a dump of drug-addled people here, and according to her words, which came out spontaneously, it happened again. Which means she had already seen this before. Among these people there was a guy who was the brother of the girl who entered the room. His condition was so-so, because it's not worth injecting rubbish. The girl immediately decided to fill the gap in his upbringing and teach him that he shouldn't do this, and that health in general is an important thing. After carrying out the educational work, the sister asked the subject if he had spent all the money. They need to send money to the other party next week, so they hunt other hunters, but Sheena is scared because there are rumors of a vigilante who could punish them. Then she went to her house. She got there quickly enough because it was not far, and she moved her legs quite briskly. Here was the same dog with heterochromia that Victor had seen in Control when he wanted to upgrade his equipment. Sheena, that was the name of this beautiful owner, invited her dog to go with her to the tower. She agreed, and in pure human language. The connection between this hunter and the dog is very strong, because during a time of serious danger, the dog was able to awaken, as it wanted to protect its owner. Sheena said that when this is all over, they can live together again like before. Now we will be transported to the Moonlight Tower, one of the thousands of towers with monsters that people clear out so that the monsters are not transferred to their world. Here the group was preparing to clear this turret. They were at the threshold and did not go further as they were waiting for one more person. The hunter-killers were discussing their new victim, who had no special abilities, and was a B+ rank hunter, which meant that they could deal with him without any problems. At this time, the husky was quietly admiring the flowers, because everything was fine with her owner, and no one was threatening them. Then the brother said that this loser went to clear the first floor himself, although the reward would still be divided in half. Sheena was somewhat wary of this news. She thought that at the end of the cleanup, it would be difficult for them to kill this hunter. This only made her brother laugh, since he believed that everything was going according to his plan, and there was nothing to worry about at all. The sister suddenly changed her tone and said that depending on the reward, they would decide whether to kill their partner or not. This shuffling of action options did not go well with her brother, but there was nothing to do. She needed to move on. After applying force to open the door, it, which was very logical, began to open, thereby showing what was behind it. Fast forward to Victor and his accomplices. They are discussing how those killers are very meticulous about finding a victim, so it will be difficult to infiltrate our hero. The question arose about whether it would be worthwhile to transfer this task to another hunter, who is still incognito for the couple. Then the nurse got involved and suggested that we just change clothes and create an unknown identity. This is a fairly promising method, because Victor is a fairly strong hunter who can easily cope with two such opponents alone. Now Victor has become Bill, a B+ rank hunter who is simply looking for a way to earn more gold. He was able to become one of the strangers, infiltrating the group with Sheena and her brother without unnecessary suspicion. As we can know from the words of Shane, Sheena's brother, their partner, aka Bill, went to clear the first floor as a warm-up. Therefore, we can easily understand that our brilliant hero is now jumping in armor on the first floor of the Lunar Tower, killing all the monsters on his way. It was very surprising and interesting how he could jump so high and move so quickly because he was completely in armor, which weighed a lot. In addition, he had a sword of a very strange and unusual shape, the size of his own carcass, which is quite a lot for a sword. However, despite its rather large size, our hero used it without problems, and quite effectively. Chop, pierce, shred, that's just a small part of what Victor could do with this mega cleaver. Our hero could kill even a healthy living one-eyed salamander with just one blow to a weak spot with this toothpick. There were enough obstacles in the form of monsters in front of Victor, but they all disappeared very quickly. Even the largest and most strange monster was just a pebble on his long and branched path. No matter how hard the monster tried to attack his opponent in the person of Bill, nothing worked. A searing gaze into the eyes of our hero. A second of delay on the part of the monster turned out to be fatal for him, because literally a second later he was blown up. Such movements were somewhat unusual for a family of murderers. The battlefield was in a very deplorable state. Then Victor, unexpectedly for everyone, asks the question why the chicken crosses the road. After 10 seconds of silence from Shane and Sheena, Victor says she's doing this to get to the other side. It was the most stupid joke that he could make. But it was said not in connection with the deplorable state of his sense of humor, but in order to support the legend of the not very smart Hunter Bill. Before this, everyone began to discuss who Victor should pretend to be. The nurse suggested the concept of an old man. Then the dog would not recognize him by smell, so they did so, but with the addition of a pinch of stupidity. Now let's go back to the tower. Here Sheena, in the middle of the battle, decided to ask her brother about Bill. Then he told her about some brilliant plan that he had all this time, and he stuck to it. Now let's move to the moment when Victor met this family for the first time. Victor, aka Bill, is warming up, listening to what he is told without uttering a word at all. He was offered to clear half of the tower together, since it was very difficult to do it alone. The brother began to explain that it would be possible to blame Bill for what Canine, the dog, usually did. Sheena didn't like it when her dog did this, so she wasn't against it, and even more for it than not. Then the sister said that it would be nice to show Bill her face as a sign of trust. Then the Tin, aka Victor, warned that his face might shock them. Bill's face was burned. He said it was because of the boss who almost killed him, and besides, this curse passed on to his son. Then Shane said that he knew how to help his boy with such a difficult problem. He began to talk about how their parents had a similar disease, and they were helped by one doctor who cured them. But they need even more money since his services are not just expensive, but very, very expensive. However, according to him, these services really help. Even Bill's son can recover from his illness. Victor decided to go to this doctor in order to find out more about him and his strength. What will await our hero there is not yet known for sure. I'm betting on the sect. Before his eyes appeared two girls in very strange-looking masks. Then the so-called master appeared. Everyone around was just screaming from overexcitement. He didn't show his face. It was interesting that he also turned out to be an apostle of lust. Now he has become Victor's target. Fast forward to Beelzebub. He shows a book containing an explanation of the 7 deadly sins. Raven was the apostle of wrath, which meant that there were 6 apostles left for Victor to destroy. One of the greatest sins that many people have in our world is pride. We can call the second, but no less terrible sin, idleness, aka laziness, despondency. Next in line is envy, which is also negative towards the achievements of other people. Greed, or in other words, the desire to get someone else's, something that was earned through someone else's perseverance. Gluttony, filling the stomach to capacity, eating all kinds of food not because of necessity, but because it is simply tasty. And the last of the 7 sins that all humanity has is only lust. Here a mother and a girl who is suffering from such a terrible disease as leukemia approaches the apostle. The mother asked the apostle for help so that he could use his magic to cure her poor daughter. Lust bent down on one knee to get a better look at the girl. The mother was already ready to come to terms with her daughter's death, because she had tried everything to cure her baby, but nothing helped. Here the apostle touched the sick woman with his hand. The amazed audience watched all this with an open mouth. A golden light appeared. Suddenly the wizard's hand began to emit a magical golden glow, which tells us that a miracle has begun. People looking at all this were in soul with this little girl. They believed in the victory of good over evil. Even the mother was somewhat surprised by what was happening. Tears of finally emerging hope for a better future began to flow from her eyes. Suddenly we can see how beautiful deep black hair falls to the ground. These were the new curls of that poor girl. The magic worked and she was cured in an instant. People around began to rejoice because the miracle had happened. The baby's life would now be safe. Everyone began to shout in the name of the apostle. They called him the founder because it was he who created the place where everyone is now. The mother began to thank the miracle worker while kneeling, which shows the highest degree of gratitude. The apostle said that he was not finished yet. He needed to send the girl to a prayer house for further treatment. The crowd still continues to rejoice because the power of the miracle they saw is so great. Victor finally found one of his targets because he vowed to destroy all the apostles of mortal sins that once killed him. He must certainly annihilate lust. Now let's move to fresh air. We can't stay indoors all the time. We need to breathe fresh air sometimes. Before us is a huge house, which can be compared in size to a palace. In this house, she was waiting for someone, leaning her back on the carved white wall. Next to her was her brother Shane, and he was in too high a mood, or maybe he's just always been like that. They brought Victor, known to them as Bill, to the apostle to help him with his son's illness. The apostle introduced himself as Chan. It is he who is responsible for the butterfly church, which he himself erected. Victor introduced himself to the apostle in full form while he was wearing a mask and glasses so as not to frighten people with his artificially disfigured face. Behind our beloved hero stood a little boy who was furtively looking at the apostle from behind. This little citizen's face was almost completely wrapped in bandages. In fact, it was the Beelzebub we know, our Victor's puppet. When Victor proposed to him a plan in which Beelzebub would have to pretend to be a boy in order to infiltrate the church, he didn't really like it. Beelzebub realized that he would be used to eliminate traps, because Victor is stronger, and in past lives these apostles killed him, so they have some kind of ace up their sleeve, which he will have to find out about. Then the kid began to panic that he might die because he would be alone in the very heart of the enemy. He immediately pointed out that Victor could now die. He now cannot be reborn, he is not a monster. Victor won during Raven's battle because he was able to resurrect since he was a regular monster and not a tower boss. Here our hero began to put pressure on Beelzebub, saying that if he was so afraid, he could finish him off right away. As we can see, he nevertheless agreed to go with Victor, but whether by the will of his soul or by order, we don't have to guess. The apostle said that he would take care of the boy, and he mistook the aura of the monster in Victor and Beelzebub for damage. Zhang also said that the treatment would be very expensive, and he would need to visit him once a week. But there is another way. After which the priest took 2 steps away, saying that now the boy would live here. He will have his own room in which he can rest at night after studying at church. There is also a dining area where all the residents of this complex will eat their meals together hand in hand. There is even a courtyard for walking in this wonderful place, and what a great one. Beelzebub will be on an equal footing with the servants, which means he will work together with them. After his speech, Lust called his workers to introduce themselves to Beelzebub and Victor. Now they will take care of the boy together so that he is comfortable and not bored. They began to call Beelzebub to join other children and teachers because he was not alone in this complex. Stunned, the boy looked at Victor as if it were his only home in the whole world. He immediately rushed into his arms, like a son rushes to his father at a very difficult time in his life. Beelzebub began to say that he would obey the teachers here and everything would be fine, while telepathically shouting at Victor that he could not leave him here, and if something happened, he would curse him. After such touching farewells that deserve an Oscar for drama, Beelzebub is led away. After this, the priest prepared to leave under the pretext that his monks were waiting for him at an appointed meeting. Victor and the abbot shook hands to seal the agreement between them. The priest saw something special in the body of our hero. He said that Victor has very beautiful hands. Women like them so damn much. Our hero was a little embarrassed, because he did not expect to hear such words from the priest at such a moment. After this, Shane and Sheena prepared to leave with Victor. However, Lust suddenly stopped Shane with a shout. It turns out they had to talk about something. So Shane and the priest remained outside the door to discuss something extremely important for the two of them. Sheena gave Bill advice that he shouldn't delve into this religion. His energy should be focused only on treating his son. According to her, the place is not very good. Despite all the miracles that can happen here, it is not worth delving into religion here. Let us now turn our attention to the no less beloved Beelzebub. He thought about reading a book, but here they are prohibited under the pretext that they interfere with treatment. They also told him that there are other entertainments here besides books. The most banal and simple entertainment that was offered in this establishment was communication with your peers. The boy was introduced to the other children, saying that in honor of his arrival, the founder had prepared a special dinner for everyone. After that, those strange girl sisters went about their business, which apparently needed to be resolved in the near future. As it turned out, those two looking girls were not people in the simple sense of the word. Beelzebub maintained a conversation with the guys, at the same time thinking that these were the founder's familiars, which means he was hiding his power. Then the former monster came up with a simply brilliant plan. He needs to dig up as much information as possible about what is going on here. He used his irreplaceable and unique skill that allows him to see the truth. Beelzebub's unique vision gave him a look at the real state of affairs. Namely, he saw that the children around were actually dying. Their original appearance was different. After this horror, we are transported to the church, where we can see people praying for the great founder. They praised his name, because their children were recovering, and soon they would finally be able to reunite with them. Everyone thanked and praised the one and only founding father Lust. Next, he asked the diverse crowd if they would like to repay him with something worthwhile and equivalent to his talents. Everyone unanimously answered that they could give a lot for such a miracle, and without lying at all. Then he said that then, let each of them repay with his heart and inner peace. After these words, the praying and previously completely calm people suddenly began to attack each other wildly. The priest quietly and peacefully watched all this, simply sitting on the steps of the church. After a while, he laughed as hard as he could, but the laugh was not of hysterical panic, but of joy. Everything that is happening here now brings him pure pleasure. Let the Apostle of Lust continue to enjoy the show, while we move to the office of the Minister of the Central Hunter Administration. Here, Sanji, the minister, asked Friedrich about how things were going with his special ward, Victor. According to him, Victor is a very promising hunter, but no one knows what he can become. To the surprise of Friedrich himself, this time Victor took on the task more responsibly than usual, and he reported this to the minister. Let's fast forward to Bill, who is also our hero, to whom Beelzebub's familiar has flown. He said that the entire temple is filled with illusions. This requires a lot of mana in one place, which is why the priest seemed weak. Their conversation was interrupted by the unexpected return of Sheena, who was planning some kind of conversation with our hero. According to her, Shane and the dog will not be there today since they were only allowed to visit their parents today. Previously, they were not allowed with the dog. Bill said he didn't mind going together, since he only planned to clear half of it himself. After their conversation, they moved on because they didn't see much point in delaying. We can only wish them good luck, but for now, we will return to the very peculiar butterfly temple. Here, the sisters congratulate the little girl on her full recovery. Everyone was simply crazy with joy, because a true miracle had happened, and she was cured of a fatal disease. However, everything was not quite as smooth as it might seem to even the most attentive person in the world. This girl was already dead. Her body was simply enveloped in strange magic, which is why she seemed to everyone else to be alive and unharmed. Later, her parents came, who had been waiting for their daughter's treatment for a very long time. And finally, this moment came. The girl rushed into their arms because you won't find anyone dearer than her parents in the whole wide world. The teacher said that they wanted to prepare a farewell party in honor of their charge's recovery. The parents weren't exactly against it. They were even ready to help in any way they could. Unfortunately, everything cannot be so good and carefree. Beelzebub saw the truth. These familiars began to brutally kill these happy parents who had just begun to believe in miracles. Beelzebub couldn't believe his eyes because you can't read this in all kinds of books. What they did was the most terrible thing he had ever seen in his entire long life. These girls began to argue among themselves about whether they should eat the bodies of the people right away or put it off for later. Suddenly one of them, in the middle of a conversation, noticed how Beelzebub was consciously looking at them from among a bunch of children. She suddenly lengthened her neck like a snake. The girl immediately reached out to Beelzebub. She noticed something strange in him. She asked why he wasn't smiling, as everyone else had apparently seen through our misdirected Cossack. Let's leave this story to live its own life. But for now, let's move back to the tower to Victor and Sheena. They were still needing the monsters. They had plenty of strength, but Sheena began to run out of steam. Unlike her, our hero seemed to have a battery on recharge because there wasn't even a drop of sweat on him. Our heroes decided that they would clear only 2 floors and return back, since it was better to continue clearing when the whole group was there. Sheena told Victor that all her money goes to pay for her parents' treatment. She doesn't really believe in the strength of the founder, but he gives her hope for a bright future. She only has a little time left, and then her whole family can finally gather together at one table. Therefore, she was very lucky to get into Bill's group, because together it is easier to clear the tower. That's exactly what she told our hero. Next, Victor wanted to find out more from Sheena about the fate of those who did not have enough money to pay for the services of the founder. Sheena said that then the supplicants need to satisfy the founder in a very obscene and immoral way. Lucky basically only the hunters, since they are the richest of all who contact this Sharashka office. Sheena remembered Victor's words that he was ready to do anything to save his son. She went on to say that everything has its price, because no work can go unpaid. After some time, they finally reached the next floor, which according to their plan was the last. From behind the doors, one could see fog and darkness, which just wanted a couple of hunters to enter it. Suddenly, Victor asked whether Sheena felt contempt for her way of paying for the apostle's services. As soon as she began to answer the question posed, our hero suddenly swung at her. Sheena quickly grouped up. After all, she is a hunter and can already reflexively evade attacks. She was lucky to jump away at the last moment. Otherwise, she would have been in a bad situation now. She is completely bewildered by our hero's action. Before this, he had not shown any hostility towards her. Then Victor said that, unlike her brother, she clearly understands that she is committing a crime. The girl still doesn't understand anything, or maybe she's just acting like a fool. Then Victor stopped and told Sheena to defend herself if she, of course, wants to live. Just a couple of seconds later, he manages to drop the girl to the ground. At the same time, he did it with just one hand, a truly powerful hunter. Here Victor decided to show his true face, which was without scars and traces of stuck skin. He told her that she must help him catch the founder of the Butterfly Church, for he is not who he says he is. Let's leave this couple alone, but for now let's move to the most wonderful temple of the Apostle of Lust. Here we can see that Shane and the Husky meet their parents. They are very happy to see them, since they have not had a meeting for a long time, due to the large amount of work their brother and sister have to do. The parents' hands reached out to the dog and she began to cry. Shane thought that these were tears of joy, because the dog had been in the dark for the longest time about what was happening to his parents. But in fact, this is grief, because the parents have been dead for a long time and the dog told his owner about this. Shane naturally did not believe it, because in front of him were real living parents. Pesel also said that the priest is not real. He is absolutely not who he is trying to pretend to be. He brazenly deceived the gullible hunters, saying that he could help them cure their loved ones. Shane sincerely did not understand what was happening at all, because he saw his living parents. The dog began to get angry and growl because, unlike ordinary people, hunting dogs can see this kind of fakes. The founder said that he had already received everything he wanted from these kids, and he didn't need them anymore. The cute pet began to turn into a huge black dog, which gradually increased in size. His strength and ferocity increased manifold and turned into absolute anger and desire to kill. The Apostle of Lust said that he no longer needed them, so he collected them here. Suddenly something illuminated the space with a golden light, so bright that one could easily go blind. Golden butterflies appeared out of nowhere and flew everywhere. This gesture has already happened somewhere. The eyes of the modified dog looked at the command shown to him. It was Sheena who somehow appeared here, absolutely silently and unnoticed. She ordered an attack on the offender, but not on Lust, but on Shane himself, which was strange. It turned out that the Apostle of Lust has the power to change his appearance, so believably that the faithful dog would rather believe him than the real owner. Shane didn't understand what was happening. He couldn't think of a single thought about why this happened. A huge black dog attacked the stunned Shane, biting him almost in half. The guy did not expect this in relation to himself as a co-owner. The dog fell for this bluff. It was all pathetic to watch. His pants were full of drama. The Apostle began to laugh out loud, as he was delighted with himself as a great tempter. However, it turned out to be a little more cruel than he expected from such a situation. Then a snake crawled up to him. It was quite long and, which was strange for snakes, was covered with white scales. Crawling forward, she wrapped herself around the body of the Apostle of Lust. After she was completely on him, the snake turned into one of the teachers. She whispered something in the founder's ear, like a girl saying nice things to her boyfriend. He couldn't believe what he just heard. After a couple of seconds of deliberation, the Apostle said that it was time to prepare some surprise. According to the plan, it will be a special party for Victor and Beelzebub. Bill, a wonderful father who is ready to do anything for his beloved son, if only he gets better quickly. Beelzebub, a loving son who understands the complexity of his situation and is ready to remain alone in the Church of Butterflies in order to heal and become a normal boy. These two are now the main participants in the new show, which is hosted by the founder. He suddenly jumped onto the stage with Victor and Beelzebub to begin some kind of ritual. Today, according to him, a miracle will happen, for very soon he will cure lost souls and lead them to the path of light. Lust likes all the attention that is now being paid to him. He is such a person. He says that those who came are fools who do not understand what is happening behind the scenes. The abbot asked Bill to look carefully into his eyes because you should always keep an eye on your enemy. Somehow he knew that Bill was Victor, and that's exactly what he told the conspirator. After his words, he walked away, opening his hands to the sky, like a church minister, asking for repentance from God. Victor was illuminated by a red light, like the effect of some kind of magic that was before his eyes. It was the magic of Beelzebub. His mood was purely unfriendly. Beelzebub became angry and prepared to attack his master as if he were not him, but his mind had been captured. A moment later, a portion of magical attacks was already actively moving towards our beloved hero. It seemed that he would no longer have time to dodge. Sheena watched all this, being in the crowd, trying not to stand out too much. At the same time, she did not understand why this was happening. She was even, rather, angry that it turned out that way. Meanwhile, Beelzebub and Victor are seriously at odds. Their battle must be watched as carefully as possible, otherwise you can lose sight of a lot of things. While there is a real fight happening on stage, let's go back to the moment when our hero told her the truth. Then Sheena couldn't come to terms with the idea that her parents were already dead. Victor told her the whole truth about the founder and what was going on there. They seemed so alive to her, so real, that no words about anything else could convince her otherwise. It is still at the so-called stage of denial, then bargaining will follow, and ultimately acceptance. Then Victor began to tell her that she could only see them in the prayer house. They did not go out further, which was strange. She came to the realization that all her actions were absolutely useless because she could no longer cure her parents, and the people she and her brother had killed could no longer be resurrected. Permission to visit with the dog was precisely in order to kill the hunting dog, which could cause a lot of trouble for the founder. Then Victor said that he secretly works for the government, and in case of a difficult situation, she should help him. For her, this is a chance to at least a little atone for her sins. Otherwise, she will face a very, very long sentence. Beelzebub began the Space Void spell, which is one of the most difficult space control spells. Victor was preparing to somehow counteract his former comrade. However, against such magic, simple physical strength will not be enough, so our hero was swallowed up by outer space. An empty, viscous emptiness that was literally everywhere you turned your eyes. Victor began to feel overwhelmed by this outer space, as if just being here wasn't enough. Beelzebub continued his execution. For what reasons he did this was not fully known. I am betting on mind control. He was ready to fight to the end, almost to the point of losing his pulse, which is also strange. His special vision was constantly active, which means that there is still hope within him for the return of the true Beelzebub to the promised place. Suddenly he finds himself in his true form, sitting on his throne in the Tower of the Abyss. He will not understand what happened, but Beelzebub assumed that the time rollback ability had worked, due to which he returned to the past to correct his mistakes in the future, such as losing to Victor. As they say, remember the sun, here comes a ray. Victor himself appeared before Beelzebub's eyes in his real guise with a huge bag on his back. Beelzebub was surprised by this picture. He suddenly had a strong feeling of déjà vu. He thought that a return had really happened to him, which meant that it was time to show this upstart who the real boss of the Abyss Tower was. Meanwhile, in the real world, the boy was still trying to kill our hero. Suddenly, Victor somehow dispelled the darkness around him and summoned an item from his equipment. The space envelope around Beelzebub and our superhero Victor began to thin and eventually crack. Everything around was lit up. The crowd watched in amazement what was happening on stage, like spectators watching some blockbuster. The founder looked at this from the side, motionless, as if waiting for the only winner in this fight so that he could eventually deal with him. Victor began using his spear to create shards of ice, which, after creation, he launched at Beelzebub like darts. Lust finally saw his true face, as in the heat of battle our hero's mask fell and his glasses came off. Victor zealously attacked Beelzebub, leaving him no chance to create additional distance for maneuver. All he could do was block his opponent's blows, trying to seize the initiative to carry out a counterattack. Our hero released an icy shower, so to speak, trying to cool Beelzebub's ardor. Victor was determined to end this fight as a winner. Apparently he knows something we don't know. Beelzebub's strength was already running low. This could be understood from his facial expression, as if he was about to give birth. For him, the fight took place in his Tower of the Abyss, as if he were fighting Victor again. He thought that he knew everything about his opponent, but apparently he was mistaken, because he still could not defeat him. Then Beelzebub decided to use absolute spatial magic. Hell for flies. This is the name of the spell. As for me, it's a little strange, but oh well. A bunch of minions emerged who were ready to serve their master faithfully until death do them part. They all attacked Victor at once, as if a bunch of flies had swooped down on the object of their adoration. Suddenly our hero asked Beelzebub why the ice cream died. Then he asked again, but now Victor was in front of Beelzebub in the guise of a man. The end of the question clearly sounded in the boy's head, as if it were some basic thing that is taught in every school. Beelzebub said out loud that it was because of the car. To understand everything that is happening, let's move back some time, to the moment when Beelzebub was revealed by the beholders. He was locked in a warehouse. His fate was being decided behind the doors. Then he contacted Victor, after which they decided to seal the power of Beelzebub so that the enemies could control him, and when the time came, they would bring him to his senses using a trigger. The trigger for Beelzebub to return to his true feelings was the question of the death of ice cream. It's as stupid, funny, and even a little punning as possible, but no one will just think of this, which means no one will be able to accidentally return Beelzebub. So our hero was able to turn from a huge monster in the Tower of the Abyss back into a comrade in the eyes of Beelzebub. After unblocking his consciousness, the boy began to emit red energy, which was simply dazzling. Even Sheena was almost blown away by the force of this radiation. In the midst of the restoration, Beelzebub said that the power of the founder is below, but very deep. After his words, literally 5 seconds later, an earthquake occurred. The ceiling of the underground room began to crack, which means that guests will soon appear here. Having fallen there, Victor saw a sphere. Our hero turned over in the air, and pushing off from a piece of the ceiling, flew towards the heart of the power of the Apostle of Lust. The priest could not believe his eyes. The tip of the spear is already at the sphere. A moment, and it is already collapsing. Victor was waiting for this moment. He replayed in his head many times how he would break the sphere. Finally, this moment has come. Sheena turned all the visitors towards the exit for their safety. She hurried them. The crowd ran headlong. Suddenly everyone stopped, remembering that their sick loved ones were here. Hunters save civilians in any situation. That's what Sheena told people. She also told everyone to leave. She would find their relatives herself. The two beasts began to question the owner. They are saddened by the current situation and ask for forgiveness for their omission. In his own opinion, Victor is considered the only one deceived here. He thought that by splitting the sphere, he would weaken Lust, although he wanted a good fight. But his body is one, which means it's not worth the risk. Victor was preparing for the next level, when suddenly Beelzebub began to fall from a hole in the ceiling. He spent all his strength and became weak. Victor considered him a fool magician. Suddenly the Snake Sisters arrived. Victor was strictly below them. He jumped up to them with one push and began to protect the boy. However, Beelzebub still fell exhausted. Our hero switched to him. However, he did not have time to catch the boy. The sisters were right there. Victor swung his spear. The sisters did not like the attempt on their lives. Our hero fought with two at once. Strength began to slowly come to Beelzebub. He looked down. He saw that Victor had reached rock bottom. The familiars did not retreat. A new character has appeared here, Apostle of Lust. According to him, he underestimated the main character. He, in turn, was not happy about his appearance now. Fast forward to Sheena, who was looking for sick children. She found one. She immediately began asking if she was injured. In fact, this girl originally looked like this. Then the little girl led Sheena to other survivors. There were only children here. She gathered everyone to take them to their parents, when suddenly Sheena's mutated dog appeared. Fast forward to when a brother and sister decided to adopt a puppy. No one wanted to take one dog since in the future it would be of enormous size. So day after day passed, no one paid attention to Hassan. Suddenly an interesting visitor came to the pet store. She noticed him immediately. She liked it so much that she immediately took it. She treated him then with all her heart. The dog's heart was filled with joy. The girl loved Hassan, and he was damn devoted to her. But let's return to the present. Here Hassan began to get weird. He started killing children. Then something strange happened and half of Sheena's body evaporated. Let's return to Victor and the annoying trio. According to the first, he and Lust smell similar. However, he is not such an exhibitionist, and he directly points this out. Next, our hero went on the attack. Suddenly, Hassan burst out of the ground, and from the hole you could see Sheena bleeding. She asked to kill her pet. Because of her greed, she killed many people. It's time to put things in order. She asked Victor to kill her. She doesn't want to suffer anymore. Hassan is a very dangerous hunting animal. It won't be easy to deal with him. Victor had to dodge his attacks. However, our hero was able to climb onto the back of the mega dog and use the shadow spike skill. He found a weak spot in Hassan's body. He thrust his spear. However, the battle did not end there. It was even complicated by the fact that the spear broke. With one blow, Hassan knocked Victor down 3 floors below. Here, Beelzebub was worried about his master, and immediately the Snake Sisters appeared after his soul. But then the minions flew in to help their master. They were ready to protect him with their bodies. He decided to run away because he felt that nothing would happen to Victor. Moreover, he cannot help now. Completely exhausted, Beelzebub passed out. The founder stood quietly on the sidelines. Hassan stood in the center of the room. He was ordered to finish off the hero. Victor was pressed against the wall, but he was not going to give up. He raised his mighty fist, and he hit the dog as hard as he could. Hassan flew several meters and only then was able to rise to his paws. Our hero stood up. Fists versus fangs and claws. Victor attacked first, beating the dog with his bare hands. Suddenly, the owner's voice sounded in the beast's head, and he began to use the Shadow Forest skill. The area around Victor turned into a dark, dense forest. The darkness began to attack. Hassan would attack unexpectedly, and then just as unexpectedly disappear. He has now become a white wolf. Victor began to understand that he couldn't continue like this, otherwise he might be left without an arm. Therefore, he began to use the Adrenaline and Level 2 target skills, as well as the King Victor skill. With all this, he rushed to the attack. Many daggers flew towards him. Victor decided to use magic. It was the giant flash spell that blew Hassan away. At this time, voices sounded in the dog's head that spoke only of murder. Here our hero was surprised and puzzled at the same time. It was unrealistic to expect what he now saw. Victor's hand was cut off. When he was a monster, his weapons were claws and fangs, but then Victor realized that for a good battle, higher quality weapons were needed. Then our hero remembered something and could not understand why he remembered it. Afterwards, he began to analyze everything that was happening and noticed that he was hoping for Raven's strength. Victor began to go over in his memory everything he had experienced. Death literally in the next room. He remembered how he was told about the possibility of using weapons of a higher level, with which he would definitely win. He felt the power resonate within him. Then our hero stopped holding out. Victor began to get out of the trap. Here he is, wounded, bleeding, and missing an arm. He remembered that Raven did not fight him with an ordinary toothpick. That sword was much stronger than an ordinary rental weapon. But for some reason, this weapon was not available for use. Then the main character began to constantly try to use it, despite system messages about the impossibility of this. At the same time, I also had to fight with Hassan all this time. Suddenly, Victor sensed something inside himself. He began to threaten the sword that if he died, then it would be bad for him too. Then the ego of the sword responded to him and allowed itself to be used. Victor never thought that a weapon could have an ego. Ego said that it takes the form that the owner wishes. Our hero has a special opinion on the aesthetics of the weapon. He wanted a big and strong sword. Hassan attacked, but to his surprise missed. At this moment, Victor attacked from above with a new weapon, while activating the 3rd level weapon master skill. And experience points also increase in proportion to the weapon mastery indicators. He struck with his blow, causing damage. Then he lunged. Later, Victor turned Hassan into a bloody sieve. On the verge of death, the dog remembered its owner. This allowed her to return to duty. Inside him, he was told that he no longer had to try and it was time to go home. And he went on with the people inside him, thereby in reality turning back into a husky dog. Victor immediately switched to the Apostle of Lust. Let's switch to Friedrich. He saw the ruins around Victor. In addition, I saw that he was missing a hand. It was a few hours later, so let's get back to the heat of the battle. Here, Victor fought with Lust, simultaneously calling him an exhibitionist. Then the founder noticed something. His henchmen snakes joined him. They attacked our hero, but Victor dealt with them with one blow each. Now nothing stops him from killing Lust. From his face, it seemed that he had already come to terms with death. Our hero struck. Butterflies began to fly out of the cut. It was strange. The two halves of the enemy turned into two founders. In the end, there were 8. Lust said he was sorry for what happened. After his words, he began to cast magic. But magic didn't kill Victor. Then the founder began to say that you need to indulge in pleasure, without the time for a fight. The priest even changed his appearance to a female one. But this did not help break Victor. Suddenly our hero caught the real body of Lust, but it was not by accident. Victor struck the enemy. The familiars felt pain because their master was being killed. Then they turned into snakes to protect their creator. Our hero will have a short conversation with them. He destroyed them, spending a lot of energy. Now certainly nothing will stop him. At this time, the half-dead snakes came up with something. Victor began to receive memories of the previous owner of the body about how Lust killed him over and over again with maximum cruelty. This means that it has come to destroy him in the same way. The sword is already literally a millimeter from the target. And of course the snakes protected their owner. He decided to deal with them once and for all. The snake told the other one to urgently leave with its owner to a safe place. A moment, and Victor was left alone. The snake turned into a human and began to laugh. Then she started saying that she shouldn't have come here. Victor began to laugh hysterically. With a roundhouse, I cut this annoying snake in two. Then there was something swearing. You could feel some annoyance in the protagonist's voice. So covered in blood, tired, and without arms, our Victor stood. Victor found himself in some place full of ruins, trying to figure out what was happening here. He approached Friedrich to start a conversation with him. He told him that he had secretly infiltrated the cult, but he was discovered and had to fight. Then Friedrich remembered the boss's words that you can't put pressure on a hunter. You need to alternate between carrots and sticks. He slammed his palm on the table and hinted that dogs who do not listen to their owners are killed. He thought that perhaps he was giving too many gingerbreads. Something unusual happened. A goddess appeared behind Victor. She extended her tender hand towards him. Next, she raised her hand to Friedrich's serious but slightly embarrassed face. Meanwhile, the charlatan and the nurse tried to get into the interrogation room. Entrance is prohibited to outsiders. But Kim threatened the commander-in-chief that if he did not let her in, she would arrange a striptease, and her blackmail worked. Having arrived there, Friedrich began to talk with horror on his face about what he had seen as a ghost girl. He saw her as clearly as possible. This had never happened to him. Friedrich said that he too was shown the red window of the system. He only kept silent about the fact that the system said that Victor would fulfill his goals. So Friedrich, without thinking twice, realized that our hero was extremely special. Victor quite by chance met Beelzebub, who happily told him that the treatment was successful. He was glad that our hero's hand was restored, and he also justified why he left the battlefield, because unfortunately his strength then completely left him. Victor menacingly ordered the ego of the sword to laugh more quietly. The ego began to say that it gave only a temporary right to use itself. Now our hero will need to pass another test for full access. As they say, Victor sent these damn tests to hell and simply brazenly took out a sword from the ego dimension. Our hero began to examine the very sword that he had impudently taken out of the dimension. I cooled it in ice water, hit it with a hammer, and tried to improve it in other ways. The sword felt all this unbearable pain, so it simply gave up without passing the test. Raven used it exclusively as a saber without changing its form. Then the sword said that it loves owners with great strength indicators, but Victor is still much weaker than the previous owner, because he lost to him dryly in the tower. Beelzebub was surprised by the absolute calm with which Victor admitted his weakness. But at the same time, he promised him that he would try to become stronger. Now, let's move on to see what's happening in the hospital. In a strange room, blood was pumped out of people into some kind of container. This is probably how it should be. The girl with the scar bathed in this blood, and apparently, it gave her great pleasure. Suddenly, she heard footsteps and immediately fired a pistol at the intruder. The guy scattered into a cloud of small butterflies. And then suddenly, she noticed her old friend to her right. It was a guy, and it seemed like an apostle of lust. The green-haired girl sweetly flirted and reached out to him. And she began to choke him, simultaneously asking who beat him so badly. He told her that, unfortunately, he had lost his strength and was now vulnerable, so he was giving up Victor to her. The girl immediately began to dig up information about him. And she liked him. And she was also wondering what his scarlet blood tasted like. Some guy tried to prove to Valkyrie in correspondence that Victor was not at all who he said he was. He saw his truest self in the Tower of the Abyss. It was not the best. The guy saw Victor live, so he claims that he knows what he is talking about. Beelzebub was given the most ordinary smartphone, no different from others. He was damn happy about this, because through it he would be able to read a lot of books. Victor bought Beelzebub this smartphone as a sincere thank you for his help. Victor received a notification from the central administration that his Lazel stone was sold for $600,000. After paying taxes, he can take the rest of the amount. Beelzebub said that Victor would now finally be able to buy an apartment in a multi-story building, as he wanted. Then Victor thought that he could also get a stone from Beelzebub's body and sell it, but he remembered that there can be absolutely no crystals in the human body. Let's fast forward to the restaurant where Valkyrie was sitting with her girlfriends. The girls were chatting about the unbearable heat, which is not surprising because summer has come outside. Suddenly, one of the beautiful girls suddenly became sad. She shared that she was at a meeting with one famous guy, but she didn't like him because he was pretending to be a completely different person. She prefers guys like Victor, for example. The echidna caustically reminded her that our hero had gently told her off. What was surprising was that Valkyrie had not yet confessed her feelings, but she had already been rejected. She only invited Victor to dinner in honor of clearing the Labyrinth Tower, but he didn't have time, since he still had a lot of things to do at home, and he also had to pass a rank test. Then she simply said that we could have dinner alone. Everyone began to talk about whether Victor might already have someone or maybe he's just into boys. We also thought that our beautiful Valkyrie might simply not be his type. Fast forward to our Victor, someone called out to him. It was the girl from the Labyrinth Tower, a hunter codenamed Priestess. The girl called them to follow her. Everyone obediently complied with her request. She brought everyone to an expensive restaurant. No one expected this. Victor noticed that the priestess spoke to him as if he were a friend, but she didn't do that in the tower, and besides, she knew his age, but he never even told her about it. Then she asked if he had accidentally cleared the Labyrinth Tower. Otherwise, no one was telling her from the Ark. Even the management did not admit this to her, since the hunter, with a big request, wished to be incognito. Then the girl invited Victor to become her own mercenary. She chose him because he is quite strong and also adapts very quickly in any situation. Victor said that he would become her mercenary only for $600,000. Even Beelzebub choked at such a presentation. Our hero was very surprised when he heard agreement from the priestess. Suddenly, unknown people came looking for the priestess, addressing her as some kind of mistress. As it turned out, this hotel restaurant actually belongs to her. This is exactly how she looks in their eyes after all this. Everyone was somewhat surprised. According to the latest testimony, there are still signs of life in the sacred tower where the priestess is going. 3 strong hunters of the Nebula Guild are imprisoned in the tower, and their master Bango said that he himself would personally save them. Let's move to the hunters' headquarters. Here, Victor and Priestess want to get permission to enter the tower, but their request was immediately denied without giving a specific reason. Suddenly, they were met by their friend Jack and suggested that they take part in the operation. Their task is to rescue 3 hunters imprisoned in the tower. One of them is named Chia, rank is. The second hunter is a summoner and also the only girl. The third hunter is Griffin. You can see a building burning. We need to check if everything is in order. People can be heard screaming for help. It seems it was an attack by monsters. Some boy called his friend looking for him along the corridors of the burning building. Having found him, the boy rushed to tell him that an accident had occurred here. The boy said that he had not found his parents. After these words, Kim, whom he was looking for, threw his feet away. It turned out that it was Griffin's nightmare. In fact, everything is fine. Fast forward to Victor. His arm is finally fully healed thanks to Kim. She wanted to help him with information about the sacred tower, but nothing is known about it yet. Suddenly, Kim suddenly asked Victor to extend his hand. He extended his palm in her direction as she asked, and he was haunted by thoughts of what she had come up with. Kim began to emit a bright green light, as if trying to attract someone's attention. She turned out to be a summoner of spirits that heal wounds with accelerated action. It is these spirits that will be with Victor on his journey, since his hand has not yet fully recovered and he needs peace of mind. Let's be transported to a beautiful temple with bells and a cross on the tower. Here, the pastor, the so-called priest, was speaking. He asked a rhetorical question about why faith is needed, and then called on people to thank God for everything. This pastor turned out to be Loki, the apostle of lust. He killed the previous pastor and left his wife and daughter behind. Only now they became his new familiars, the so-called triomorphic spirits, which, according to legend, served witches and other practitioners of magic. Loki asked his friend why she still hadn't found Victor, to which she said that everything was going according to plan. Meanwhile, Victor and the priestess were not far from that same sacred tower. The girl couldn't wait to start her first study. She likes that she will be a pioneer. Then she began to tell what exactly she took with her, only food she had with her for 2 years. Victor reminded her that it was his condition that he would not use skills to become stronger. As it turned out, the third one, Best, would go with them. Jack sent her undercover to dig up more information about Victor. The hunters got to know each other. Then they moved to the sacred tower. It was floating in the sky. To enter the tower, you had to use the teleporter underneath it. After testing, it turned out that this was not a teleport, but a jumping panel. Since everyone hesitated, Victor carried everyone on his shoulders. When they found themselves in the tower, on the floor of the room, there was a pedestal with a button unknown to anyone, which Victor immediately pressed, after which monsters climbed out of nowhere. This was the very first test of the tower. It was necessary to destroy all the monsters on the floor in just 10 minutes. Our travelers immediately took out their weapons. Bess turned out to be a strong killer of monsters. She cut them just like a hot knife cuts butter. With one slight movement of her hand, she could destroy several enemies at once. After clearing the floor, everyone ran further to the next floor. Victor immediately reached for the button, but that was not the case. The priestess stopped his hand because, in her opinion, everything needs to be thought through first. But our hero does not agree with this at all, since if he hesitates, he will not be able to escape from the floor. The girl began to say that pregnancy came first, but Victor put her in a stupor by saying that, in fact, it was she who led them to the dangerous sacred tower. This is precisely why the priestess wants to be as careful as possible. After all this, the hunters moved on, but Victor could not understand why Best was not yet showing his full strength, while the levels became more and more difficult. The main character thought that Jack sent Best here to find out his strength. After clearing the floor, everyone moved on. Victor had a strange feeling. He had the feeling that someone from somewhere was spying on him. It seems he guessed it. After a couple of photo sessions in this special room, Victor decided not to hesitate, but to immediately activate the button, as he felt something was wrong. Suddenly, a huge mechanized dog rushed past our heroes. Only 10 minutes are allotted for its destruction, otherwise you will have to clear the tower from the very first level. Victor immediately realized that this monster needed to be beaten by everyone together in point blank, since it had a protective dome. Our heroes only had 10 seconds left, so Victor decided to quickly use his bow, and literally a moment before defeat, the monster was destroyed. After that, a girl with a huge golem stood in their way. They recognized her as one of the hunters they had come for. Slowly, step by step, the girl approached and suddenly fell lifeless. She looks quite exhausted and would generally not mind having a hearty snack. A miniature mug with a saucer underneath and apparently sweet hot tea was poured in there. It was we who found ourselves in Jack's office, who was telling Guildmaster Bango about Victor. Now let's return to Griffin, who met Victor on his way. A few hours earlier, the guys fed a poor, emaciated girl. She was so hungry that she devoured the food that the guys brought her, simply in heaps, chewing every bite and enjoying the moment. She was also cheered up by how many carbohydrates she had taken the next couple of seconds ago. She would be incredibly happy to go outside to replenish supplies, but it's just a pity that teleporters cannot be used here. The girl began asking Victor about his height, weight, preferences, class. In a word, she tried to make a move. After his survey, he sharply stamped his foot. A wonderful smile shines on her face because now the chances of clearing the tower have increased significantly. Her next action was to ask all the guys to join hands together. Our heroes listened to her with dignity and fulfilled her request. The huntress said that now you need to imagine the place where you want to go in the near future. After that, something began to change. It was the magic of calling space, the fabric of the gate, the reverse effect. Now let's fast forward to see what Griffin is doing at this time. He recalls a conversation with Jack that his skills are not growing, which means he is far from reaching the highest rank, since his driving force has disappeared somewhere. He immediately remembered Victor's words that Griffin must become stronger, otherwise he will be killed by him. Immediately, Victor, instead of everyone else, suddenly appeared right in front of him. The priestess turned her sweet gaze to him. She immediately recognized her friend. It was Hunter Chia, brother of that same Hunter Bango. Their entire family was, as such, a pack of the most famous hunters. Then everyone, after consulting, decided that the next room would be cleared by Victor and Griffin. Or rather, our hero will go through one door, and the gray-haired man will go through another, which is located opposite. They will be told the reason why they were chosen only after the cleanup. Victor was the first to enter the battle, against a huge golem. After a while, our hero becomes dissatisfied since the monster turned out to be too light for his strength, but Griffin managed it faster by a full 1 minute. Then the girl began to talk about the features of this floor. There are absolutely identical monsters in 2 rooms. If you destroy them at the same time, a passage further will open. The task is to select 2 hunters of approximately equal strength. Therefore, all of Victor's questions were in order to find out his compatibility. So Victor and Griffin began a joint operation, during which they simply swept away all the food they saw. Looking at the food, you could see it literally disappearing before your eyes. Best volunteered to help Priestess with the cleaning. The girls collected all the garbage they found, but the question arose of where to dispose of it now. The Priestess took out some unusual cube, into which, when you put something, the thing disappears from this world forever. It is very expensive, as it can destroy anything. Victor suggested setting an alarm to kill the monsters at the same time. However, electrical appliances there will not even turn on, let alone start working. And no matter what ideas our hero proposed, nothing was suitable. We tried everything. Victor and Griffin began to argue. Then the grandfather intervened and invited them to warm up. After he called them cowards, they immediately attacked him. Their combined attack caused absolutely no damage. Victor decided to attack himself. Chia felt the strength in him, but there was no technique. With one slight movement of the hand, our hero was sent flying. A moment later, Chia suddenly approached him, and then he pressed it into the floor. In Griffin, my grandfather sensed speed and technique. Only a lot of unnecessary movements hindered him. As expected, the grandfather gave the youth a light. Several days have passed since Priestess Victor and Best found themselves in the sacred tower. The waiting room was not entirely safe, as monsters sometimes appeared. Griffin began teaching accuracy to Victor, who decided to simply adapt to his teacher. Unfortunately, our hero was again a little slower in clearing the room. Griffin decided that it was better to adapt to Victor. He didn't really like it. Then the priestess told Victor that he could leave the tower at any time. He would receive his money, but he still decided to go to the end. She also revealed that she wants to end the war between humans and monsters. She wanted to prove with her research that monsters also have their own history. But our hero was not very interested in this. Suddenly she started talking about telepathy, which gave Victor an idea about how to pass the test. The hunters decided not to give up and begin the task again. After preparation, Victor and Griffin disappeared behind the doors. This time they managed to clear the rooms, after which Victor asked how they knew that the rooms were connected. Nelia found out about this. She felt that there were some threads of magic between the rooms. She tried in every possible way to break them off, but nothing worked. Then our hero suggested using a common system. Griffin was against it because it wouldn't work because the rules of the tower were against hunters. In fact, the tower is neutral. It's just a regular place to fight. Victor had to figure out a way to use the system since they cleared the floor. He had it. He began to explain his theory that information was transmitted between rooms with some delay, so the time was always different. There was a subtle connection here, reminiscent of puppets on strings. Therefore, Victor decided to go into the room and not put any effort into moving. After that, his body began to move on its own, exactly as Griffin moved. This is precisely what helped him finally pass the test. Nelia simply fell to the ground, as if she had lost consciousness. Her main concern was tactics, so she decided that she simply wasn't up to the task. Victor began to say that admitting his mistakes is good, but he was not allowed to finish his thoughts. Everyone was busy going to the next floor. Chia admired Victor's skills and strength, although he was very young, but Griffin said that it was not yet certain that our hero was as old as he looked. The last huntress secretly disappeared into the portal to the next floor. The teleportation fortunately was successful. They ended up on this floor. However, the floor itself was something extremely strange and unusual. It was an old abandoned city, full of peculiarities and jokes. Suddenly, when no one expected it, a terrible monster appeared from behind the hunters. Even the lava golem was present here, but was killed during the events. A gentle hand slowly reached towards Victor. This was a man who was begging for help. It was very realistic, even though this level was a simulation. Griffin said that this is a secondary embodiment of gate shock. Fast forward to Jack, who was on the phone with Nebula's representative about how the tower would soon be cleared. Later during the trip, he noticed something strange. Friedrich's car is moving in the same direction as himself. Fast forward to the next unusual place. It's worth seeing what happens there. Our interlocutor Jack appeared before us. It was Black from Nebula. He decided to send a few more people to the sacred tower. He sent a message to a special group to move to the tower. Among those sent was a good friend of Loki, who loved to take bloodbaths. They have collected everything they need and are ready to go. Let us now turn our attention to Beelzebub. We need to find out what is happening there, otherwise there is a mess. The excellent student wanted to ask him for a stepladder to climb over the fence and open the gate from the inside with a broken lock. However, our smart guy found a solution 10 times simpler, just like she hadn't thought of it before. He carefully placed the salt battery against the lock, allowing him to charge it a little and open it. After that, he was invited to dinner, and he was able to beg a book from the girl. The excellent student learned from Beelzebub that he does not go to school, and does not plan to. The boy sensed something fishy about it all. It seems that someone entered the house without knocking or asking. It's a mess. This outsider was pretending to be an ordinary person, but Beelzebub will reveal his true colors. Meanwhile, some kind of commotion is happening in the sacred tower. Here, hunters fight monsters and carry virtual people to safety. Victor decided to act radically. Namely, he simply cut out the monsters. Griffin helped him. All of our main characters' clothes were stained with scarlet blood. I think if it rained now, it wouldn't bother them. Here's some rain for you, the great Lord God would say. But it was Nelia who used her magic to make it rain. Next, Best used an anti-detection device to ensure everyone was well prepared for the next battle. The priestess gave her this device to use. Griffin was surprised by the system message that 9 more people needed to be rescued to advance to the next level, not to the floor. Victor, thinking from the point of view of the boss of the tower, decided that after this virtual reality, there will be the next one. Bess said that the virtual shock of the gates is difficult for everyone to bear, as it reminds them of the real ones. She was surprised that Victor was too calm in all this turmoil. Longing and sadness washed over the priestess. I wish I knew why. Then Nelia decided to cheer her up with her funny life story. She and her husband were having dinner at a restaurant one day when they were suddenly attacked by monsters. At the moment of danger, her powers awakened, and thanks to them, she saved herself and her husband. It was then in the hospital that she and her husband found out about the pregnancy. The girl was sad because she heard screams when she saved her husband, but could not help them. She simply ignored them. She remained silent so selfishly. Then her husband encouraged her and said that she had saved their joint child. Since then, she decided to become a hunter to save people and children. By this, she wanted to tell everyone that here they are helping people outside to be completely safe. It also turned out that Nelia is already in her 4th decade. After a while, our hunters went in search of those lucky ones who managed to survive. Finally, they found the last one. Something strange began to happen, as if something was about to happen. After that, everyone began to be teleported to the next level. They found themselves in some unusual and at the same time interesting place. As Victor assumed, this was the 2nd simulation, only there were now fewer survivors. With each level, there were fewer and fewer survivors, and the monsters became stronger, so the hunters decided that they needed to split into teams. Victor decided that he would be paired with Griffin. Our hero again felt that he was being watched from somewhere. Griffin told Victor that he suspected he had a devilish element in him. Victor again reminded him of their agreement. If Griffin reveals that our hero is a monster, he will instantly kill him. Then the gray-haired man said that he not only suspected, but knew that he was a demon. Their argument was interrupted by the cry of a survivor. Victor immediately ran in his direction, since there were only 3 to be saved. The boy's thin voice seemed familiar to Griffin. Immediately, a terrible monster attacked the defenseless man. Victor immediately finished off the monster without much perceived effort. Suddenly, he noticed some interesting expression on his partner's face. This boy represented a young and full of strength raven. The worm monster was not the only one on this floor. There were other representatives present. A huge living tree attacked the team of Priestess and Best. The Priestess immediately decided to take a series of actions towards him. In the course of events, she decided that a good solution would be to tie him up, and she took this action. Best joined next. She wanted to help her partner. Having clearly identified the target, she destroyed the monster with one precise blow. Our strongest hunters successfully completed the task assigned to them. Best asked about the priestess's condition, to which she frantically replied that everything was fine and the monster had not hurt her in any way. Best was somewhat surprised by this answer from the priestess, because the monster was quite strong. Everyone thought that the monster had left this world forever, but that was not the case. Now the story will revolve around Nelia for a long time. The girls came to her, barely standing on their feet. Best was extremely affected by the paralyzing poison, which was not even simple. Nelia, using magic, gave her a spirit for accelerated healing. He seemed cute, and the girls liked him after resting. Priestess and Nelia went in search of survivors. The sorceress began to say that these spirits began to look exactly like this thanks to her son, who once asked to show him her animals. Their appearance was not the most pleasant that could have been. The boy, of course, expected something different, and this naturally frightened him somewhat. Since then, perfumes began to take on increasingly sweeter and sweeter incarnations. Nelia said that there would be no more gate shock, since they would clear the tower, which meant there was no need to worry. The girls were very surprised that they could not find at least one of the survivors. After the above words, it seems that the Lord heard them. They noticed a little girl. Approaching her, they could not help but notice the huge fear in the eyes of this little girl. The hunters immediately began to ask her about what had happened. Her small and fragile leg was covered in deep abrasions and cuts. Then Nelia decided to take her in her arms to carry her to the collection point. But then something happened that no one could even imagine. This little girl turned out to be evil, and immediately attacked Nelia with a drill. Let's return to Victor, who heard a roar somewhere in the distance. He was with the same boy who everyone thought was cute. The baby was terribly scared and trembling. The one who scared him so much would have broken his neck. A few hours earlier, Victor couldn't believe Griffin's words that this boy was Little Raven. This is incomprehensible to the mind, because he died at the hands of Victor, but our hero himself is more concerned with the question of why Raven dyed his hair. The boy was shy, didn't like to do this, but still asked for help. Suddenly, our hunters received a system message about an emergency quest in which they need to protect the survivors from approaching monsters. Something huge landed and hit the ground with enormous force. The guys immediately turned their attention to what happened. A horde of monsters stood in their way, appearing out of nowhere. Their leader was a terrifying dragon. Victor did not approve of the fact that the monsters had been hiding somewhere all this time. Griffin could not determine his location. They decided to go to the base, because their main task was to save the survivors. Suddenly, the boy asked the hunters to return for his brother, whom he had left to find help. His prayer request seemed strange to everyone. He is the only one of the survivors who has consciousness. Then Victor introduced Griffin to the boy as his brother. The boy did not believe it because his brother was much younger than him. Then our hero got out of it by introducing himself as travelers from the future. The boy was surprised that his younger brother would become a hunter. Griffin went on to say that white hair color is not a dye, but a mark of those who survived the shock of the gate. He also said that only they received such a mark. The boy slowly began to catch up and understand what was going on here and how it was going on. This meant that their parents, unfortunately, did not survive. At that very second, they were attacked by monsters. Griffin gave the special device to his brother, and he said to run into the building as fast as he could. After a while, he decided to use the artifact. This is a monster repeller. Literally a second after activating the artifact, something in space began to change. The boy put all his feelings of pain over the death of his parents into his determination to destroy everything. The little boy turned into an adult raven. The guy found himself in some rather strange place and unknown to anyone. Here, in this place, his parents found themselves impaled on spears. It was hard for him to accept, but he had to accept it. He couldn't help but think that during the shock of the gate, only he and his brother had survived. After that, he began to cry bitterly. This is what caused the blue explosion. Our hunters noticed this and paid attention. They couldn't see everything in detail yet, because the monsters were approaching them from behind. Suddenly, all the demons around were engulfed in terrible flames. Griffin immediately remembered why he was able to survive with his brother. Raven, in that case, was able to take strength into his fist and awaken. It was the brothers who survived, protected by this flame. Now the reborn boy threatened to kill everyone. The game has begun, namely the quest to destroy Raven 21. Let's return to the tragedy that happened with the priestess and Nelia. Nelia was simply pierced through by the drill that the girl used. The creature that did this enjoyed what was happening with pleasure. The priestess instantly caught her partner in her arms. On top of that, a giant robot crab, Goliath 17, appeared. This robot used to call little people worms because they were too weak for his incomparable strength. He also has the ability to jump high. There is also, of course, a ranged attack. It was she who was directed towards our hunters. His laser was already a matter of millimeters away. The crab had already thought that his power had worked and he had destroyed them. But it was not to be. Our priestess managed to activate the green shield in time. And she immediately began to use all the items that she had to treat Nelia. She tried very hard to save her, so she used a huge number of objects. The priestess began to cry for Nelia. She had something important in her life. A child was heard calling his mother. The sorceress began to slowly come to her senses, open her eyes, and even move. At the same time, thoughts about what happened filled her head. She started to say that she had to run, but the priestess stopped her. She said that this was not the time to give up and retreat, even though they were being hit with machine guns. Then came the heavy artillery. The priestess said that Nelia's children would be left without a mother. The priestess stopped time around her charge in an instant. She told her to stand and wait for her here. But she herself decided that she would fight. The monster is indignant, in his opinion. It is useless to sit in the ball. The priestess carefully began to emerge from the ball. Before she even had time to understand what was happening, the enemy entered the battle. The priestess skillfully attacked him with the help of her threads. Each of her attacks was misdirected, but this was only a deception maneuver. The priestess was pleased. Everything was going according to her plan. She used her arachne skill. The place intended for battle turned into darkness. The priestess immobilized the crab, after which she let down her luxurious hair. After that, she again used her threads, but this time clearly on target, without deception. Goliath 17 was successfully destroyed. After this, the restoration of the divided space began. The priestess stood near the remains of the robot. Suddenly, something called her a hypocrite and then disappeared into nothingness. The girl ran to Nelia, who was already feeling much better and better. The priestess suggested going down to the floors below in order to be completely healed there. What was surprising was the barrier that seemed to divide the space in two. It did not disappear after the battle, which means that it is going on in a different place. Let's go back sometime. Beelzebub reproached Victor for having all the search queries only about Raven. He replied that he was simply looking for information about him. Victor realizes that he himself killed him. He just wanted to fight again, and his cherished wish was fulfilled in the sacred tower. The reborn Raven viciously attacked the hunters. His speed and technique were incredible. He was an experienced hunter. Griffin constantly missed the target. Afterwards, Victor himself, who so desired it, joined the battle. He's glad to see his opponent. He missed him. Raven doesn't seem to care who he hits. For the sake of such a meeting, Victor had to break the condition and still use the skill. This skill was hidden for everyone, and even passive. The fight began instantly. Victor felt déjà vu, as if this had already happened to him. Our hero was not inferior in speed to his opponent. However, Raven was a little quicker and brought Victor back to Earth. Victor understood something about the gray-haired elder. He stood up, cut the stones with his sword into a bunch of small ones, and launched them at the enemy. Taking advantage of this distraction, he was able to get closer. Our hero finally felt happy. He had been waiting for this for so long, and now the angels came down from heaven for him. Only some strange feeling did not leave him. It prevented him from being satisfied with what he received. Victor's body suddenly began to lose its inherent strength. Previously, all this was trivial, but now everything is much more difficult. The hero began to blame himself for this. He did it both verbally and physically. He was lost in himself. He couldn't even imagine what to do with it now. He remembered that he was Victor, a warrior who attacks despite the enemy's parameters. Griffin fell to the ground. Raven was ready to kill him, but something prevented him. He was distracted by the unnecessary fuss that was happening right behind him. He even felt a little tense. This was the essence of our main character. Fast forward to the Sacred Tower boss, who reasons that using the system to clear the tower was a smart decision. Victor wanted to hack the system to absorb the tower. He used Lord Victor's special skill, which was grab. At this stage of development, the skill is unstable and not fully developed. To improve it, you need to capture the tower itself. Victor exploded with determination to become taller than the king of this tower. This confident aura scared Raven a little. It is impossible not to fear Lord Victor. Griffin was very surprised by what happened. He saw trembling fear in his brother's eyes. This had never happened before. Even when he cleared the tower himself, only anger came from him. The tip of Raven's sword trembled. His eyes, fortunately, were no longer filled with anger. The Apostle of Wrath is afraid of Victor, but how can one not be afraid of him? Griffin recognized the boss of the Abyss Tower, the killer of his brother. Our hero exudes an ominous energy that is not at all enjoyable. The gray-haired man called Victor a terrible monster, precisely because he smelled of anger. Suddenly, Raven spoke and recognized his brother. He seemed to regain consciousness and also remembered that he died. Victor was even glad that Raven had finally regained consciousness. Now their battle will be fair. Everyone will be on equal terms. Apparently, the system recovered Victor and Raven's data. This way he can fully enjoy it. But nothing is easy, and, like here, something went wrong. Victor tried to move but could not do it himself. Victor's face was questioning. He didn't understand what had happened, but everything was fine. He decided to attack the brothers. Naturally, as in any case, they had to defend themselves. Griffin summoned his two swords. He decided that he could deal with Victor himself. After this, he also thinks about sending his brother to the next world. He is worried that his skills are still at the same level, which means he will not reach the highest rank. That's why he needs to fight to take his skills to the next level. He activated his first skill first. Instantly, he became like the wind. He decided to attack Victor with his skill. However, this was a deceptive maneuver to get behind the enemy's back. But Victor managed to predict this and counterattacked. After that, Griffin attacked again, was able to hit many times, but there was no effect of the cut. After this, the monster uses intimidation, weakening opponents. The body froze with fear. Goosebumps ran across the skin like many small ants. For Victor, this was a tasty catch. He was already ready to turn Griffin's head, but he was saved by his brother, who said that he did not become stronger, apparently because he, as his target, died. Instead of the younger one, the older one took the stage against the boss of the Abyss Tower. At this time, the true Victor was perplexed by everything that was happening. Raven doesn't seem to have enough. He decided to enter the fight again. Apparently, it is precisely because of the low level that the skill does not allow him to control his body himself. Victor's body was not confused, but began to use magic. But again, nothing happens, that simply there is one thing, but Raven's body became stronger than Victor's, and his rank became much higher than that of him. Suddenly, Raven noticed something that Victor could not see for a long time. With one swing of his sword, he destroyed the camera that had been watching them all this long time. The boss of the tower sat behind this device. Raven realized that his data was being used to create the monster of this simulation out of him. After that, he said that then there was only one way to end it all. Otherwise, this level can be completed endlessly, and it will never end. He decides to commit suicide as a monster. Because of this, the territory began to be considered as traversed, which means that Victor's ability was coming to naught. Raven didn't expect to feel excruciating pain. Victor again became an ordinary person, no different from others. Raven reached out with her whole body towards him. He cannot understand why Victor took on such a guise. Raven asked if it was through a quest that he became like this. He also prayed inside that it was thanks to the quest. His last words before disappearing were that Victor was using his body incorrectly since he had achieved little. All that was left of him was a shadow, and then he disappeared. The shadow was followed by nothing, absolutely nothing. Let's switch to the all-powerful grandfather who went on the search alone since he had the highest rank. He found out that each group had its own monster, which pretended to be human. Chia had robot twins. They were not so strong. As we can see, he managed to defeat them easily. Nelia's condition still leaves much to be desired. Something needs to be done about it. Then the old man thought about what to do. He asked if Nelia would be able to advance further. The answer was yes. Then Chia said that it was time to go down. Time was running out. Nelia began to make excuses that it wasn't worth it. Everything was fine with her, and in general, everything would work out. Victor stated that he would move forward no matter what. The priestess was shocked by his statement, but did not say anything. Victor showed with one glance that he had made his final decision. The priestess thought that he had become somehow evil, but it just seemed to her. Following our hero, Griffin decided to stay in this place and reach the end. She has her own motives. Dell decided to find out who else would come down. He needed this to know who had given up and who was strong and ready to move on. Bess decided to go down because of her injury. The turn came to the priestess. She was asked a question about the descent. She walked away to think and eventually decided to move on. Another girl decided to move on and not give up. It was the goblin huntress. She was the one who thought that giving up meant showing her weakness. She chose to go with Victor and the others. She was very glad to see our hero again. Chia assembled a team to go down, including those who had already given up. So the team split into 2 groups to make it more convenient. The priestess asked the others to keep an eye on Nelia. Then Chia's group went to the lower floor. The group remained to advance further. They advanced to victory. The priestess was worried about whether they could cope, but it was too late to think about it. There is no other way out, and there cannot be. They themselves chose this path. Victory and only victory awaits them ahead. And then something began that cannot even be described in a nutshell. Mechanoids with huge and sharp claws appeared before them. They did not improve the mood of our hunters. By choice, in order to survive, our hunters had to fight them off. Along with the mechanoids, there were even flying robots. They were huge and looked like worthy opponents. Suddenly, the priestess got scared and screamed at the top of her lungs. She suggested that everyone take a couple of minutes of time to relax. She used her golden cup, which fell asleep more than once. Thanks to her cup, the group's condition began to improve significantly. They have already cleared as many as 89 floors. They are already close to victory. There is no going back. Griffin decided to step away in order to practice, since the higher, the stronger the opponents. In addition, one of the reasons for this was that he did not like being around Victor. Relations between the hunters began to heat up like oil in a frying pan. Suddenly, the priestess decided to defuse the situation, and remembered that everyone had not yet fully met the goblin. The goblin said that she was here on instructions from the Nebula Guild. As she was getting up, she met Chia. Then Victor noticed that she was alone, to which the goblin said that all her comrades fell into a trap and died. This was facilitated by a surprise attack. According to her, she barely survived. She was very lucky, so to speak. She escaped with light scratches. All this seemed strange to Victor, but the priestess asked him not to push, because the goblin was already having a hard time. She said that Victor was just talking nonsense. Her words somewhat upset the goblin, which was somehow strange. Then our hunters moved to the next level, getting closer to victory. At times, the priestess did not have a sweet life. A lot was happening in her life. She often found herself in extremely life-threatening situations. Fortunately, there are always partners who cover her back. She can be proud of that. Among them was Goblin. She was also there at times in difficult situations. Only she treated the priestess somehow arrogantly and arrogantly. It is unknown why. Another strange thing about Goblin's behavior was that she didn't approach Griffin, although they were in the same guild. But at the same time, she stuck to Victor. Then the priestess thought that the girl simply liked our hero. That's why she treats her like that, although she herself doesn't like him. So our heroes have approached the penultimate final level, number 99. Since there were 2 doors here, Victor suggested that Griffin split up so that each pair had a swordsman. The question arose about who would go with whom. This choice was not easy. The priestess began to load and boil, like a kettle warming hot tea for us. Victor had an emptiness in his head at that time. He did not like to choose between. After thinking a little, he chooses Goblin. The priestess did not expect such a turn. She was even a little upset. Victor didn't choose her because he didn't want to dodge her wiring. The Goblin infuriated the priestess somewhat. They did not like each other. Victor firmly decided that he would go further with Goblin. The Goblin began to ask if Victor had a girlfriend. She wanted to get to know him better. Victor told her that he was still a lone wolf. Next, he asked her why she was always talking about others. Here she became a little embarrassed, which seemed strange. Victor immediately attacked her, but she jumped back in time. She never expected such an unexpected turn. Our hero told her that there was no need to hide her intention to kill him. He's already tired of taking out his anger on small fry. He said that sooner or later he would kill her. Before this, the priestess called him to her. Victor did not understand what she wanted from him. She made it clear to him through messages that the goblin was not a real huntress, but an imposter. Our hero told her that he also suspected something like that. Next, he invited the priestess to dinner. When everything was over, she did not expect such an offer. Now back to the battle between Victor and Goblin. She literally pointed her pistols point blank, but our hero deftly dodged. At the same time, he even managed to counterattack. He had experience in this. The goblin swung her leg and jumped. In flight, she flew into Victor from above, after which the carnage continued at a wild pace. After a while, Victor decided to ask her why she was here. She came here precisely for his soul. She went on to say that she was hired, but she felt sorry for our hero. She liked Victor, which is probably why she asked him for a girlfriend. She thought that she could simply remove the dangerous element. Her late grandmother told her that a living toy is much more fun than a non-living one. She said that this is exactly what she used to do. Therefore, she will not kill Victor, she will simply take him into her possession. Only then will he cut off all his limbs and play with them like a doll. Then she revealed her true name. It sounded nothing more than Peacemaker. The sword's ego began to say that she was strong enough and needed to change the form of the weapon, to which Victor said that no one could compare with Raven's strength. Compared to his unreal strength, she is just a pathetic nonentity. If he survived the fight with Raven, then he can win here. So Victor, having gained a little more determination than he had, and he went on the attack, the real one. The Peacemaker did not expect such a maneuver, but a moment before the contact, she dodged. The sword's ego took the form of hatchets, the shape of which was ideal for narrow spaces. The situation currently happening for the Peacemaker has changed. Victor said that he is not the pathetic toy here, but she appears to her in this place. Then he rushed to attack. His goal was so close, he could literally step in with his foot. But the Peacemaker dodged it again. She decided that it was enough to fight half-heartedly. Now it was time to fight like a real hunter. The Peacemaker took out a new weapon from her inventory. Her weapon was a huge metal whip. The girl could not help but notice that Victor was strong enough. The Peacemaker began to attack with greater speed than before. But Victor did not go far from the girl. In the middle of the battle, our hero threw his hatchet. Thanks to this maneuver, he was able to seriously wound the Peacemaker. She immediately began to bleed. It was time to admit defeat. Not even a minute had passed when she suddenly became hysterical and started laughing. She did not understand why her toy assigned to her did not obey her. She felt that her pathetic toy was craving serious punishment. After her words, she extended her hand. Suddenly there was some kind of blaster in it. She didn't want to resort to this, but apparently she would have to. She yelled that Victor himself was to blame for everything, so she would have to do this. She instantly fired plasma at her target, which was Victor. But our hero didn't even move. He has experience in this too. A moment later, the Peacemaker received her carcass, which already had nothing in it. She didn't even notice any movements from Victor. Our hero punched the Peacemaker straight through. Suddenly everything lit up with a green light that was beautiful to the eyes. The girl saw something she didn't expect at all, and it surprised her. Victor ran towards her as fast as he could. He ran through the plasma she released. Thus, he reached his desired goal. Victor became much stronger in a short period of time. Thanks to the fact that power instantly rushed to him, he was able to defeat the Peacemaker. She began to scream and writhe in unbearable pain. Victor watched this with a straight face. He didn't care. The quest window did not appear, which means she is not an apostle. Then it remains to find out who. She claims that she doesn't even understand what Victor is talking about. Our hero began to put pressure on the girl to get an answer from her. No one could order the murder of our hero, except for one pervert. The Peacemaker realized that Victor was looking for Loki. She was ready to share this information with him. In return, she only asked him for mercy. According to her, she has nowhere to run since he knows her by sight. And besides, our hero can kill her if the information is not useful to him. Victor began to discuss in detail. Then he asked himself whether he needed this information at all. He can find Loki in another way, but killing him will help him improve his skills, which are not so great. She will simply become an investment in his future. Suddenly, she jumped up, took out a minigun, and began to shoot back because she did not want such a fate. But Victor quickly finished her off with one light blow. Before her death, the girl began to remember her past. It was the most terrible moment in her life. She saw the murder of her beloved grandmother. She remembered that man. He was the former owner of Victor's body. The Peacemaker's body finally made contact with the ground. The sword's ego began to worry that the body would be discovered. But Victor calmed him down, because when the tower is cleared, everything is destroyed. With his murder, Victor may have lost the easiest way to find Loki. Suddenly, our hero noticed a small red dot. It was blinking. After 5 seconds of thinking, he realized it was a bomb sensor. Victor realized that it seemed that he had finished his game. An explosion thundered, instantly smashing everything to pieces in a matter of seconds. Fast forward to Priestess and her companion Griffin. She squealed like a little girl. A cold drop just fell on her. They have few fireflies left, so they need to move carefully. The girl kept thinking about what Victor offered her. She couldn't understand why he invited her to dinner. It was a pity that he wasn't her type. Griffin opened the system menu. According to his notes, there are several floors left to the top. Then the priestess began to think why Griffin had not yet reached the highest rank. The couple decided not to stay long and moved on. Suddenly, some huge doors appeared in front of them. After a couple of simple manipulations, the hunters opened a passage to the next room. Before their eyes appeared a city filled with people, even a pretty one. The kids frolicked and played. There is one amusement park. Suddenly, they noticed a cute girl. She proved to the director that she had no relationship with a man. Griffin was completely bewildered. The priestess enjoyed the resulting drama, as if she was in a love series. She even seems to have penetrated him too deeply. In the end, the director simply left. The priestess is too keen on romantic films. Suddenly, that director is flattened by a huge cube. Something large appeared above the crowd of people. It was another monster. Priestess and Griffin immediately realized what awaited them. Our hunters prepared for a tough fight with him. The monster got bored with everything. He began to destroy everything in his path. Suddenly, absolutely everything they saw instantly disappeared. The priestess fell through the ground. Griffin did not have time to do anything. A large hand held the dome. This was the top of the cage with the priestess. She didn't understand anything. The monster is bored with the people he created with banal dialogues, so now real hunters will speak for him. A quest has appeared to destroy this monster. Isabel, 215. Griffin was given the genre in which he would perform: romance. The priestess could not stand still. She was scared. She tried in every possible way to get out and also to find out what the monster was up to. The system does not work in this location. The monster said that he destroyed the priestess's system since her power is in objects. Then the giant's attention switched to Griffin. She knows everything about him. At this time, the priestess analyzed and decided that there was no point in delaying. Immediately, a powerful blow was made to the monster. Griffin took the shot. However, this did not cause serious damage to the monster. He began to think through the performance that he would have to perform in the future. The priestess does not understand what is happening. Then the giantess began a story about an ugly woman. The priestess will play her. She does not agree with the role. According to the play, no one wanted to marry the scarecrow except for Hanam, the best guy in the village. No one could understand why he fell in love with this scarecrow. Perhaps he was narrow-minded. One day, the ugly girl was put in a cage because she was jealous of the most beautiful girl in the world. Isabel, 215. Whether Hanam will be able to save his love is an open question. Griffin attacked the monster, confidently defeating him. Spoiler alert, this tale has a bad ending. The white-haired man's attack was repulsed, but he attacked again. Isabel covered herself with her cubes. The priestess watched all this with her mouth open. There was a terrible explosion. Griffin was thrown back a little. Suddenly, a huge cube flew towards him, but he deftly cut it. After that, even more cubes flew at him. The girl was worried about her partner. She noticed that the monster's attacks were adapting to the enemy. Griffin ultimately did not have time to repel the attack and was thrown to the ground. There were too many cubes. After a while, he stopped feeling Isabel's attacks. Then, some creatures appeared. Unfortunately, they were not for Griffin. They were able to slightly crush their target with the cube. The priestess began to shout that the whole problem was the missing light. The fireflies needed to be activated. But she didn't have time to finish as her mouth was closed. Isabel told her to sit quietly. Otherwise, it would get worse. Griffin was able to get the fireflies. The monster reminded him that this was a story with a bad ending, and then attacked the helpless Griffin with cubes. The priestess could not even utter a sound. Before us is the courageous hand of Griffin. Somewhere inside himself, he began to talk about his strengths. He realized that there was no need to be proud of his current merits. Then he began to think that he was scared. He didn't think that Victor would improve so much in such a short time. Then Raven appears, who realized that his younger brother's skills have not improved, since his target is himself. The elder began to say that for the growth of the wrong hunters, which is Griffin, a special condition is needed. Since Raven died, then Griffin can no longer be pumped up. Victor appeared and offered to become a target so Griffin could become stronger. After this, the guy was able to escape into the real world. The priestess was both surprised and horrified by what was happening. There was a serious purpose within Griffin. It was necessary to kill Raven, but he was now replaced by Victor. Griffin was filled with energy. He was completely ready to win. His lightning began to strike everywhere they could reach. Isabel tried to block him. Griffin was able to strike Isabel with lightning. He realized that she could not withstand the discharge of electricity. The guy punched, and he skillfully cut the cubes that flew towards him in two. Out of despair, the monster pulled out a lot of weapons from himself. The boy immediately found himself behind Isabel. He attacked her with words of death. The monster had hundreds of lightning bolts at the same time. Everything around was filled with blue. The monster exploded, unable to withstand the tension. The priestess was able to get out of the cage. She immediately ran to Griffin to find out about his new power. Suddenly, blood began to flow from the winner's mouth. Apparently, the body is a little unprepared for such force. But despite this, Griffin immediately moved to the next floor. He destroyed the monsters as quickly as possible. The priestess was shocked by his rebirth. According to her, he became even faster than his brother. Then she began to think where Victor could be. Remember the sun. Here is a ray. Then the priestess asked where the goblin was, to which our hero said that she had died. The priestess did not expect such a plot turn. Griffin said inside himself that Victor got here alone. Here the priestess began to clarify how the goblin died. Victor deftly shifted his attention. According to him, he cannot open the door himself. The priestess began to examine the strange device. There were two of them, so we decided to press them at the same time. Victor began to feel, behind this door is the boss of the tower. At this point, the priestess was already nervous. In her opinion, 3 A-rank hunters were not enough to clear out. Then she began to say that we need to wait for Chia. Before they could finish speaking, Griffin and Victor opened the door. Here, willy-nilly. You have to fight. The priestess was surprised at how large the space was. The boss was waiting for the heroes. He flew towards them with a whistle. According to him, they are very slow. Pharaoh's boss had a stiff neck while he was waiting for them. The boss began to say that through the monsters in the tower, he was able to collect all the information about them. So for him, they are in full view. The boss offered to become his monsters, creating mechanoids from them. Naturally, this proposal was not accepted. The boss did not expect such a reaction. A battle is coming. Griffin and Victor want to defeat the boss, thereby proving something to each other. The boss began calling his mechanics. Let's fast forward to the hunter's headquarters. Here the girl is trying to persuade her friend to go have coffee, but she cannot leave her post, since the holy tower can be cleared, and she must be informed about it immediately. In the middle of their conversation, the information about the tower changed. The tower has only recently appeared and has already been cleared. The sacred tower has been destroyed. Let's turn our attention to the city. People live their everyday lives. Suddenly something happened. The hunter left the department. He hid his identity. Immediately they began to question her about who cleared the sacred tower. The reporters kept pressing and trying in every possible way to push for an answer. Then the girl ran away from the environment. Her last phrase was that she dealt a fatal blow to the boss. This girl turned out to be the priestess. Beelzebub decided to ask Victor about the priestess, whether she really killed the boss. Then our hero began to remember the battle. The hunters were wounded and a little exhausted. The boss's body was in terrible condition, his arm was missing. But it suddenly began to recover, just like a million times before. Then Victor asked the priestess for help. He remembered that she had a cube that destroyed everything you put in it. Then the girl threw the cube at the boss. He hovered over the target. The cube turned out to be an all-consuming mimic. He devoured the boss, only the legs remained.
The core of the boss and the artifact touched, and an explosion occurred, destroying the cube without a trace, and this is where the story of the battle ends.
Beelzebub began to discuss how much the Mechanoboss core could be sold for. But at the same time, Victor was able to get proof of victory over the boss. Then he asked about the guy caught, who kept him in the warehouse. Our hero came to him. It was the guy who was at the party to celebrate the clearing of the maze tower. The guy immediately decided to run away, but he hit the air and fell. It was Beelzebub who cast protective magic. Then the guy let slip that he knows that Victor is a demon. There was a girl under the hood, but it turned out to be a guy with his hands on the table. Victor decided to hit the shameful representative of his sex. The guy began to defend himself like a girl. Then Victor remembered this fruit, only he looked a little different. This guy was a top-class hunter. Codename Vanessa, and yes, he pretended to be a girl. He was trying to clear the Abyss Tower. But like everyone else, he suffered a defeat, and a shameful one at that. Monster Victor was preparing to kill the unlucky hunter. But Vanessa had one ability. Many call it forbidden magic. He could teleport to a safe place in an instant before death. This was the first time anyone was able to escape from Victor. The peculiarity of this ability is that there is a risk of losing half of your strength, which is what happened to Vanessa. So he went to the Labyrinth Tower to pump himself up, which is how he recognized Victor. Vanessa began to threaten our hero with a disclosure, but he didn't care. The fact is that hardly anyone will believe Vanessa. Therefore, Victor allowed himself to laugh a lot. Besides, a weakling shouldn't have come into the beast's lair. Then Victor began to think out loud about how he could cook the annoying little man. The methods were terrible, from beating to simply drinking blood. Vanessa turned on her charm. Victor was confused by this because it looked like an intro on yellow YouTube. Then Victor put a bag on the special one's head and gave him 2 tasks, one of which was to search for Loki. Vanessa realized that he would be used as an informant. Now the hour of Beelzebub has come. He said that he placed a familiar in his body. If Vanessa does not obey them, then poison will enter his body and he will die in terrible agony. Now Victor has his own toy. Vanessa couldn't stand it and ran away. Our hero asked if the escapee really had a familiar in his body, and the answer was negative. Beelzebub said that so that Vanessa would work better. Then Victor remembered what he wanted from his vassal. He asked to teach him magic. Beelzebub created a magical barrier around him. He began to say that since Victor relies on strength, then he doesn't need magic. However, our hero insisted on studying high-level magic. After a while, Victor mastered the magic of the barrier. Beelzebub showed only once, and Victor immediately repeated. Our hero remembered the words that he was using his body incorrectly, because it had enormous potential for magic. Let's turn our attention to Vanessa. He ran to tell his boss that he had received proof. The boss asked which one specifically, but did not hear a clear answer. After a pause, he simply turned around and was ready to leave. At this moment, the pseudo-girl said that Victor was literally the boss of the Abyss Tower. Let's get back to Victor's training. He suddenly realized whose body it was. Former owner Raven. And that boss turned out to be Friedrich. Suddenly a goddess appears behind him and tells our hero that she has fulfilled his wish. He wanted to become like Raven. Even when he was pierced through with a sword, all his thoughts were only about this. Victor asked who she was. The goddess said that for now she could only tell him her name, La. She somehow has a special attitude towards the hero. Victor said that he recognized the owner of this body in the sacred tower. Raven told him this before disappearing. He directly said that this was his body. Next, Beelzebub thought about how much magical power Victor had in his body. It turned out to be too much. It literally poured out of him like a river. Then the boy thought that Victor would not be able to use fire, since the former owner of the body had died. However, Victor used Raven's skills without any problems. In the Sacred Tower, Raven was weaker than the original, but when he was filled with consciousness, he became stronger. Raven will be strengthened due to the reflex buff. In general, magic is short-term, but very strong explosive damage. But such power has duration limitations that cannot be avoided in any way. Just wait. Therefore, pure physical strength is better suited for clearing towers. However, there is an even better way, namely to envelop your body with magical amplifiers in close combat, so you can defeat anyone. So Beelzebub came up with a plan. You need to use Raven's style. Victor remembered that, as a monster, he made his way through the floors of the Abyss Tower, remembering the styles of the enemies he killed. Likewise, Victor will steal Raven's style and Beelzebub will teach him buff magic. However, he knew nothing about buff magic. After this, Victor decided to find out whether Beelzebub really knows all magic. As he said before. Then Beelzebub remembered that there was someone better than him in this matter. She was a girl. Namely, Kim. Victor just came to her and immediately regretted it. Kim reminded him that once her name was not a doctor but a buffer. She dared to tell our hero about this technique. Naturally, not for nothing. Victor began to find out the price. Here she stretched out her hands to him. She asked for his body. Now let's go to the little kids. Our hero came to them. He grabbed one boy. The boy was scared. Victor caught it and began to playfully eat it, like a monster. The kids loved this kind of entertainment. Kim brought the main character here so that the kids could undergo a medical examination. The incentive for them was to play with the monster after passing it. All the children happily, and most importantly, calmly underwent the examination. Kim handled each child skillfully. It was already evening when the woman thanked Kim for her help with the work. She said that tired young man did everything. Victor began to demand training, as they agreed. However, they had 2 more places to visit. But since it is already evening, they will leave tomorrow. With this, they left Victor. At home, our hero went wild, blaming the charlatan for everything. Suddenly, he noticed that Beelzebub was not the only one at home. The priestess came to them because she could not get through by phone. She asked him to call her by her real name when they were in everyday life. She came to pick him up to eat. They will go in her car. Only Victor went to dinner with the priestess. He went on to say that he was not serious then, but the priestess understood it. She just wanted everyone to meet at the same table. Everyone who cleared the tower together with the priestess is invited there. Suddenly, Victor saw a poster with the priestess. She didn't expect to see this. The priestess doesn't really like popularity because she can't stand journalists, and she wants to become famous as an archaeologist and not as a hunter. Everyone was already waiting for those who were late. Nelia, Chia Best, and Griffin were there. The priestess was surprised at how quickly Nelia recovered. The sorceress admired the fact that the 3 of them destroyed the boss. Also, everyone saw the articles about the priestess. She said that Victor and Griffin did everything for her. Everyone was surprised that they were the only people in the restaurant, although they book a place a month in advance. The priestess simply bought all the seats for today. She did this in order to have a complete blast without prying eyes. By the time the girls were already dressed, Griffin went home. Victor stopped him. He asked why he did not reveal his identity to the other members of the squad. Griffin said he doesn't yet have enough evidence that Victor is a demon. Yes, and he needs it for development, but he did not say this out loud. Soon he left. Victor was left alone in the park. Then he saw the priestess next to him, who was eating ice cream. She said everyone had left. Victor was about to go since it was already late, but the priestess had not yet done what she had planned. She kissed our hero. Victor didn't expect this. The girl immediately pulled away and said goodnight. Victor remained in the same position. He didn't understand anything yet, because this was his first time. Victor began to wipe his lips because he didn't want ice cream at that moment. The mighty grandfather called out to him. He wanted to discuss something with him. Chia asked about Victor's purpose as a hunter. Some people do this for money, and some do it for fun, and why our hero does this is what interests Mega Grandfather. Victor replied that he was among the hunters for battle. His goal is to fight the strongest to become the strongest. Then Chia said that Victor is a talent that is a pity to miss. Victor was invited to the Nebula Guild. Now let's move on to the next day, the kids. They were very happy about the arrival of Kim and Victor. After work, the 2 went to the roof to practice using buffs. Victor repeated what Kim showed him the first time. She was surprised. Then she realized that she really liked the role of a teacher because it's so nice to watch your children grow up. In addition to upgrading your characteristics, you can also learn new skills. Kim is ready to teach some of them. Then Victor says that he is leaving the guild. Kim could not have expected such a turn of events. He spoke about the invitation to join the Nebula Guild. Victor also said that they help hunters there in every possible way. Then he began to put pressure on Kim that her guild was a complete scam and in general the name sucked. In addition, he was cruelly exploited for training. Victor finished his punch. Kim had nothing to answer. This is where they parted ways. Then the girl rose from her knees and asked what she should do to make him stay. She began to offer everything, even her body. Then he said that he would stay, but on one condition. It was necessary to increase the number of people in the guild. But Victor's most important demand is to change the name. Fast forward to the Heaven Hotel. A couple moved in here. They looked carefree and happy. Here they were preparing for a kiss. They love each other so much. Suddenly they noticed a poster with the Reaper. After discussing it, they moved on. They entered the banquet hall. Here, the master of the Challenge Guild, Minerva, chatted with the girl about the beauty of this hall. The redhead's name was Ella. She is the master of the La Poema Guild. Then the redhead yelled at a girl named Muse. She has filming tomorrow, and she decided to eat off her cheeks today. The redhead, to make sure that something like this wouldn't happen again, decided to throw in a little more screaming, seasoned with a 3-story obscenity. The Muse left silently. Minerva had no words on this matter. Then the conversation turned to secret guests who were already supposed to arrive. Muse decided to go play something, so she turned to the tables. But unfortunately, she didn't notice the guy in front of her and crashed into him. It was Victor and Kim. Suddenly, the girl was called by her acquaintance. They started chatting about changing the guild's name to Wilderness. Kim said that Victor threatened to leave her, so she agreed to his terms. At this time, our hero was calmly eating the cake. The man noticed our hero. He immediately liked it. In his opinion, Kim dug up gold. The guy began to offer money for him to join his guild, but Kim resisted. The red-haired girl also wanted to take part in the auction. After a couple of jokes, they continued gossiping. The man's hand reached out to the woman's shoulder. It was Kim's ex-husband. He was glad to see her, but she, in turn, was not particularly happy. Victor began to think about how he could stand out. His thoughts were interrupted by the priestess, whom he noticed. Memories of the kiss immediately surfaced in our hero's head. Victor decided to quickly discard this obsession. Our hero heard someone shouting at the priestess. Victor even came to his senses from this. All this happened behind a half-open door. This guy said that the priestess promised him to go on a date if she cleared the tower perfectly. In response, she said that she did not say such a thing. Then the guy made a hand face. It's no longer funny to him that the priestess breaks down. He brazenly reached out to her. However, Victor stopped him. The guy wanted to grab the girl for something so pretentiously. However, Victor in this situation turned out to be a prince on a white horse. He saved the girl from his masturbation. The priestess did not expect to see her friend here. Here the guy didn't even know who he was dealing with. Here the priestess and Victor began to communicate as old friends. They stopped paying attention to the guy altogether. Then he decided to stand out and asked if it was the priestess's boyfriend in front of him. The guy recognized Victor as a hunter. The main character said that he is from the Wildlands Guild. The guy grinned that the priestess was hanging out with a guy from an unknown guild. He himself is from the Guardian Guild, which is one of the 3 strongest guilds. Our hero said that he had never heard of this guild. The famous guild is Nebula. Here the priestess burst out laughing. It was funny to her that Victor called the guild from the top 3 unknown to anyone. Then the guy noticed Minerva. She chatted with Kim and other VIPs. Then the guy realized what and how. The boy realized that Victor was in front of him and called him to another place. He called loudly to Minerva. She knew this guy. His name was Bark, and he came with an offer. He said that the hunters are bored here. According to people, Bark is not suited to be an intellectual. The guy suggested arranging a friendly one-on-one duel. The redhead began to be indignant that they don't do this kind of thing here. However, Bark said that everything was consensual and that Victor agreed to participate in this. The redhead was still against it. The turn of approval came to this sweet couple. They approved. The machik was getting ready. According to the priestess, Victor will simply be publicly humiliated since Bark is very strong. Then the guy decided to show everyone that an unknown guild would now put the upstart in his place. Then he began to say something else, but Victor interrupted him. He was tired of the chatter, so he insisted on starting the battle. Then Bark lost his temper and attacked first. He made a fairly quick dash. A moment later, Bark disappeared from our hero's sight. It immediately became clear to Victor that his opponent specialized in the fastest possible attacks. However, our hero fought with Raven, who was many times faster. Victor was able to catch Bark and tear off his arm. After that, he simply threw her on the floor. Then Minerva clapped her hands loudly. She called Victor the best. For her, he is an enviable hunter. This is how Victor was able to become famous. After all this mess, the priestess asked our hero to extend his hands to her. She worries that he got hurt during the fight. As it turned out, Bark managed to inflict several scratches on Victor. The priestess is a little confused. She expertly bandaged Victor. She's glad that our hero is doing well. She directly said that he was very strong. Someone interrupted their intimacy with their presence. It was Kim, who thought that the couple had decided to retire here. Kim realized that during the battle, Victor only wrapped one hand in the buff, as he had not yet fully mastered this technique. Thanks to Victor, the guild became more popular. Minerva suggested that the main character become stronger for greater popularity. She went on to say that the strongest hunter in the guild is his face, like Valkyrie, for example. To do this, Victor needs to become a top-ranking hunter. She said that for people like Victor, there is a special place. A settlement. Kim said he shouldn't be sent there. It is very dangerous there for A-rank hunters. Victor could die. There is a more conservative and safer way, but it takes much longer. Victor decided to find out more about this place. The priestess heard about this place. It is also called the Demon's Lair. New towers constantly appear there, like mushrooms. It is because of the danger that Kim does not want to let Victor go there. Therefore, the charlatan is categorically against all this. Victor asked if he could reach the highest rank there. The answer was yes. Fast forward to Bark, who has already had his arm reattached. The redhead began to say that she came to the banquet for wine, not for blood. Bark began to feel uncomfortable. Kim's ex-husband began to sneer at his antics. Bark disgraced the guild, and the leader put pressure on this. He began to say that this would not happen again. Bark almost burst into tears. Friedrich protected him from being beaten. He said that you shouldn't hit someone who is lying down. Bark ran away. The guys continued to communicate. Suddenly, Friedrich's interlocutor received a call. Someone told him about unrequited love. Friedrich thought of that guy as a sly fox and continued. Kim frightened Friedrich with her unexpected appearance. They began to talk about the future banquet. Then Friedrich decided to ask about his ward. He asked if he was still angry with him. Then Kim said that Victor decided to go to the settlement. Friedrich was not surprised. He thought that this way our hero could become even stronger. Fast forward to the cafe, people here are somewhat tense. The main character sits here. He sat with Vanessa. Then the guys came to them. They are Vanessa's fans. To be more precise, these are his clients. Victor asked if they knew Vanessa was a guy. He said yes, they do. Demand creates supply. Then Vanessa began to say that she had found Loki. He disguised himself as the leader of a religious community. As soon as Vanessa discovered him, he immediately began to cover his tracks, but loyal fans will easily find him. But for the second request, namely the search for information about the dark mass that crawled out of Quartz, no clues could be found. It was drawn well, there is no doubt about that. Victor at that moment remembered his first task. It is assumed that the man behind Quartz has the skills to create the living dead. Only hunters of the Necromancer class can do this, which narrows the search range. Victor asked if Vanessa had given away Victor's true identity. He immediately replied that he did not hand it over. However, Vanessa was as tense as possible. And this is not surprising, because a few days ago he told Friedrich about everything. He then revealed that Victor is the boss of the Abyss Tower. He listened carefully to Vanessa. He could no longer hold on. He laughed out of his mind. Vanessa realized that they wouldn't believe him here. However, Friedrich believed and said that this was someone's plan. Vanessa is wondering whether to help Victor or not. They remember that he has a debt to our hero. Then the charlatan called Victor. Let's switch to Echidna. She was chatting with Valkyrie. She, in turn, constantly played on the phone. The Echidna could barely contain herself. In her opinion, Valkyrie is very lazy. You need to somehow motivate her to develop, otherwise she will neglect herself. But wherever Echidna suggested she fly to rest, she didn't like it. Here the mentor flared up and said that at this rate the hunter muse would take the lead in this industry, which is unacceptable. Valkyrie was not interested in all these games. Then the conversation turned to the inequality of the position of men in their guild, because there are only 2 of them. Then Valkyrie said that she wanted to go to the settlement. Echidna said that such a simple-minded girl had nothing to do there. Valkyrie did not like this opinion about her. She is the highest rank. Then she began to debate whether she needed to capture a single tower. Suddenly she noticed Victor and Kim, who were going somewhere. Valkyrie thought that his companion was his girlfriend. She began to console herself with the fact that people don't dress like that on a date. Victor didn't like that he had to evaluate Kim's outfit. Valkyrie checked out the doctor's figure. Then she realized that Kim was the head of his guild. She also learned that Victor was going to the settlement. That is why Valkyrie wanted to go to the settlement. Her betrothed will be there. The next day, Victor agreed with the excellent student to keep an eye on Beelzebub. She asked if he was sad to be separated from his brother again. In general, Beelzebub was very upset, and Victor, before leaving, wished good luck to the girl at school. In the car, Kim tried in every possible way to dissuade Victor, but she failed. Our hero began to threaten that if Kim did not shut up, he would jump out of the car. Kim is truly worried. She gave banal advice that Victor was already bored with. Finally, they arrived. Our hero saw a settlement. There were towers everywhere. Victor liked this arrangement. Fast forward to the Kim Center. She returned after dropping Victor off. She is not happy that Victor was apparently ready to stay there forever. According to her, this is a rare success. She can survive this. Let's move to the settlement. Here 2 hunters were arguing. The essence of the dispute is that one did not notice the other. Victor liked the spectacle, but there was not enough bread. The disputants did not expect spectators. As a result, the dispute ended in mutual threats, and that's where they parted ways. What nonsense, Victor thought. However, this is a B-rank hunter. They are the best hunters of their rank. Victor noticed that the guy in front of him felt bad. They threw a stone at him because he decided to leave the settlement. They don't like weaklings here. That's what our hero understood. At that moment, Victor began to realize. He fucking loves it here. He was distracted from his thoughts by the fact that he would soon be run over and something needed to be done. These were employees of the Jum and Kant settlements, respectively. They were surprised that Victor was able to dodge. Then Victor was taken to show the settlement. Their task is to show how the settlement system works. Our hero's team will have a mentor, a hunter of the highest rank, who will train a group of 4 people. This will not really be a teacher. He will rather give useful advice. They also restrain the strength of the A-ranked ones to avoid disaster. They protect against clashes between hunters because no one needs death here. What's surprising here is that they live in groups of 4 people, but everyone clears the tower themselves. They arrived at their destination. Victor was invited to come in because Manager Bath was waiting for him. The manager turned out to be a woman who smoked constantly. Victor thought that he already understood everything. There was no need to explain anything further. Then our hero noticed Griffin, who also decided to raise his rank. Fast forward to Jack, we learn that he didn't expect Griffin to go to the settlement. In his opinion, he will soon receive the highest rank. He has nothing to do there. Back at the settlement, Bath said that the staff will explain the accommodation conditions to the hunters. They were told that they could not allow the fire in their eyes to go out. Otherwise, they would break. The brightest representative who passed through the settlement was Raven. Then she began to ask about her impressions of the camp. Griffin doesn't have any particular thoughts on the matter. He wants to kill all the monsters to reach the highest rank. Bath said his words were quite bold. Now it was Victor's turn, who said that he wanted to fight with all the hunters. Bat was amused by his words because hunters usually don't say such things. After that, everyone dispersed. Victor arrived at his destination and was met by a strange guy. They decided to give Victor a surprise with a firecracker. They've been waiting for him for a long time. That guy in the mask is a hunter of the highest rank, Lunatic. The red one's name was Guilty. Forever sad, Jackal. Then everyone suggested celebrating the meeting. During the conversation, it was revealed that the 3rd A-rank hunter's name was Hyper. They sat there all night, so Lunatic had to wake Victor up for a long time. As it turned out, one of his group had already cleared the Tower of Wrath. Victor did not understand how the towers could be cleared in such a state. Victor came last. As it turned out, in this hostel there is a system of competition based on the number of towers cleared. Guilty is in first place, Hyper is in second, Jackal is in third, and Victor is in last. Everyone started laughing at our hero. He shouldn't have drunk like that. Victor decided to laugh too, and then he smashed the table at which they were sitting. He called them dogs and also said that there was no point in having fun. Victor went to clear the towers. He reached the top floor so quickly that the cultists on that floor weren't expecting to see him there. They summoned a huge demon. It was the boss of the Tower of Darkness, Aemon. The demon launched a dark clot towards the main character, but Victor dealt with Aemon with one blow. Then our hero immediately went to another tower, and also easily cleared it, as well as a couple of other towers. The group was surprised by his agility. Victor enjoyed his result. He's gone a long way. Let's move to the branch of the settlement management. Here the hunter is yelling at the employee because of some trifle. The girl could barely hold on. Another employee looked at all this. She was used to this. The guy constantly violated discipline. He was threatened with a 10-day ban from visiting the towers. The employee put the impudent person in his place, covering for the new girl. The guy got mad and reached out to his mentor. Victor stopped him. He said that this is a settlement, so let him not show off. And in general, it's his turn. Here it's every man for himself, and battles continue every day without interruption. This is what Victor needs. 2 months have passed since our hero arrived in the settlement. Victor improved his skills well during this time, but the level increased slightly. There were fewer confirmation marks for raising the level. Victor used this one after clearing the Labyrinth Tower. Our hero realized that he needed a lot of experience in order to gain even more. There would never again be days when he would be locked in a tower waiting for someone. Victor becomes stronger than when he was the monster in the tower. He suddenly received a call. Victor immediately asked how Jean was doing there. 2 months ago, Beelzebub was sent to school. Now his name is Jin. The girls immediately liked him. One guy thought he was kind of arrogant. Beelzebub was pushed. It was that fat guy with the guys. They didn't like that all the girls liked him. Beelzebub said that it is not surprising that he is popular because he is beautiful. He hit his offender with all his might. Beelzebub looked at his child's fist. He decided to tell the fat man that natural selection exists, and he needs to be more careful. They just told Victor about this mess. Before this, he spoke with Beelzebub that he would not spend the money that Gina gave them. He will only spend a little on equipment. Beelzebub was infuriated that having become a child, he became bored with nothing but reading books. Beelzebub called Victor a fool. The excellent student said that she would look after the fidget. She also said that Victor is strong, and he will succeed. Then Hyper began pestering him with questions. He invited Victor to go have some fun. You can't work all the time. You need to rest sometimes. That was his position. Hyper brought our hero to a club that opens once a month. Ships are open to everyone. This is a great place to relax. Victor was in a stupor. He had never been to such places. Victor continued to look around. There was a huge dance floor here. Hyper realized that Victor had never been to such places. He didn't like it because it was so ideal for parties. Hyper then said that this was a former hotel that was destroyed by the shock of the gate. After the settlement was built, the buildings began to be restored. Victor asked how to have fun here. Hyper said that you need to move like everyone else. You can drink alcohol. Or you can have fun with the girls.
Each of them has its own purpose here.
Victor didn't take the hint. Hyper began to ask what kind of girls Victor liked. Then he noticed a couple of men, and therefore they were a little closer than friends. One of them was Jackal. He noticed Victor, smiled at him. After that he winked. Victor doesn't like such hints. Then he heard Guilty yell from behind. He shouted that they wanted to scam him. The girls were unhappy. Guilty pulled out his wand again with punishment. They told him what he had to do. He grabbed his chest, and in one motion he tore off his shirt. Victor did not like this entertainment. Our hero was called out by Hyper. He said that it is difficult to get here, so all those who are here are very motivated to relax. Anything is possible here except murder. Victor noticed something on Hyper's tongue. It was a pill with something in it. I condemn that. Hyper became very cheerful and started dancing. Suddenly, Victor remembered something. It was in the main building of the settlement. In the bath office, he was asked to stay. They wanted to discuss something with him. Our hero could not understand what they wanted from him. He was asked if he knew anything about cleaners. Victor turned out to be one of them. He was given the task of finding the source of these pills. Many hunters cannot get off them. A settlement is a place where there can be petty crimes, but nothing more. Tablets are too much. Poets should deal with them. These pills also end up in the hands of ordinary people, which is unacceptable. Victor was told that he did not need to specifically look. It would appear in front of him on its own. Victor thought that this would not be spread by an ordinary hunter, so he asked if he could kill the distributor. He was allowed. Victor was distracted from his memories by Hyper. He suggested having fun. Victor looked at him. His condition was already slightly shaky. Victor said he would have fun. Beautiful golden hair. Victor saw these once, and their owner seemed familiar to him. She ran to the center of the site. She found herself in the middle of the crowd. Everyone was a little surprised by her person. She smiled, and she started to rock out. This girl turned out to be Valkyrie. A month before, she came white and white to rest. Her companions, high-ranking hunters, said that it was not easy to communicate with A-rank hunters. They also said that they sent one normal hunter here, Griffin. Valkyrie even perked up a little. She remembered how she came to meet her charges. She didn't expect her charges to be like this. They were already quite old. The hunters did not expect that they would have such a famous woman as their mentor. They behaved somehow strangely. But among them there was a normal guy. True, those three considered him still too small. Then that guy addressed them as uncles and aunts. He said that if this somehow offends them, then let them fight him. Valkyrie spoke about this. The girls were slaves, and it was she who came to their settlement. One of them said that everyone makes an example of her. Valkyrie was told that every hunter respects her, even if they don't show it. The girl was told that they would help her if anything happened. However, Valkyrie only thought about how this could happen. She came here only to seduce a man. 2 months have passed and she still hasn't met Victor. Echidna's words that the children in the settlement have nothing to do popped up in Valkyrie's head. She was constantly looking for Victor. She remembered the incident in the shower. While swimming, a bunch of insects fell on her. This did not surprise her partner. Because the water supply system here is so-so, it will take 5 days to repair. There is also another way for swimming. If you go straight along the path, you can come to a wooden house where clean water collects. There is one condition: you cannot use the hunter's abilities there. There is only one forest, so it is forbidden to cause any damage to it. Valkyrie was asked to go together, but she refused, citing the fact that she had the highest rank and could handle everything. She walked through the dark forest. Still, she shouldn't have gone alone. She was very scared. There were impenetrable bushes everywhere. Something was always rustling. Suddenly the sound became much louder. Something huge was approaching. A huge hand appeared behind Valkyrie. Luckily, she noticed it in time. Valkyrie prepared to attack with her foot, and it hurt Victor. She didn't expect to see him here. A second later, she was screaming like a hysteric. Victor said so, hysterical. Let's switch to 2 top-rank girls. They decided to check out Valkyrie. The muscular one said that the golden-haired one was very strong, despite her build. Even the 2 of them can't handle it. The second girl agreed. They finally found her, but they did not expect to see this. Victor was lying in Valkyrie's arms. She sobbed and screamed his name. Let us now fast forward to that very house. Valkyrie sobbed quietly. Victor was lying on the bed. The girls told me not to worry so much. Victor began to come to his senses. Valkyrie began to apologize for her actions. Our hero simply listened to her. Agatha and Nen asked if Victor was okay. When asked what he was doing in the forest, our hero replied that he was just running. But it was partly true. Beautiful night landscape with a huge moon. Hyper was talking to someone on the phone. He walked through the dark forest at night. Suddenly he heard something behind him. Turning around, he saw 2 long ears. It turned out to be a wild hare. Hyper moved on, unaware that Victor was following him. He realized that something was unclean here. The place Hyper went to is definitely related to the pills. Victor likes to follow. He had absolutely no interest in pills. He just wanted to kill his target. Suddenly, Victor realized something. He missed the Hyper. Soon our hero heard a rustling sound. The sound came from the distant bushes, but only Valkyrie was there. She didn't know it was him, so when he jumped out, she knocked him out without a second thought. Just one hit. Valkyrie began to apologize to Victor. He tried to get out of bed. Suddenly, he felt something. The girls thought he felt bad. Neither was he surprised that they didn't feel anything. This house was surrounded by a strange energy, which is similar to the one that appears before entering the tower. Then the girls began to discuss the history of this building. One theory is that this building was built to monitor the new towers. Victor was not interested in this theory because it did not give him any additional information. The girls told Victor that his territory was on the other side. Victor was ready to leave, but the Valkyrie asked him to stay. She asked him if they could meet somewhere else. Victor did not expect such a question. He replied that he did not know, since she was not his mentor. Therefore, they can meet anywhere. After that, he left. Valkyrie turned a little white. Agatha began to reassure her that there was no need to worry too much about this. However, Valkyrie stated that she failed today, but next time she will be able to win his heart. She will also definitely look at how he will beg to meet her. She was determined. The girls were not inspired by her attitude. Fast forward to the hostel. Here the redhead complained that he was uncomfortable. The fact is that Victor broke the dining table. Now everyone has to eat standing up. Remember the sun? Here is a ray. Victor walked past them. He stood right in front of Hyper. Searches in the forest yielded nothing for Victor. Hyper looked questioningly at our hero. Suddenly he asked if Victor had anything to do with him. Victor thought that he needed to knock out a wedge with a wedge, so he suggested that he go and have fun. They went to the bar. Here Hyper began to talk about the theory of evolution. He asked what Victor believed in, the theory of evolution or creationism. Victor replied that he didn't even know such words. Then Hyper began to tell a story. Once abroad, he met a man who talked about how humanity had become a parasite on the planet because of the sins it had committed. Everything was created so that after committing a sin, one could live on Earth in repentance. But when man continued to sin on Earth, God became furious. He created towers with monsters as punishers to kill all the unworthy. Selfish humanity must disappear. That's what Hyper said. Victor began to think about his words. Then suddenly the space around him began to change. He found himself lying on the ground. There was a forest around him. He had a severe headache and was trying to remember what happened yesterday. There was a strange piece of paper in his hand. Suddenly his phone rang. He picked up the phone, simultaneously thinking about what his phone was doing so far away. The priestess called him to find out why he called her. She said that Victor told her strange things yesterday. He asked her out on a date. Victor did not believe her words, but she said that it really happened. Further, the priestess added that he was simply shy and decided not to disturb him since he was fighting monsters in the settlement. She also added that if he reached the highest rank, then so be it, she would go on a date with him. Let's move to the settlement. Here Victor was talking about what he had done yesterday. Suddenly he was accidentally pushed with his shoulder. That guy immediately yelled at him. However, Victor threatened him that he would tear out his eyes. Everyone around him knows that he is crazy, so it is better not to mess with him. Victor was met by Lunatic. He invited him to go to the hostel together. Along the way, he told Victor that he had high hopes for him. The Lunatic also added that hunters of the highest rank may differ in strength from each other. Victor understood everything. Then he addressed the man under the mask as Friedrich. He became thoughtful. Victor revealed Friedrich. He thanked the main character for not revealing his identity. Then Victor asked if he had anything to say. A closer look into the soul. Friedrich became nervous. Then he began to blame Victor for all the troubles. They finally arrived at the hostel. Victor saw something terrible behind the door. Friedrich was also shocked by what he saw. The head lay on the floor in a pool of blood. It was the jackal. To his right, Victor saw something even more terrible. A cut-up red-haired guy was sitting near the door. Friedrich did not understand anything. Something strange is going on here. Another corpse was discovered here. It was Hyper. Suddenly, people started running out of nowhere. Victor was surprised that even Hitler was killed. He didn't understand why this was happening. A crowd of people began to discuss murder theories. The marks on Hitler's body also looked like claw marks. Victor was angry. No one dares to touch his prey. Representatives of the settlement came and asked everyone to disperse. This is where the investigation will take place. The crowd began to be indignant. They couldn't ignore the murders. Representatives apparently will have a hard time. Then they said that everyone who would be here would be put under investigation. Victor thought it made sense. He added that this is a top-ranking killer, since an ordinary hunter cannot do this. A rank cannot kill 3 people so delicately. After Victor's speech, representatives of the settlement said that his words were regarded as incitement. Victor did not expect such a punch in his direction. The crowd began to whisper. Our hero began to reproach the representatives for not being able to notice such a strong hunter in time. The representative was preparing to speak. However, she was interrupted by her mentor. She called Victor for a few words. Friedrich stood silently aside. Let's move to the settlement headquarters. Bat told Victor to finish the investigation. Victor was indignant because the killer had not yet been found. Bath calmed him down, saying that he would die if the killer turned out to be a hunter of the highest rank. She recommended that he focus on improving his skills. Victor was filled with anger. Bat's look directly said that she shouldn't contradict her. Victor found it all strange. He began to think, but to do this, he needed to remember what happened yesterday. He remembered absolutely nothing. Victor put his hands in his pocket. There he found that same strange piece of paper. He remembered that Hyper had revealed him. Then he gave him this strange piece of paper. After that, Victor didn't remember anything. It's all about this piece of paper, but now it doesn't emit any magic. It's disposable. Then Friedrich called out to him. He wanted to talk to him. During their conversation, Victor asked what Friedrich was doing here. He said that he was here on business. The main character also asked if he was in contact with the killer. Friedrich began to explain that everything that was happening here was happening under the complete control of the settlement, which meant that the murder did not just happen. He paused for 10 seconds. Then he said that the 3 hunters were killed by Bath. Victor did not expect this. As it turns out, Bath is in charge of everything that happens here. She used Victor to eliminate Hyper, but things didn't go according to plan and she had to improvise. Then Victor realized that she couldn't do it alone. That's why you can't trust anyone here. Let's turn our attention to the Valkyrie, who has just learned about the murders. Agatha told her everything. Then Nen got mad. She had a hard time killing these hunters. The fact is that she and Agatha have been training hunters for a very long time. They have managed to become attached to them. Valkyrie was touched by their words. Everything happened because of the shock of the gate. Before this, strong hunters did not exist to protect people. Agatha and Nen saw people die, but they were not enough to help everyone. This is why a settlement is needed, to make the hunters stronger. Valkyrie sympathized with them. Let's go to headquarters. Here, the observers said that only Victor remained on the team. When someone is added to him, he will definitely be informed. Victor was also told that the murder investigation was still ongoing. He grinned. The representatives left, leaving Victor and Friedrich alone. They looked at each other, cigarettes with a small filter in hand. It was the hand of Bat. Those watching reported to their superiors that no unnecessary movements were noticed. Before they left, Bath wanted to give them one more task. However, I changed my mind. Everyone just left. Beth finished her cigarette. I took out my phone. She was negotiating a deal with someone. There was also a girl on the other end of the line. This is Sister Beth. Let's return to the wooden house. Here, Valkyrie bathed in clean water. She contemplated killing Victor's people and group. Suddenly, she heard some strange sound outside the door. It was Victor. He is here to find evidence that it was Bath who killed the hunters. Previously, he had chatted with Friedrich, who said that the murder weapon could still be found as evidence. Victor hinted to him that he knew an interesting place to search. Tutu Friedrich said that Bath contacted him. Victoria asked Friedrich about the possibility that she had revealed his identity. He replied that 51% because of the call. You need to act individually, and since Hyper's trail ended in the forest, you need to look there. That's why he came to the house. He decided to take a look. The feeling of being in a tower became stronger and stronger. Most of the energy came from under the floor. So the solution is right under your feet. Yes, it is from under the wooden floor that ominous and viscous energy emanates. Suddenly, Victor heard footsteps. Someone was approaching very quickly. It was Valkyrie. Everything is the same as last time. The deja vu effect is guaranteed. The girl has a dumb expression on her face. She finally saw who she hit. Then they began to explain who was doing what here. Victor was surprised that Valkyrie came here to wash herself. He began to doubt whether to believe this woman or not. In the end, he opened up to her and said that he works for the government. He is here to study this strange place. He has a special ability to sense strange things. Valkyrie thought about it. She began to think about what he had just said. Without allowing her to say anything, Victor punches the floor. Chips flew to the sides. A moment later, Valkyrie felt something. Dark energy began to escape from the resulting hole. She was everywhere. Victor couldn't understand why he hadn't felt such ominous energy before. Without saying anything, he jumped into the hole. Valkyrie did not understand anything. Nevertheless, she jumped after him without hesitation. She began to look around. Under the hut, there was a huge cave. There was a ray of light before Valkyrie's eyes. She saw something vaguely reminiscent of a tower gate. It was a nest of towers. The night sky in the settlement is beautiful. The girl accompanying Frederick to the settlement wished to enjoy this glorious time. They didn't have the opportunity to have a normal conversation. Frederick was in the settlement for the first time. He was usually sent to work in the wilderness or in countries where there was a shortage of hunters. The girl smiled mockingly. She asked him about the hunter Milda. He needed time to think. The girl had already turned away from him, preparing to leave, when she suddenly heard him speak. He replied that he did not think that he knew all the hunters who had the same experience. The girl wanted to argue. She asked if Singapore had its own hunter system. Friedrich was confused. They've already figured it out, he told her. Some kind of explosion. Friedrich happened to be nearby during this incident. The same girl who accompanied him to the settlement appeared before him. There seems to be something wrong with her. Friedrich decided to retreat a little from the claws of this monster. He can't believe that she killed A-rank hunters. She asked him his reason for being here. He asked first to answer whether she really killed them. She demanded that he not interfere with her human duty. Friedrich considers this treason. The girl didn't like the way he behaved. There must be a fight now. Friedrich jumped back in time. He landed on the ground. Looks like they are A-rank hunters. Friedrich asked the girl what happened to them. She didn't answer. Well, let's move on to Victor. Valkyrie asked about the nest of towers. It's amazing to hide something like this in such a place. To begin with, he had a question. He wondered why he knew this. Valkyrie tells him that if this is the source that made this place a settlement of towers, then something needs to be done about it. She already knew that she needed to get rid of him. Victor was stunned by her plan. Valkyrie also said that if you clear everything inside, the situation in the settlement will calm down. Victor understood that if you got rid of this, then there would be no point in the settlement, but he still thought it wouldn't happen. Victor tried to convey to Valkyrie that if the settlement disappeared, then A-rank hunters would have nowhere to go to develop their abilities. She claimed that there were other places besides the settlement. She also said that the purpose of hunters is to protect civilians and not to increase power. Victor said that if there were no strong hunters during the gate shock, many people would die as a result. She began to become hysterical and proved to him that these were different things. He told her that if she got rid of this place, it would most likely be pointless. This was just her assumption. She believed that the tower could not be left just like that. Victor said that there are people of the same opinion as him. She agreed with him. She had run out of arguments. He told her that the manager does not guard the settlement, so he creates strong hunters. The manager is evil. Valkyrie couldn't understand how someone responsible for the settlement could hide something like this so easily. The reason for this was the bad things she had to endure. Agatha and Nen came under enemy fire and saw the death of many people. If there were more strong hunters, everything could have been different. Victor told Valkyrie that here you can level up in a short time. She asked for the death of these three. Victor began to roll his eyes. She ordered the towers to be cleared. She argued that by choice or not, we must get rid of the tower. She has a bad feeling. A barrier appeared in front of them. She asked to give her some time. Valkyrie began to use some kind of fraud. She decided to apply her power to this barrier. She didn't succeed. She was furious. She had to think of something. The gates began to call to themselves, but they only called Victor. He stepped there, put his hand on this barrier. Something started to happen. The doors opened. Only Victor could enter them. Valkyrie was worried because he doesn't know what's inside. Victor asked her to protect this place. She tried unsuccessfully to stop him. Entering there, he saw a tunnel. Victor thought this was a place where he was not allowed, but entry here was planned. The goddess appeared before him and said that he was ahead of the curve. He answered her that it might be undesirable to change the data of the expected future. She said that nothing would change, she was just afraid. He went through the transition and ended up in this place. Being here, Victor has different sensations, as if he is in water. Before he could finish speaking, he fell through the ground. Upon landing, he met some kind of clawed animal. Some small creature ordered him not to touch me. Having looked better, the image of this creature began to emerge in Victor's eyes. Before us is Griffin. He remembers how Friedrich invited him to go to the settlement. It was a good decision to accept his offer. Griffin was attacked from behind. It was a guy in a hood who looked like some strange lout. It seems like something will happen now. These people look strange. He remembered Victor's silent silence. Friedrich does not fully understand what is happening, so he takes this as a chance to test himself. He provokes people who are strange to him to join the fight. A girl appeared who conjured some waves. Let's move on to Gru. He asked Benshi to watch what he will show now. First he showed Victor's eyes, then the nose. Next came the mouth. Victor grabbed Gru by the ear. Gru called Benshi. He told him not to touch Victor because she was made in their image and likeness. Victor does not understand what it means to be in their image and likeness. Gru is happy because Elle told him that if he makes a friend, then she will have fun with him. And while he was bored here, Victor just appeared, which means fate itself jumped into his hands. Perhaps if they become friends, the monster of this tower will be born. Gru thought that people call their friends by saying the word monster, but for him it's not that important. Gru's face reminds Victor of someone. Victor hinted at La, but Gru didn't particularly like it. La is Gru's fiancée. He was very angry and confused about how he knew La. He demanded an answer from him, but he was silent. Then Gru started screaming at the top of his voice. However, it doesn't matter to him how he knows it. Now he wanted to destroy the incorrectly created data. Victor was in danger. He faces a new test to get rid of the creator god Gru. He had different colored eyes, probably a manifestation of his strength. Gru pointed his finger at Victor, ordering him to destroy him. Victor tried to hide behind his weapon. Gru repeated about destruction over and over again. He has such power that it seems that Victor's essence and soul will disappear forever. He again repeated about destruction. Victor did not make a single blow. Gru didn't care. He just wanted to destroy him. But his powers did not affect Victor, but it seems his powers will now affect Gru. Victor challenges him for the second round. Beelzebub asked Victor to listen carefully to him. He learned that the first owner of Victor's body with a huge clot of magical power was Raven. He used this to use the buffs to the maximum. He wanted to say that he too, using Raven's method, is trying to become stronger. Beelzebub began to praise magic, hinting to Victor that he could become one. However, Victor was not interested in this and denied it. He didn't want to be a loser and stand there, asphyxiated, waving his arms from side to side. Beelzebub ordered him to retract what he said, because he knew how much power he had in his hands. Victor gave a warning that if Beelzebub did not stop talking this nonsense, he would kill him. But he did not listen. Beelzebub does not understand why Victor does not want to become a magician. Now let's get back to the fight with Gru. Victor, unexpectedly for Gru, was behind her. His fist slammed directly into his jaw. Gru ordered him to die. He won't understand why it doesn't disappear. Victor decided to tease Gru. He reminded him that his powers had no effect on him. Victor called for a weapon. Gru doesn't give up that easily. He starts casting a buff spell. Kim said that buffs are magic to help in battle. She also did not forget to note that this is what every rabble who does not know the power of buffs says. The stronger the user, the greater the effect. It seems that these buffs have made Gru blind. He fell to the ground, exhausted. Victor approached him to inquire about his affairs. Gru told him that because of his towers, hunters turned into monsters, and he was one of them. Victor decided that it was time for Gru to disappear. Gru is not ready to disappear, and he challenges Victor to a fight again. But our main character is a hunter. He ran his weapon over Gru's body. He fell to the floor again. Victor thought that the goddess was on his side. He completed the mission and received the skill as a reward. An emblem appeared in front of him. She called him to her and asked him to take her. He put his hand to her. This emblem immediately lit up red. It seems that something is about to happen. Valkyrie was haunted by thoughts of Victor and his words. In them, he told her to protect this place. Suddenly, behind her, someone said her name. It was Nen. She had finally found Valkyrie to take a bath. But there's something wrong with the hut. It seems like there's someone in it. We should go check what's going on there. Nen would not have wanted to fight with Valkyrie, but it happened, and after taking a swing, she apologized to Valkyrie.